right, so we were able to get rid of the Ezo, which is kind of, I was wondering why they're trying to stay at 2, because normally you want to stay at 1 and you get the nail effect, but being able to do that does get the removal of the card. I don't know if Ezo or Dendro is the more important card to get rid of, but the if Odin's probably biggest weakness is removal, which Enel doesn't have a lot of, but being able to get that removal is pretty nice. And then also, I think Brian, I think you are now heard.
Oh, I
Maybe
am
maybe
heard.
a little bit too much. There you go.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, Twitch chat, you can tell me, or other chats, you can tell me if I'm heard or not. But um, yeah, I mean, this is pretty interesting as far as this matchup in general. And you were saying like which is more important. I think that Dendro is a little bit more important. It kind of enables Odin to extend their plays just a little bit. And my one of my favorite plays in Odin, at least for me, is to play the not that one, but the but the 9-drop Whitebeard,
Mm-hmm.
Edward Newgate, and then go into Dendro, and then you can have extra Dawn to use for the Edward Newgate or for defense as far as like guard point and stuff like that. So um, I think those things are pretty cool as we swing pretty big here, actually. I wonder where we're swinging to. Maybe our Gadatsu? Yeah.
Yeah. And we kind of want to play board control a little bit with this. The fact that Odin does have access to rush cards is really important because traditionally Wano is, it builds kind of a bit of a chunky board, but it's difficult to if they get the removal, it's tough. So both
Hmm.
this Luffy and the Kid and Killer that we get from the set, I think are great for those.
Man, that's one of my favorite cards, I think, out of the set, Kid and Killer. And the reason I say that is a little unrelated to this, but I've been playing this Whitebeard deck
Okay,
that just
yeah,
has all these rush cards, and like the way that you can protect itself with the hand size and your rush cards is pretty good.
yeah,
And it's kind of interesting with the color combination for Odin, right? Like you
mm-hmm.
want to play all the Wano cards, but then you also have the the rush and as well as aggression, some of the defense from red. So we're kind of seeing that here with the Luffy, kind of seeing it here just in general as Enel attacks, but I don't know. We don't really have too many cards in Odin's hand, right? Now that I see it.
I think we have like 3 or 4. We are at 3 life, but again, you are really able to kind of resource choke them. Uh, I think the most important card for this matchup for them is the 8 cost Odin, since that card can attack twice.
Yeah.
Or 9 cost Zora if they're playing it. I don't see it often, but they could be playing it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Which both cards, Enel, what is Enel gonna do?
yeah, yeah,
What is he truly gonna do to get rid of both of those cards? So yeah, I totally agree. Well, I guess I take that back. This is EBO1. He has answers to both of those.
yes,
Never mind.
yes. Yeah, there is a new removal card that yellow, but specifically Enel gets Raigo, which since they're already at 1 life, you can get rid of anything on the board now, which is quite powerful for yellow, which was generally seen as a tough card to get removal of. But looks like we're going to play the 5 cost Momo, which is going to put the Kikunojo back into life, go back up to 2, and it's looking kind of rough for our Odin player all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean sometimes this is kind of where it lands for Odin. I really wanted to like it as a leader, but I think at the end of the day, there's just a lot of removal and a lot of the stuff that Odin wants to do needs to stick on the board, right? Like this 5 cost Ezo is really good, over time,
Yeah,
but it does chip away from your hand in order to use this effect, and it's a nice 7K swing, but it has to stay on the field, so sometimes it's just kind of hard to do that.
yeah, agreed.
And now we're doing a pretty big swing. This is probably towards good old Yamato. And we're just going to get a simple block. And it's going to pass back to Nell. in a pretty good spot. Yamato is chilling. We use our effect, our mobile effect, to get our okay. Well, you know, well,
Well, yeah,
our Kiko Dojo back into the life, and honestly, with our hand size, Yamato popping the 5 costs, which, like I said, gives value over time. It's a pretty good idea. And taking this 6 and then taking this 9, it's just kind of showcasing our hand is not that great. And unless we have, I don't know, a white beard or something, I don't know how we get out of this one as Odin.
yeah. Ironically, just getting hit by a bunch of Wano cards, which is thematically quite the shame.
Disrespectful. If I had to
Yes.
take it, if I had to choose a name for it.
And then, oh, you have to hit them, and they get Kikanojo, and then they're down to 1 life again, which means they get a bunch of abilities. I know,
With,
I don't know, like
yeah.
this is weird because I can see if Odin's able to get like the early board advantage, this matchup can go your way pretty easily. But
Mm-hmm.
now that Anel is stabilized, now that there's 2 Yamatos out there, you got 4 in
Yeah.
hand and 1 in life. It's looking pretty rough.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You have to kind of play something every turn and hope that it stays, and
Mm-hmm.
then try to get that value, like I said before. But this time, like I said, I mean, we got 2 Yamatos, and we swung right into a Kikunojo, which obviously we knew. And this Zoro's cool, but like, what are we doing otherwise? Unfortunately,
Yeah, we're going a neat 7. I don't think
very
they've used
very
their lead.
cool.
Have they used their leader effect yet?
I think no, they haven't.
Yeah. I think we're just showing off like, oh, we have a good amount of rush cards, but
Doesn't
like I said,
really do
it does
much.
not do much. Oh, be an Amaru. Oh man, Onami as well. Dang. I mean,
Wow.
it's not. The game is over, right? Like not for
Yeah.
nothing, but
Right. Go ahead
I
and place it, discard one, and then pass. Like, what else are we gonna do? Unfortunately.
yeah. I think just 9K does it. Unfortunately.
Yeah, pretty sure.
All right, and all right, yeah, 9. That is 9 still. You're going
Yeah.
9 in, and scooping it on up. So we had 4K worth of counter. Yeah, so even another 9K would have got there. So
Mm-mm-mm.
Jorge is able to win with a Nell.
Cool. All right. Well, I mean, if anything, that's kind of how it's been for Odin.
Mm-hmm.
I like I said, I've really wanted to like Odin, and I've really wanted to build him and have some success with him, but this is just kind of how it goes sometimes. You don't have enough draw, and it's just not strong enough as a package. The leader is cool though, very very cool leader, and just kind of falls short competitively.
Yeah. But when it does set up, if I mean, I think if we had like Hiyori on curve, it would have been good.
Yeah, definitely. But
Let's
that's the thing. You have to kind of rely on the deck to work. You
Yeah.
know, it's kind of a hard ass sometimes.
Yeah, we'll go back to us real quick. Well, we'll try to find another table in the meantime. But in lieu of a quick start, welcome to the Top Cut Online Treasure Cup. I'm joined with Brian. Actually, this time,
Whoa,
whoa, I know, like can be heard, can be seen, the whole package.
crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think I said anything too crazy, but I did say that we do have 1,000 people, right? And
Yes.
a lot of the game to be played. Probably about 10 rounds today.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, at my short list, we talked about before the stream, is I want to see some law, a
Mm-hmm.
little bit of starter deck law. Emporio, a big one. Probably gonna see that next round. A little bit of Uta, maybe a little bit of Dofi. But there's a lot of decks that get just a little incremental boost from EBL1. It's a pretty cool set.
Yeah, I'm looking through tables right now too. Table 13 has a red purple Luffy versus Uta, which could be pretty neat. Want to jump over?
Yeah,
We can jump over there real quick.
sure.
Yeah, give us a second. All let me get their name set up. But we have a red purple Luffy versus the starter deck Uta. Looks like Luffy's made it pretty late into this game. 2 life still and has a new gate out. New gate attack this turn, so leader's not a buffed one. But we're talking about starter deck 10 Law, but there are 2 other leaders that came out in that starter deck. And Law itself
Oh, there
is
was.
is the is the one, but Luffy's the one that we're watching right now.
Yes. Everyone doesn't talk about Kid either, which is a dang
Who?
shame.
There's 2 leaders.
Yeah.
Sorry, I misspoke. There's
It's
only
okay.
there's only two
There he
leaders in
goes.
there.
There's the joke. There's the joke. I think Kid's cool.
That is a good
But
word for just like you think Odin's cool, right?
I do. On a design standpoint. However, to make both of those work is quite the trek. You know, the one thing about Luffy is that has a little white beard effect. The 6K leader. We got these 9 beers on board as well. We got a bunch of ways to ramp as well. And in this matchup, Ucha kind of just sits back and says like, okay, go ahead and do your little ramp stuff, and I'm gonna get a bunch of cards in hand and um, basically hope that you don't have very many things to play. Which I guess for this one, we swung with our queen, which is makes sense because there's a few ways for Uta to rest it down, and we probably remove something with our Whitebeard to Dawn swing. So we're in it already.
Yeah, but we still have like 3 life, and I could see like some spots where like the new gate being on board is trouble. I won't lie, but if we're able to set up like a useless kid with blockers, Luffy doesn't really have like removal to get rid of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's I don't know. Even if you do 10 drop Luffy and swing twice into it, like that's still blockers you have to worry about. There's still a bunch of stuff that you have to worry about in general, but I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. I think what it comes down to it here is that Luffy hopefully has a pretty decent hand size to get around these attacks. And now we're gonna see. I think this is a backlight, right? Oh,
Yes, it is a backlight.
okay. So got rid of the queen, which is probably why our Luffy player swung with it. It's not rocket science. There's a couple ways to rest it down as well as to pop it, and that was one of them. And our Uta player is just drawing cards.
Yeah, which is pretty standard. We're getting the copy of I'm Invincible as well, which is pretty strong.
Mm-hmm. Was that off New Genesis or was that? Oh, it
That was
was
off the
Nami.
the Nami, yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. We only have 2 cards in hand. Oh,
And one of them's
uh-oh.
a card that does not have counter, that your opponent knows doesn't have counter.
Correct. I think we're in a pretty good spot then for our Luffy player, if that's the case. Easily get rid of this Zoro. 7K swing might do us some good. Or we can play another 9 beard, which like is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Luffy being at 2 life right now is insanely good.
Yeah.
You're up on what card advantage as well,
Mm-hmm.
but looks like this is attaching a Don to Luffy generally means we do not have it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we're going big swing. Okay, we get rid of the Zoro.
I guess he didn't have anything else to do with it. I mean, he does still have the Luffy on board, right?
Yeah.
So we're trying to swing around that.
All right, we hit them down to 2. And again, yeah, just a lot of cards in hand for Luffy, but interesting that
Mhm.
we didn't have anything that we really could commit to this turn.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I can't really imagine there's not like anything to use because most of the things that we do have are pretty pretty big bodies. We do have some rush cards as well as Luffy. There could be just ramp cards in hand or 2Ks, which
Mm-hmm.
has happened. If you ended up playing Red Purple Luffy over some time, you'll find that you do want to add a lot of 2Ks just because it's just the balance between the cards and counters that you have in the deck, you just kind of need them. So I think that's what's happening here. You just have a bunch of 2Ks and ramp cards you don't need.
Yeah.
We do also have 3 Dawn open, so I mean that's 3 guard points or radical beams.
Yeah, and when I mean, there's a chance like Uta can finish the game by just doing like a lot of big swings off leader, and with the one copy of I'm Invincible that we know is in hand. But I mean, yeah, so we're gonna do 6K. We're gonna be able to draw a good amount of cards this turn, right? Look top 3 off the Nami attack, which we made 6K.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We're gonna add a 2K chopper off of it.
We're also gonna probably swing with our leader. It's so annoying because our leader basically says to swing to 6 as well. So it's just it's a very annoying thing for a Luffy player. It's interesting that we're thinking about taking this one, but I mean, like if we only have 2Ks and as well as guard points in hand, it makes sense because you may as well just take it and then like use other things for bigger attacks.
Yeah.
Trying to gather some Dawn. Intimidating.
We might use I'm Invincible right now. So this should be 5 Dawn on it. So I think this is a 10K.
I'd take it. Unless it's to the Ninebeard.
I
Well,
doubt it.
Yeah, I mean that's only a 2K. Okay, so this is Red Hawk.
Oh, sorry. We must be an 8K.
How?
3 Dawn used 5. No, we should be 10.
Oh, for Uta. Yeah,
It should be 10, right?
Yeah, it should be 10. Unless we miscounted. I mean, it makes sense to go to 10 anyway because, Radical Beam, but I don't know.
Because I don't think we have a boost, and that doesn't get plus 5K.
No, it does not.
So
Honestly,
we must be at 9.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, I wouldn't be mad at taking it either, but this is fine.
Yeah, it's either that or they attack the new gate, which we did get. I mean, a 4K out, but I think attacking Luffy might have been better there.
Yeah, that's what I said. That was first. I was like, must have been at the new gate, but that's just a 2K out. But I don't know. Nami does get the Oso.
Yeah, the Usopp. It's just a 2K.
Oh, gotcha. I don't think I played that card. Searchable, makes sense. Getting a bunch of Dawn together. Still have 9 to play with, and I mean, like, we must not really have anything, right? If we're doing this.
Yeah, because like at any time, like I think like another new gate would have been good. At some point, like 10 drop Luffy would have been great too. I think new gate's generically better for making sure if they can't play like their new blue no blockers, but I don't know. We're still chipping them away. I think red purple Luffy still has the advantage.
It just depends on how he navigates these next couple turns, right? Like, just depends if he could defend, which he has 2 open. I'd imagine. Hopefully, he has some more event cards to defend himself with, and 2 life is still quite a lot for a 6K leader.
Yeah.
So, I'm not sure what's happening here. I'm guessing this is his hand, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was looking to see if the judge were saying anything, but no.
Okay.
But
Maybe we just do an account. I don't know.
Yeah, we've got quite a few cards though. Again, like being able to draw with leader, being able to we took some life, being able to draw from Nami. We're getting another draw here. They're just counting out hand. All right. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, what does that seem like? So makes sense. They have a pretty big hand, to be honest. So pretty important to know that. I think.
Also, I was
Yeah.
going to mention we are dropping into time. We got 4 minutes left in regulation. So
Oh yeah. Thanks for the heads up, because every single time that ding noise scares me.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, we still got a good old Luffy swing. We can restand with Bard or something, depending what our hand looks like. I mean, we have a pretty big hand, so I'd imagine we don't. It's not the case of Luffy where we don't have anything to play. I think they're just deciding how we want to go about it. I mean, Dofi is no longer an option this turn.
Yeah.
I don't think anyway.
We should be getting the Dawn back though, right?
Well, for New Genesis, that's what I was saying. I don't
Yeah.
think anyway, because I was like, are we not?
Are we
Are,
not?
are we not doing it? Or it's not mandatory, right? Pretty sure.
Let me see. I guess not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not. It's up to one, huh? Maybe. Hold on. Oops.
Yeah, up to one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if they missed it, they missed it.
Unfortunate. Or fortunate for a Luffy.
Yeah, because that when you need to, attach Dawn to your leader to make it 6Ks just to pressure the leader, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not only that, it's just nice to have. Plus, like, if you have a Dofi, you may as well just do that. But I mean, hey, we drew into a Tony with the leader. And it looks like we're taking it too.
Yeah, after some heavy consideration, yeah.
Makes sense. I mean, we do probably have some access to some rush cards. Our pseudo rush card of the 10 drop Luffy too, in the right circumstance might take this game as well. I don't know. I've seen less and less 10 drop Luffy too, so it might not make an appearance.
All right, so 10 Dawn to work with, which generally is like the tough part to get to with Luffy, but um, since we don't get a lot of card draw, since we don't get a lot of cycle, um, it's really difficult to capitalize once we get here consistently too, right? Because half our deck is
Mm-hmm.
bombs, half the other deck is like getting to our bombs, and so there's such a chance to see all of one or all of the other and not just have a functional deck.
Right. And honestly, man, if I was Luffy, if I have a 9 drop beard, I'm just playing it now. Like, I think that's probably the best play because, like, if you get 10 drop Luffy or 10 drop Luffy, 10 drop Dolphy at any point, at least you have a big swing.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have like rush cards the following turn, you might get there as well.
Yeah.
Because we do want to put some damage in, or at least like threaten this last life. But this hand size is going to make this difficult. Uh, and that's like one of the biggest priorities. Just get through the hand size and hope they don't go to 0 next turn. Yep,
Oh
there it
yeah,
is.
there it is. There's the 10 cost.
Are we just not swinging with our Luffy too? Just like bait out the blocker.
We can make the Luffy attack a 7K. So
Oh, you're right. You're
yeah,
right.
yeah,
You're
yeah,
right. You're right. I keep forgetting.
yeah. So it's pretty long-winded, but the short answer is that when we're at 0, our leader lets us go from 0 to 1. We can use 1 energy from the 10 drop effect to gain a second Dawn. We go 7K, which is great because it pressures their Luffy.
Mm-hmm.
And then since the blocker survived, we should be able to be fine unless they run into Jambé. But so we take another
Mm-hmm.
turn. We go to 4. We use our 10 drop Luffy effect. Could go to 5. Got
Mm-hmm.
1 tapped. 4 Dawn open.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much the play I was thinking, but I think it's a turn early. I don't know. This one's a little. little rough, depending on their hand. Maybe this is just like their only play.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going right back to the 2 Don that we had before.
Yeah. So this is gonna be an 8K. They could block and then save their 7 drop Luffy, and then I think our 10 drop has to go into their 7 cost. But being at 1 life and knowing that there's an I'm invincible in hand is pretty scary. And this is also time and round as well. So this is
Yeah.
I'm gonna take turn 0 and turn 1 with my 10 cost Luffy effect. The Bandit card games rarely have double turns, but I actually don't know how that works for their terms of service or for the
uh,
tournament rules. If you're
that's a
turn
good.
0 and then you take another turn, is that turn 1? I'm gonna guess it is, but I just haven't run into it ever.
I'd imagine, yeah. I'd imagine. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's like a simultaneous thing. It's just like a one big turn 0.
Let's see. Chad is saying it's the same turn and extra turn,
Okay.
which I am okay to see.
Yeah. I mean, I'm cool with either.
All right.
And in this particular instance, I don't know if it makes too much of a big difference.
Yeah. Well, we blocked and then we saved, and so we, you know, our Luffy player is probably a little bit scared of losing this next turn. So
Yeah.
we're going turn 1 for Uta.
That's the biggest thing about Uta. Like there's always a threat when you're at 1
Mm-hmm.
because if I'm invincible, but it's a classic kid syndrome. Um, I mean, we also can do the same thing if we do 10 drop Dofi. Because
Mm-hmm.
like the worst they can do is maybe a couple of rush cards next turn
Yeah.
to get through it. But if you 10 drop Luffy here or Dofi here, you literally you literally rest down the 2 things that they can attack with. You're at 1 life. You have a pretty decent size hand. Um, you're committing Dawn in order to swing with these rush cards too,
Mm-hmm.
and you can just do the I'm invincible play the following turn, and it's gonna be a relatively safe play. But I don't know, this Nami and this Uta, I feel like it's gonna, like, unless you have, which we do know they have I'm invincible. Um, if you're really confident in that, then I would just go for that instead.
Well, we're doing some numbers. Yeah, I'm guessing it's 9 on lead.
I
So,
think we should go 10.
but we can't if we have double I'm invincible.
Sure.
But there
Well,
might be numbers where attacking with Nami just makes more sense. So we're just gonna go 6 first. It seems.
I
Yep.
think
There's a 2K we
uh
knew that was in hand. Okay.
yeah.
Another 2K to hand with the Sanji. So this is. Oh, sorry. They swung 7.
Oh, with
So
the Nami, yeah.
yeah, with the Nami, yeah.
Okay. Well, this is game then, huh?
Fairly sure, yeah,
This is game.
yeah. Going again. Sure, hit them down to 0.
Mm,
But then, yeah, very likely that Luffy's just going to get the good numbers to get there. So we're at 5 Dawn. We're going to go to 7. Our
mm.
10 drop effect is going to let us go to 8. And then our Luffy effect is going to let us ramp another one. So
Yep.
we got a lot of Dawn. I think we have 8 active. So 6 plus 12 is, I think we can do 2 12s.
Yeah, I think they'll do it.
Yeah. And then 14 with our 10 drop. And
Right.
that I believe that gets it.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, never
Yeah, yeah. 4 cards in hand. Yeah, we get it.
okay.
So
We just making sure.
you got it for sure. So, but Cyril gets it, and they're going to be going into round 2, 1-0. So,
Nice.
but we're in time. We'll go back to us real quick. Let's see how Brian's looking today. Ooh, looking good. Oh, look at that guy. Look at that guy. But we have
Very fun.
that is the end of round 1 for the Top Cut Online Treasure Cup. We have 1,000 players today, so expected 10 rounds, so 9 more after this. We're going to take a tiny break because we are closing in on time for the round as is. But if you guys have a leader that you guys want us to see, let us know. We'll try our best to see what's undefeated after this one. I'm leaning towards Emporio because that'd probably be the deck I'd be at least highly considering playing for this event because I don't like winning, but I like having fun. But
Me too.
we'll see, Brian. What real quick? What would you play in this event if you were playing?
Probably an L if I wanted to win, or
Yeah.
at least like have a decent record.
Mm-hmm.
If I didn't care, I'd probably play Sardic Law, maybe Delphi,
Yeah.
along those lines. Oh, Whitebeard, yeah, the Whitebeard deck that I was talking about before.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That
Super
one
fun.
sounds very very fun. Yeah. I think
Yeah,
we'll
super
definitely see
fun.
some Nels. I think we'll definitely see some red purple laws as well as we go through the week, or not through the week, through the day. So
Yeah.
um, let's see. There's no Kiros. I think there's like one Hannibal play. If the Hannibal player won, we might go to their round two. So, but
I just, yeah, man, sure.
yeah. Let's see. Give us a minute. We're gonna find something to cover for round two, and we'll be right back. All right, we are back with round number two. Thank you to Top Cut for keeping us on their toes. They're running a pretty tight ship today.
I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. Get the games going quick and fast. Today, we are, let's see, 1,000 people in, over 1,000 people in for this treasure cup, and we're gonna take a look at Ivankov and Odin.
You
It's the
should have
only
gone. You could have gone like Ivan Koff. That's just
listen.
yeah.
We just saw Odin last round. Didn't do too hot against the Nell, but that's okay because we're having another chance. And the reason why is because this is the only Emporio that is undefeated still,
Yeah.
which is the second round. There's not very many of them. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys know. But as you get that set up, I think one of the things to consider is that there's a handful of newer decks, and
Yes.
these two are the newer decks. So I like to see them before we get into the sea of Sakazuki Yakimoria, and probably now. I think that I don't know what the third highest is right now.
Yeah.
Actually,
I said, Brian, I need to get Emporio on this stream, and he's like, round one, let's go to Odin. It's fine. Odin will, we won't find Odin later in the tournament. It's fine. And now we've got one Emporio left undefeated into round two, and it's playing against, I think, likely the only Odin that's left undefeated, right?
I believe so. After going through all of them, I could be wrong, but there's only like 9 Odin.
There's only
So
9 Odin. We saw they one lose last one, so
yeah,
we promise we'll go more serious after this. But I strictly want to watch this match, and it's the leader that I'm playing a lot of and testing a lot of, and I think it's really great, and it's a really unique matchup. So that's what we're going to.
for sure.
So
Sounds good.
let's get set up, and round number two will start in just a moment. So give us a second. All right. We do have for us table number 70. Both players undefeated won their first round. We've got Nadir on the EBO1 Odin versus Alex on the Emporio. Emporio from the second set? I think it is second set. Emporio is one of the older leaders for this game, but it did get a good amount of support with the EBO1 set.
Yeah, it is from set 2. A little bit. It's a little weird. It's always a French deck, right? It's always the deck that one. It's hard to pilot for one, right?
Yeah.
Like it's so different from all these other decks. The combos for it are completely different from literally any other deck.
Yeah.
And playing with a low hand size, you know, after a while you get used to it. But it's a pretty big learning curve, in my opinion. At
Yeah.
least. This is one of the decks, and I'm like, okay, it seems like fun, but I'm gonna have to learn it and get used to it.
The other kind of weird thing about I remember in set two, like blue kind of had like this minor issue where like they didn't really have like a good generic leader, right? Like Croc was probably like the closest to it, but like Doflamingo is kind of dependent on like the warlords. Emporio having its end of turn to draw 2 is really interesting because you have to be at 0 hand size. So but the card that I think has made this deck a lot more viable in my mind is the inclusion of the Ivankov, or not the Inazuma 6 cost from the expansion booster.
Right, right. Yeah, that one is pretty interesting because you end up drawing four, right?
Yeah, if you're
Overall.
able to empty your hand, which is pretty easy to do, not in this card game, you're able to just draw 2 from leader effect and then 2 from Inazuma. So drawing 4 at the end of your turn seems pretty nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And I think there are a good amount of what should we call it? Tools as far as Ivankov goes. And one of the ones that you kind of want to open with or at least start with is the stage card, because that just kind of enables you to get through the hand and get down to zero a lot easier than others. But we'll have some other tools. I'm actually going to take a look at his deck list and familiarize myself with the stuff that he's put in here.
Yeah, so we're using our own searcher for Odin real quick. We got another Momo looking top 5. You can find most cards in this deck, which is pretty strong. And it looks like we're going to get a 3-drop Nekomamushi blocker, which, again, with the Odin effect, we are able to get a plus 1k counter on that, which is quite nice.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to pass back to Emporio.
One of the builds, which I don't know if it's going to be this one, is turboing out the 5 cost Yamato.
Mm-hmm.
And I personally like that card quite a lot. I mean, obviously, a bunch of yellow gets hurt by it, and some decks like this will get hurt by it too, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
Ivankov has to rely on its life sometimes to kind of get through and defend itself. Because obviously, you want to counter out and get down to a lower hand size, but the life is going to be able to help you over time. So we'll see if that's going to be the case here for Odin.
Yeah, and so we're ending our turn by playing a Duval, which lets us look the top 3 cards of our deck. It's also a blocker, and then we also get to reorder it, which is Emporio is pretty important. So we're just sending them all to the bottom, saying those are none of the cards that I need right now, and we're going to pass it back to our Odin player.
Which is fine. Which is fine. There's a few of them as I'm looking at this picture deck list on this text. Oh boy. And gonna go through some of these cards. A lot of normal cards, I would say. I'm surprised we may or may not see some of the cards that blue plays normally, but I think we'll have some answers to some of the stuff that Odin is playing, because that's the thing I was talking about before, removal, right? As we see, swing 7 here with the 5 costs on board with the Odin effect and the 1 done underneath. Um, we're going to be trying to rely on the cards that are on board, and blue has a lot of ways to get rid of them.
Yeah,
Bottom deck and as well as a return to hand.
and we also do get the Hiyori out. So this is a new card for the deck. You play it for 4. You're able to essentially ramp into a 5 cost, which is really nice for the deck. And being able to do that combo means we get out our Ezo very quickly. Being able to use that as a way to be attach it on to our leader. So now we're 6k right now. And something else, that one of our best removal cards for Emporio is the 6 cost Luffy, which unfortunately only gets rid of 4 cost or lower. So the fact that the entire Odin deck is revolving around 5 cost as kind of our medium to high end means that Emporio kind of has to spend some extra resources to try to get rid of these cards.
Yeah, that's not too big of a deal. We have access to Red Rock and Gravity something, whatever the name is. I always get that wrong.
Yeah, it's I'll bring it up.
Gravity Blade.
I was gonna be like, clearly it's named this, but I was not confident enough
Nope.
to no.
Nope.
I'm gonna just cheat real quick and bring up the name of the card here. It is called Gravity Blade Raging Tiger. Clearly,
Yes.
Brian.
Yes.
Obviously,
Yeah.
I can't imagine it be named anything else.
I feel like we're playing Digimon, man. I think yeah, that's the thing. It's a really good card against the Odin deck here. So if we're playing that as Emporio, this could be a really good one late game to kind of clean up this board. And just like you're saying, we have the classic Luffy card that bounces. There's only a handful of cards. Like Odin can play a lot of the Wano country, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have the Yamato. We have the that rest something. We have obviously Odin that brings out a 3 cost or less. So there's a bunch of stuff that in targets that we can do that. But Odin, if we're playing Gumrock, we're gonna get bottom decked, and we lose the immediate value or all the value really from that card. So It's gonna be kind of a back and forth, I think, in this late game.
Yeah, we're going a moderately big 7K at our 5K Emporio leader. We had, I believe, 5 cards in hand. So, asking for at least 2, which is maybe a little bit tricky. We're just going to take the block there, which
Makes
is,
sense.
yeah, it makes sense in case they have some, like, ways to mess up our blocker later. But we're going to just go a now big 7, and then again with leader effect, since we have a 5 cost out, it's going to be an 8K, and then we're going to continue to be a 6K on the other turn.
Hmm. And this might be another 4 cost Sorori, right? Like we might
Mm-hmm.
might see that. One thing to note about that, which I'm pretty sure you did last time, we do draw off of it, but I think this is just a blocker Neko,
Yeah.
I believe. And it's a 4K blocker, 3 cost. It's just gonna sit tidy here because it doesn't seem like we have anything else.
Yeah. So luckily we do have that blocker out. I think we added it earlier from Momo, so it could have been Hiyori into another like Ezo, another 5 cost. I think would have been best play, but this is still pretty strong. And
Mhm.
Emporio usually likes to have more of like a board present tempo play kind of deck, and so far I think Odin's doing better at that. But looks like we're gonna play Emporio for 7. We're gonna play the Luffy there, and then we can use the effect to discard 2, which is another Luffy and a Dofi. So we're going to use those to bounce the Nekomamushi back into hand, which is quite fair, and then probably pass from there. But we're in a bit of a rough spot in the sense that we only have 3 cards in hand. We weren't really able to discard or get max value from that. And kind of the worst thing about Emporio is that if you are kind of behind, if you have like 2 cards in life and then or 2 cards in hand and they hit your life, you kind of have to take those, which gets you farther and farther away from your real value.
Yeah. I mean, there was a chance, I think, just to get down to a little bit lower on these previous attacks because you can just like over counter. But I mean, that might be counterintuitive over time. So I think this is fine. We have three in hand, and Odin literally cannot do anything about these cards. They're just gonna sit there for now.
that
Um,
that is the big benefit of
yeah.
this matchup for him is that um, yeah, these are you're not removing these, and we played 2 big 7 costs or 7K attackers that are going to be pretty rough to deal with. Ooh,
Very much
and
agreed. And we have
another
another
Ezo.
one. One of the things to remember though for these Ezos is that they can pitch cards in order to -2. So you can just convert, some of the dead cards that you might have in your hand that doesn't have counter, or some of the 1 costs, then make it 2. So and that does affect leader and as well as character cards, I do believe.
Yeah, so we put a Dawn in there. We're going to be another 7K attack, and then I'm sure they're considering playing the Nekomamushi as well, which it looks like they are. So it's going to be 7K with leader effect and the Dawn that we attach with the Ezo. You Emporio I think has to get out of this. If they do not get out of this, they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I can agree with you. I think if you get out of this and then maybe you play a blocker or a gravity blade, it'd be a really good turn. I don't know, but we're a little apprehensive though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my guess is that it's going to be a 3-1K kind of situation, which it is. And it's the Inazuma. You know you wanted to keep that because it would have been a fantastic card to play next turn.
Yeah, that's a big bummer.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be passing with a blocker. You have 2 pretty big boys here to do some damage, hopefully. And if we have some removal, like I said, that would probably be a good idea to do now.
Yeah, so we've got like this weird situation. Oh, looks. Do we have another Emporio? Oh, we do. All right. So since we have 1 card in hand, we get to draw 2. This is actually great. This is like a really good card for us to get. Oh, and we have
Oh,
Inazuma. Oh man, we are
nice.
we are popping off. So the short answer is that we have a lot of value now. We are able to bounce the Neko back to hand with Luffy effect to discard 2. So if the 2 cards that we have in hand we don't like, we can refresh them. We get a double attack if that's the case, and Then we have our 7K Emporio and our leader, which we can make 6K pretty easily. So this is pretty good for our Emporio player.
Yeah, this is definitely where you want to be. It's the whole point of the deck, I think, too. And you know, might be a little rough trying to defend next turn, but we're at 3 life. I don't think we're losing anytime soon. And we're keeping these 2 cards. Oh, okay. No, we're not. No, we're not. I'm gonna go ahead and discard these cards and return back that the
Neko,
blocker.
yeah.
And I think we're swinging to leader. Is that right?
With it being a double attack, yeah, we're gonna go 8 double. So we can use one of the Ezo effects, and then so this is and then there. But okay, we just decide not to. And then yeah, I think we do 6 and 7. I think those numbers make
Yeah.
sense.
Probably swing into this Ezo if you really wanted to, but the thing is that we can just discard a card either way for counter or for Ezo's effect. I wouldn't hate not swinging with the Emporio too, but I think we're probably swinging with it.
Yeah, we got enough value from just applying pressure. So it looks like we 2K out. And then yeah, we're gonna go with the Emporio as well. And we only have 3 cards in hand for Odin, so again with Ezo's effect, we can get out of anything no matter what. We'd have to make them pitch a card, but yeah, at that point, I think yeah, we just pressure the 5 cost, I guess, because it's the same either way.
I think that's what's happening here. You just kind of guarantee 1 card.
Yeah, and I think Alex is just explaining. Yeah, at the end of turn, I can use my leader effect that says if I'm at 0 cards, I get to draw 2, and then I can use my Inazuma effect. Oh, are we getting rid of it?
Oh wow! I wonder what's in our hand. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Just pitch one, right?
Yeah,
Just pitch one. That way, at least to have some attackers for these bodies on board. Or if you're feeling frisky, swing at their face. But oh
oh
man,
man, yeah, that's
I'm
not
I'm
great.
super confused. I would definitely save that. I don't think any of those cards in your hand are worth it.
All right, and so this turned out to be like just peak Emporio board here. This is kind of like where we want to be. I mean, we're at 9 Dawn, but we casually have what 26, 27 cost of cards on the board,
Yeah,
and 4 of them are 7Ks.
I
That's
hear
pretty
it's called the
disruptive.
the Blue Gecko Moria.
Yeah. I think you're thinking Dofi. I think I don't know if I give that to Emporio.
I don't think Delphi has ever played this many cards for.
Maybe not this many larger cards.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. Well, a bunch of threatening things on board. We casually drew 4,
Mm-hmm.
so really
Yeah.
showcasing the power of the small boost that Emporio gets from this email one set.
Yeah. I was I'm not trying to call him up, but I was testing some Emporio, and I had someone in my chat be like, "Is Inazuma really worth it?" Yes,
Yes,
1,000%. Yes, it is
the fact that
very
Inazuma
good.
also has a counter power is
Mm-hmm.
kind of crazy.
Also, you might notice it's not restricted to a deck, so you can any blue deck can run this card. It's not
That's true.
restricted to Impel Down at all.
Yeah, it's pretty cool because you can kind of just sit there as a 7K. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, 7K and 6 is pretty hard to get rid of. So, like most decks, like obviously Sakazuki might have a easier time, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's pretty cool.
All right, so this is
9K
9 or 10. Do they attach 3 down or 4?
looks like 3,
Okay.
so it should be 9.
Yeah, and looks like it's probably attacking to the Luffy. You got a 2K, 1K to get out of it. But yeah, I think this when you're able to just get so much tempo out of here, um, Odin just cannot keep up with this.
I totally agree. I totally agree. I mean, this is the thing where most decks can't keep up with this. Like even if you really think about the top decks right now, like the most they can do, like Ekamori and Sakazuki, is maybe remove two of these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And any other deck, it would be this situation where okay, well, you have a bunch of stuff. You have four cards that have to defend with, and the falling turn with Inazuma still on field. You could go through the same exact process.
Yeah,
So pretty annoying to deal with. And with this one card out, not threatening double attack anymore, I don't know. We're going to be playing for four, maybe a Horori, and get into another 5-drop.
that's probably our best case, and I don't know though. We just have such few cards. Oh, we got a Kid and Killer. Okay. But we still have 3 cards left in our life, so this is only a 5K attacker.
Yep.
And oh, just passing. Okay, all right. I was ready, like I was on my unmute button, like, hey, please remember that, because this late in the game, in my head, like, oh, Kid and Killer's a 7K attacker every time, but
For sure.
Emporio likes to keep a high life total, which messes that up quite a bit.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying, actually. But that's all right. We're going to see if you can kind of navigate through this next turn as Odin. But it's not looking too hot, right? Like I don't know.
I think
I
the
don't know.
decision too is that, I mean, if we can pressure down this Ezo pretty successfully, I think. I mean, they have, I think, 3 cards in hand. We can do 3 7K swings that require 3 cards out of hand, and then go from there, and just add 2 to our leader and get rid of it. If we have another Luffy, that's pretty rough.
Let's see. That'd be pretty annoying, actually.
Yeah,
A Luffy, because I'm just looking at the King Killer. I was like, oh yeah, you are a 4 cost, huh?
You'd be able to bounce it back. It sets your hand back down to 0, so you draw 4 at the end of turn.
Yeah. Yeah, that would probably be the perfect card here. I mean, we still have enough Dawn for it, at the very least, but I think we're trying to focus on getting rid of this Ezo, and also punishing if you do protect it with your hand size. And that's the difficult part that we're
Mm-hmm.
going through right now. Do I want to get rid of a few cards where I'm looking down 2 more 7K swings again? Oh wow.
All right, so we're discarding Rad Beam off the effect of Ezo, and then 1K there. So I mean, we're good. Just we have 2 more 7Ks, and they have 1 card in hand, so we can get rid
I
of that
mean,
pretty easy.
oh, definitely. And I think it's just like diminishing returns. I think that's the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you start defending stuff like this, it's just tough. I think you just go 7,
You just
man.
go 7, right? Like with
Yeah,
1
you
card
just
in
go
hand, yeah,
7. You
just go
don't
7.
you don't have to do this. All
That's
right, well,
all right.
put him on a 2K, I guess. That's fine. Let's see how much Dawn we have still. We have
Looks like
6 Dawn on the right.
one,
Yeah,
two,
6 Dawn.
three, 4. Yeah,
Okay. Hopefully we're playing something, so that way we get the Izu effect.
yeah, or the Inazuma, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and with 5 Dawn, sorry, 6 Dawn,
6, yeah. Another one?
another
Oh.
Luffy. Oh, discarding 2 to put the Kid and Killer back in the hand,
Oh my god, my man had
and
everything.
then drawing 4. Whew.
He had everything.
It's easy when you draw 4 or 5 cards
I
every
mean,
round. Right, 1 for
that's
turn and then 4.
that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, what's their best card? Like Donkey
Nothing.
Doflamingo stuns 3 of these, but even then,
Nothing.
okay,
Because
all right.
you have a 5K swing after, and you just get double attacked, which doesn't matter, obviously. But I'm just
Mm-hmm.
saying. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that Oda can do here. You can maybe okay,
All
yeah,
right, that's a start. You would have
sure,
loved to see a 5 cost remain on the board, but it's fine.
yeah, yeah. That's the cool part, doing the cool play. This is just gonna be a simple 7K swing, which you can swing leader, sure, but Yevokov will happily discard two to get down to a lower hand size.
Mm-hmm. And we're leaving open, and we did see the Rad Beam last turn, so it could be in the deck. Oh, we're discarding 3 cards. Sure.
That's disrespectful.
We are okay with this.
That's crazy. All right, well, pretty much where we want to be as Emporio. Only 4 cards in hand for Odin, and we're gonna, yeah, we're just gonna swing it out.
I think that's true. I mean, we have 2 cards in hand. If they're bad cards, we can use Luffy to refresh them. Um, yeah, it doesn't really matter. They're a 7K leader when we already have 4 7Ks established on the board.
True that. Swing with double attack for dominance.
Perhaps. We're gonna go an interesting 8 at leader.
He
To,
might, yeah, he might be swinging out for eights for all of these attacks. I think that's what that.
but he's just a 7K, right? So okay, well,
Oh,
we do
yeah.
not have a 2K. Got it.
Okay.
Understood.
Well,
Another
very
another 8 seems good.
awkward. Very
Yeah.
awkward swings here. Here you go. There you go.
All right,
With the
choosing Emporio
Emporio.
to end the game, and we're gonna get there. So we knew that Kid and Killer was one of the cards in hand.
Yep.
No Rad Beam, and looks
Yes,
like
indeedy.
Alex is going to continue this tournament 2-0 with Emporio.
Very cool. That was sick. You draw 4 twice. What do you do against that?
Yeah. I will say this is probably one of the better matches for Emporio in the fact that they really don't have a way to remove your Inazuma or Luffy outside of attacking it. So you are pretty safe to have those just hang around, right?
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that for sure. It's pretty interesting and a very good showcase again of the small boost that
Mm-hmm.
Emporio gets, and happy to see it.
Yeah. And real quick, I see in chat, if you have 2 on board, no, because you have to have 2 or less cards in hand. So the second one will see that you're at 4, at resolution. So that would be super busted. But no, it's just, I mean, for considering how good in most card games draw 4 is, it is the most balanced way I think they could implement it.
Yeah, I think in this game particularly for
Just
sure.
yeah, but I think the card is great. I've been enjoying it, and definitely the fact that it's made me re-sleeve Emporio, I think it's been very strong for the deck.
Whoa.
So let's go back to us real quick.
Sure.
We've got about 10 minutes left in the round. Do you want to try to see if there's another game we can jump into? That's kind of like my benchmark for not disrupting players as they are nearing time.
Too bad I'm going through every table, disrupting each one of them. So
Gotcha. All right, so we'll get Brian there. So we'll see if we can get another game real quick as he searches. While we have it for you guys, what are some leaders that you guys are wanting to see? We're entering round 3. Usually, round 4 is kind of like the cutoff for a suboptimal deck running really hot. So um, we can get a little bit more creative with those choices usually, and then kind of have to be more standard after that. But
mm-hmm.
and in our head, I think Purple Yellow Croc was the one that we wanted to see going into round 3. Since there
Yeah.
are a couple dozen people on it today.
It's a good amount. It's a good amount. A little less than 30.
Let's see.
About 58 Luffy's. There's a few of everything. Also, if you want to jump into 94, there's a Whitebeard versus Reiju, and I don't think I've seen this matchup in a very long time. So I mean that's something. That's
Sure.
something right
And
there.
they've got some pretty clean setups. So here,
Yeah,
let's jump
they
over there
do.
real quick. All right. So on table number 94, do you got the names, Brian?
Nar.
All right. Well, we tried.
Well, I'll double check.
We've got Charles Newman on the top with the Newgate. And then on the bottom, we have Darian, who is on the Reiju.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Reiju is just like it's a really cool deck, and I wish it wasn't just so rough into red purple law.
Hmm.
That's I think a
I
lot of people would say that.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. I think that's one of the reasons why people don't play Reiju, or probably aren't going to be playing Reiju in this set in the next, because Starter Deck 10 Law is going to be kind of crazy.
Yes, yes, it is. It's I think generically one of the best leaders in the game right now, and it's not going to change anytime soon. As you mentioned, there's a lot of people on it. I have all of the leaders right now. This is not a it won't get a perfect number, but I'm gonna go through those right now. So we have a number. Man, we have 50-ish people on red purple Luffy, which is really. Oh no, this started like
No,
13. Yeah,
that yeah,
yeah.
Starter Deck 13. I just literally just double checked. So it's 8 people on Starter Deck 10 Luffy, and then 58 on Starter Deck 13 Luffy. But then the Law players on Starter Deck 10, Starter Deck 10 Law is quite a lot as well. So as soon as you get that, people will know.
Yeah, I'm counting as best as I can right now. With 1,000 players, I'm gonna need a lot of fingers and toes to get there.
Thankfully, Google Sheets and Excel will do most of the work
Yeah,
for you.
yeah. All right, I'm cheating. All right, you got me. You got me. You got me.
Also, our Reiju player looks like it's freezing.
That's what I get for complimenting their setup.
Yeah, you really tried.
I am like, man, look, we got some good setups. It looks great.
Wait, does he have cookies from Trader Joe's on the left?
I think you'll find it's there, right?
Oh, I guess so. Yeah. Well, we are still thinking as our Reiju player after a little bit of a hiccup. Two white beards and three white beards. Oh boy, three white beards in a row is pretty good as Whitebeard, I gotta say. And we're just chilling now.
Also, so rule of we have about 10%, a little bit over 10% of the field, maybe closer to 15% is red purple law. It seems like,
That's pretty good.
and not too bad.
That's pretty crazy, actually. Pretty crazy.
I don't know if it's the same person every time, but there's always like one Proma Uta. I don't even know if they chose the wrong Uta on the drop down, but
No, they're very committed.
they gotta be. All right. And also, so of Reijus, we only have, I think you said like 10, right?
Reju's? No, I didn't check that one.
We have about
Actually.
10 is the number I will
Okay.
tell you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I said last week, I'm very interested to see the numbers and the comparisons about those kind of things. And like I said, Law and L, those are my two picks as far as the biggest difference. I think an L has a good amount of them in this tournament. Not like a whole ton, but a
We have
good
over
amount.
100, it seems. So
That's a good amount,
that's a good
actually.
amount. Yeah.
That's a really good amount. It's pretty cool. How do you beat back to back nine beards? You don't. No.
You asked them to put it back to one.
Yeah, card's kind of cracked. Still is. But we're trying. We're trying as Reiju. We're playing some bodies on board. It's just like we're just kind of playing with ourselves right now because none of this matters, right? We can't remove the 9 drops. He's an AK leader, and with a low amount of Dawn available to us, like there's literally not much we can do as Reiju.
Yeah, the only thing that helps this matchup is that standard Reiju usually runs like 2 copies of Pudding on average, and so being able to reset a Whitebeard hand like that is really strong. But again, a third copy hitting the board is disgusting.
I totally agree. Someone said pray for a power outage. Okay, let's not
Let's
put
not
that on
commit a
our
felony.
players. Please don't mess with state property. Oh, we're taking the 6K. Hold on. Do you have a trigger? No, we don't. Taking the 6K, which means we're probably taking the 10K, but we're blocking it first. Another 10K comes down.
Also, note to self: there are 3 iceberg players. I need to see how they're doing.
Incredible. No, don't do this to the Ezo. Okay, I was about to say. All right, well, we took it down with 3 Whitebeards in a row.
Yeah.
Not much to talk about there,
We'll go back to us
unfortunately.
real quick. Yeah, that is
Sure.
that's what happens in that matchup sometimes. It's just like if you're able to stabilize, and I think like Reiju gets a good amount of pressure, but um, I think you have to find your 7 cost rusher. If you don't find your
Yeah.
Ichis, you're in a bad spot.
Yeah, him and a well-timed judge might be pretty good.
Sure.
I think it like overall, that matchup and as well as like Law, which I'd imagine like the Whitebeard players kept in mind. Um, it's kind of hard to get around around an 8K leader when all your attackers are like 5K or 6K, right?
Yeah.
So the commitment that it takes for both Reparable Law and as well as Reiju, I would say is a pretty big one against Edward and Gate. So it's looking like a pretty good, not really anti pick, but definitely a bit of a French deck that's going to have pretty decent matchups like that one.
Yeah. All right. I have a general statistics. The sheet that we have has people doing resubmissions, so um, there are some double counting, so we'll have to like percentage it down a little bit. But yeah, we have probably over 200 people in Sakazuki today. Second most popular is Trafalgar Law, taking probably about 15% of the room. Moria just over 100, Anel just over 100, and then dropping down to Uta, Katakuri, Stardeck, Luffy, the third of the black yellow one, and Yamato being like the 4 after that.
Yeah,
But the big 4 for today: Sakazuki, Trafalgar Law, Gecko Moria, and Anel are the most popular.
makes sense. Makes sense.
So let's see. But I don't think anyone's playing Queen. Like some fringe decks that I saw, like we and I don't know how they're doing. We've got a couple of what is it? Like Iceberg. We have some people on Linlin. We've got some Zoro and Sanjis. We have some Dofis, both the green purple one and the blue one. Because green purple technically did get some new cards too, which we can see how they're doing. Only like 7 people on Nami, which is pretty low. Normally we get a little bit more than that on the deck. And yeah, not a lot of on Rage. Like 16 people on Perona, some purple yellow Crocs, which we're gonna make sure to check in on. But
Mhm.
that's kind of the general idea for what it looks like.
Yep, it's pretty interesting, if anything. Kind of expected of what people wanted to play, and
Mm-hmm.
honestly, Law is a pretty good deck. And
Yeah.
if you have a decent, if you know how to pilot well, and if you draw pretty decently, which is easier now
Mm-hmm.
in the deck, you're gonna have a pretty good time. And it does have, in my opinion, a pretty favorable matchup against Sakazuki. Gekamori might be a little harder, and maybe Katakuri might be a little harder, but I think it can beat out Enel. And I think it can beat out a couple other decks too, like that.
Yeah. And there are about 50 yellow, black yellow Luffy's today. I don't. I think I mentioned that, but I think I said like Star Deck Luffy. So,
Right.
but we're going to try to find a match. We'll see what's still left undefeated on some of the fringe decks. See if there's any good matchups. Next round should be starting in like probably under 10 minutes. So
Very soon.
yeah, give us a couple minutes, and we'll be back with round number 3. We'll be right back. All right, we do have for you guys table number 35. It's going to be the red purple law versus the yellow and purple crocodile.
Yeah, I mean, this could go either way. I think with Law, they can play quite a lot of things. Obviously, we have access to now the Kid Killer and a couple of things. Obviously, still probably playing Zoro and a number of other like aggressive cards, and all of these are going to be pretty annoying for Croc. But Croc is no pushover. Over time, mid to late game, we can play a lot of bigger threats that Law can't really touch. And we have a good amount of defense through Blast Breaths, which is free. and a bunch of other cool purple cards that you might see. And of course, we're playing yellow. Like, don't forget all the annoying yellow things that we can run into still exist in Crocodile.
Yeah, and so we did hit a Miss Valentine off of our life, which goes down -1, which Croc's able to reimburse real quick. And then we're going to be able to look top 5 for a Broke Works, which is going to be the 8-drop one. So we want to get that out pretty soon, and that helps the deck out a lot.
Yeah, I think this is pretty cool. Got the body, got the search, got the next falling turn, which I think 5 is a little awkward for Yellow Purple Croc, right? Or 4 is a little awkward for Yellow Purple Croc.
Yeah,
I guess there's some ramp cards you can play, but I'm interested to see what he does with his Dawn outside of just like attacking, I guess.
yeah.
I do believe this is the blocker, right? The 3 cost Shuria, I believe, or did I get it wrong?
Yes,
I
I
think that's
believe.
the alt art for it.
Yes, I believe you're correct. So, pretty obnoxious card if it's able to stick on the board. Very good at blocking, and also not too shabby at attacking either. Especially with so many leaders getting like their being able to boost up their leader power. It's strong in a lot of ways.
Yeah, yeah, and also it completely just answered my question. Bonclay comes down on that 4 curve. One of the biggest reasons to play this deck, of course, just answered right into my face. So good to see that. And also, Law is no stranger to that too. So we might see that come down on their end as well. And we're actually swinging. We're actually swinging with the blocker here, getting the boost, which is pretty easy because the leader is at 5K. Just makes it a 5K. And just being a little aggressive here. Get out with a 1K counter, which is nice. And what else we got? We have a 6K swing, looks like. Bit of an awkward number. But we're getting through this hand. 2K comes out. And I think Law's doing it right, where we're going to be able to get through the hand while we can, and just swing as much as we can as well, because we know that the bigger bodies is where Crocodile wants to be and play. Just thinking 4 here, not quite at that 2 less life. Maybe that's what we're trying to swing into to play this Kid Killer. But I believe we're just going to play a Beppo, which is better, I think, in this situation.
Yeah, especially since there are like some trickery where we go Dawn minus, but we're almost always going to be behind the Croc when it comes to Dawn, and then playing the Sachi and Penguin out afterwards, get the 2 Dawn back, and the removal. Yeah, obviously Bond Clay can be very easily removed by the red purple law.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's what the thing is here. What we're trying to figure out what the right Dawn usage is. And honestly, this is not bad. We got the Beppo. Going to be able to get that extra Dawn here. Also, swing with this. Swing with this 2 costs. Only 2K. It's going to be a 6K swing into our, I guess, the leader. I'm surprised we didn't swing into the blocker. And not really much else to do. I'm guessing we're just going to swing 8 into the blocker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that'd be a good idea, honestly.
Yeah, and just the pass, which it's unfortunate we're at 7 Dawn right now. 8 Dawn would have meant we could have played our big Croc, but we are at
Mm-hmm.
3 life. The red purple law doesn't have like a super wide board right now, and not too terrible.
Yeah. I mean, we went second, which I think for first or second is fine, depending on the deck list. Like Miss All Sunday is there, and now Bonclay is around as well. Bonclay going first on 5, we bring you to 6 and go to 8 right after. So maybe that's kind of where our curve is. I mean, there's other cards too. There's Big Mom we can play on 7. I guess we just don't have that or play it. Um, and yeah, I mean, there's options for a yellow purple croc. We're just not seeing them and taking this life. And this is good. We get that extra Dawn back. I, lo- I love the little switcheroo. That was pretty good. And we're just gonna get the I believe this is a new card, right? Am I wrong on this?
Which one?
It, it is Okama Way.
Oh yeah. So this one's kind of like the card to run in the deck. If you do not know this card exists, you will lose to it because it kind of switches how one piece works. If you play Dragon Ball, it reads like a Dragon Ball Super kind of counter, but you just switch the target to one a different card. So if you put like Tenda on your leader trying to swing for game, you can say, "All right, cool, Okama Way, switch it to a Miss Valentine. My turn now," and you lose. So it kind of just forces your opponent to do like it's very difficult to go all the way in on an attack when this card could lose you the game on the spot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very unique card in itself, right? I think it's pretty cool. Again, another piece of cool support for Yellow Purple Crocodile. And yeah, just like you said, hopefully he doesn't run into it. But we're gonna go ahead and play this Reiju. Do have 4 in hand, so we're gonna be able to draw 2, which is pretty nifty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is like one of the like unintentional supports for the deck where it's not it just happens to work with it. Red Purple Law was needing card draw in the first place, and it just has a lot of synergy with the deck in general.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
All
Also
right.
makes it a little harder for the actual Reiju, but okay, we're doing some stuff.
Yeah, and this is the kind of wide board that I'm more used to seeing from Red Purple Law, and a little bit tricky for Croc to handle this. So we are at we're going to 2 life down to 1. We have a trigger off of the Miss Double Finger, so we go Dawn -2, but we get to get 1 back.
Yeah.
And
Um,
go from there.
only 1 card in life though.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
pretty
that's
scary.
not too big of a deal when we can get life back, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we still got to be careful because these are a lot of attacks, and unless we have something that gives us a a turn based boost, these 5k attacks are gonna hurt. And it's not like we can remove all of them either.
Yeah, I mean we are able to play 8-drop Croc. The biggest issue with that is that they have their copy of 4 cost Bond Clay on board, so that's a free 9k attack due to it. And that's pretty rough. So maybe if we have like Yamato is like the best card for us to play right now, since we'd be able to get rid of like the Bond Clay and heal one. But attaching 1 Dawn immediately means we do not have that card.
Correct. Bit of a bummer. Um, I don't know what you could do here now. Actually, we're just so behind on our field. And sure, we can put like a big mom out, but like they can happily trash a card on their end. So the math is not mathing here. I am interested to see. Oh, this could be a 7k swing. Maybe it's to the Beppo, if I had to take a guess.
Yeah, but oh now we're not even playing Crocodile. That's that's pretty nasty. Like, so what is our best play now? Play like maybe, yeah, Kiko Nojo and then get a redirect perhaps.
Right.
That's still not
Um,
great.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we still have the call away. I mean, we have 1 life.
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest issue, and this Kiko Nojo kind of doesn't matter in law, right? Like we don't don't really care about it. Like one raise max or Garden, which by the way, we didn't counter out that last attack, which means we probably have one or two of them in hand
Mm-hmm.
on average. Can get rid of this Kiko Nojo pretty easily.
Yeah,
So
I do agree. And maybe just thinking, my thought, they're probably thinking, okay, do we do the Bond Clay attack first so we can make it a a 6K off of copying the Kiko Nojo and then make it a 7? But even then,
yeah, just looking super tough. Super tough.
yep, there's the raise max as you said though. Yep. So leader effect for red purple law, in case you do not know, which you're gonna find out one way or the other, I think, in the next couple weeks, is that activate main. You can choose something cost 3K or less, put at the bottom of the opponent's deck, and then you get to play a 4 cost or less from your hand for free at a Dawn -3 cost. So pretty good at removing cards. Very good at removing cards without hitting their on KO effects, which you will do with the Kiko Nojo. So yeah, we're gonna do the -3. Bottom like the Kiko Nojo so it doesn't get its on KO effect. And then we're gonna play out another Reiju, which, oh man, 2 more card draw. It's pretty
Mhm.
nasty.
It's kind of like that please stop kind of thing.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
I would just love for this to stop happening.
Yeah. I think unfortunately we had to play out 8-drop Croc just for like the life potential for it, but looks like yeah. I will say, I mean what, unless they were worried about the Okama way on the Bond Clay effect attack, I think it's probably still just better to attack with Bond Clay first. Make it a 7K.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, just get that boost where you can. I mean, you really don't get anything like beneficial otherwise. Like you still have two or three Dawn open, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
um, yeah, just swing it with it, get the boost anyway, and then go from there. It should be okay. But we're now at 0 life, so it's kind of getting scary.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see as our purple yellow croc in general. Yeah, I think it's pretty fair that this matchup can be pretty tough. If Yamato hit the board last turn, I think we had a really good shot to maybe stabilize, but without it, they are going to continue to hit with these good numbers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're gonna use Okama Way. Gonna redirect into there to get out of a 6K attack, and then another 6. I think we're reading that there's no 2Ks left in hand. Oh, that one we played. Yeah.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
fixed.
we
Yeah.
just played that one.
Yep. 7K. And
Oh
not quite
no!
there, unfortunately.
Yeah, Law was just a little too quick
Mm-hmm.
for our yellow purple crocodile player. We just didn't get anything of substantial value. So that's a big bummer, real big bummer on this matchup. And on paper, looks pretty hard, but I think there was a chance to stabilize and as well as to get out of the hole, but just didn't get there this time.
Yeah. So unfortunate for our purple yellow croc, but yeah, I think that kind of just shows the power of the Star Deck 10 law as it is, and no worries, we'll definitely see more throughout. So we can go back to us real quick. We got
Mm-hmm.
20 minutes left in round, so we can probably find another game to go to
Sure,
for this one. But let's see,
should be no issue.
what else do we got? We're jumping through tables.
Yeah, yes. Um,
Um, this game looks close to the end. I see like there's a black yellow Luffy who's still undefeated. We have a Moria. We have some Sakazukis, believe it or not.
Nami.
We
But
have
it's
Nami.
yeah, but it's going against Law, which is just hard.
That is difficult for the deck.
Yeah, probably wrong time to play Nami. I think we have a Yamato versus Uta, but I think that's almost done. We have oh my god, he's playing Straw Sword.
Let's see. Um, we have a. I don't know. The hardest thing is just trying to find a game that still has a little bit of game left in it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Not a whole ton, I think. Ooh, this one looks silly. Jump in table 56 and tell me what you think.
All right, let's see what table 56 is all
This looks silly.
about. Yeah, it sure does. We can go to this one. Let's go over there. All right. So we have a Star Deck Uta versus an Enel. I think generally Uta has a good matchup for this. We do see an 8-drop kid at the bottom of life, so no doubt that Katakuri got the removal of that one.
Mhm.
Let me get our names of our players real quick.
I mean, as it stands for this one so far, I think I don't know. I mean, like just pure life. We have a 4 life Uta, and they're in the late game with a pretty big hand. So, I mean, that's pretty good. I like. What more can you ask for as a Uta player? I think.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, that's how I see it. I think they're in the lead. I think there's only so much that Anel can do, but he does have a board, and he does have a few different things to that he has access to. He needs that one. So a few Yamatos in these falling turns might be pretty good, but looks like we're trying to get around these swings first.
And I'm getting these names for you guys. So we have on the top we have Elon on the Star Deck 11 Uta. And then on the other side, we have Alexander,
Mm-hmm.
who is on the Enel. Yeah, this is kind of like a weird matchup where, again, like I think Uta has like this really great early game pressure, and if we're able to capitalize on it, we're in a good spot. But now that we're in a spot where Enel can just play a big body every turn,
Mm-hmm.
it's pretty scary. They have one blocker up with the new Shirahoshi, so they can't really go for game right now.
Mm.
And I don't know, it stinks with that useless kit at the bottom, and we have so many resources that we could have that are just kind of locked away right now.
Yeah, life total looking pretty good for Uta. Hand total looking pretty good, but outside of that, we're still dealing with 2 AK swings.
Yeah.
This very annoying blocker that we can arrest, which is good. Um, and an ace that can probably come down next turn as well, or a Yamato.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of one of the reasons, or one of the many reasons, why people are playing an L right now. New 2 cost blocker. When it does get removed by skill, you get to gain life, which is pretty annoying for an L,
Yes.
especially.
Now
Um,
Uta doesn't really have ways. Uta has a ways to get around this with like backlight, resting it instead. But
yeah.
as a cheap blocker, it's pretty obnoxious in this situation here.
Oh, definitely. 100%. So, I mean, yeah, we're really trying to figure out the best way to navigate this. Um, I mean, even if you do put down something like a cost kid, what then? You know?
Yeah, because you don't really have the tools to defend it against all of these larger bodies that are already on board. So
Mm-hmm.
the other thing is that Uta generally doesn't have a lot of rush cards. If you want to attack more than once, you have to use I'm Invincible. But looks like if we're able to set them down to 0, I think that's the best way to do it and set up our own board.
Yeah, I suppose so. We could easily block this. Considering I mean, like backlight does get it to trigger, but like I would think that Uta's gonna rest it before it pops it.
Yeah.
But we're gonna go and take it. Looks like, and a beige
Oh
will
yeah, stop the
keep the
leader
leader.
for sure. Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, that's probably one of the reasons why they swung this way, to kind of play that. And honestly, let's get the beige out now,
Mm-hmm.
because like if we're on a I'm invincible play, I much rather have it now than when I'm doing that.
Yeah. The kind of unfortunate thing about this too is that this prevents you from drawing a card, which is maybe the more important thing that you wanted to do.
That's true.
But you can afford to go a little bit wider here. If you've got like another 7 cost Luffy, that's pretty good. Establish another body on board.
I
Uh,
mean, he might 10 drop. I don't know. That's the thing.
Uh,
He might do that instead.
maybe.
He's really playing with the Don though. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
four
That's
cost
nuts.
Law, or sorry, not Law, Zoro
Zoro, yeah.
into maybe like an Usa. Oh no,
Uta.
another Uta,
Yeah, it's Uta.
and then
3 4.
four in hand, two blockers.
Nothing. 3 for nothing.
Yeah, but
We can't restand the Luffy either.
no.
Oh man. Okay. Well, the Luffy's gone.
Yeah.
I think the
Um,
Luffy's gone.
it's either that or we play a 9 drop Yamato, get another heal, and get rid of probably a blocker. But yeah, okay. I think this is right. Yeah, we swing probably 9 into the Luffy. This is probably going to get a block from one of the Utas.
Hmm. Okay. I don't know. I think we just let go that Luffy. In my opinion.
It's the fact is that it's a blocker, yes, but I think the bigger thing about it is that it's helpful to try to go for game next turn too.
Right. I do agree with that. I don't know. Just gonna be a lot of bigger swings here. And I guess if you have the hand to get around it, I guess this isn't like terrible.
Mm-hmm. All right. So yeah, going 7 into again Luffy again. We haven't invested any Dawn. We could block this again too, but yeah, this really rough. That I think like last turn we probably should have started attacking with Uta first, just to get the card draw, and then if we hit beige, it would have just hit the Luffy, and it would have been active, so we'd have better chance to keep it around. But
Mm-hmm.
looks like a 2K Sanji to save the Luffy once again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 6 to lead. You're taking that like immediately.
I
Oh please, thank you. That's so
appreciate
kind.
that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah,
Yamato.
Chikunojo is a good card, but it's the worst of the 5 that we have presented, and Yamato is going to get that heal.
Oh man. Okay. Well, all right, a little sure. Thank you. A little swing there. We're gonna go and pass back over. 2 life and a blocker and a bunch of big attacks. Not what we want to see as Yuta.
No.
And I have a feeling, we joined before it or after it that the ACOS category putting that uh 8 drop kid into life is probably what turned the game. That's my guess.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're thinking 2 lives quite a bit. When it's technically 3 life, it's a lot. Or at least 3 chances for a really good trigger. 2 on the life already, and 1 from the top of deck.
All the
And
same, right?
yeah, it's all really the same. And next turn, they just have so many bodies that they can just hit over the Eustace kid if they want to. So
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I think Anel stabilized. I think they've gotten this one.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think that's the thing. Like I said, we saw the advantage of Uta being a high life total, but like these bodies on board, and now the life recovery for Enel has really just made it so difficult for our Uta player.
Yeah, and that's kind of like why I like just taking hits early, just because it just gives me more defense tools, and it helps me out. Because again, like almost always, I'm like, all right, my game plan is play 8 drop kid and defend it and see how that goes.
Yeah, but when you get 8 drop category,
That is true. I would not
doesn't feel
deny.
great.
All right,
Yeah.
we get a Brook. All right, we got prayer hands. All
Hoping
right.
for the best.
Yep. We got big six went in. Now we're
Yep.
down to one, which
Sure.
probably means they have another Yamato in hand, but we'll see.
Okay.
I mean, I won't lie. I think Anel's just so far ahead as is, but I mean, another Yamato to get another heal, get rid of the Uta blocker, like it's great.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it's not even like how far he's ahead. It's just how does Uta even navigate further, right?
Yeah.
That's the issue for me.
I mean, I think with 9 present, I think we're thinking about playing 8 drop kid. It's going to be really difficult to defend it on this board. And yeah, we're going to go 7 to life. We're just going to block with Shirahoshi. Again, probably lining up that Yamato's going to hit the board and we need space for it. And yeah, paying 8. Yeah, Eustace Kid coming back at it.
Mm-hmm.
Playing a blocker off it. So this is pretty good. This is not bad. And then we also have a way to discard a card for the Luffy to get that back. So, for what it is, this is probably the best we could ask for. I don't think it's enough, but it's a solid try.
Yeah. I mean, 3 cards in hand, but we do have blockers. We're gonna try to block off these 8, 9, and 8K swings at the very least. We might get lucky to be able to counter out one of them. And I don't know. It's yeah, this is still pretty tough. But we did buy some time, like you said. It's a good effort.
I think there's a good chance we don't lose this turn, but that doesn't mean we win on the turn
Win.
afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, playing to not lose versus playing to win is definitely tough as a balance.
Mm-hmm.
If we can keep the Luffy, the kid, and I'm invincible in hand, we might have a chance next turn.
Yeah. I mean, we have 2 cards in hand. I think basic math means we get there. Oh, never mind. But we got another Yamato. Getting rid
Okay,
of
why not?
the 3-drop blocker.
Why not? Why not?
We're gonna go, yeah, Big 10. We're gonna probably block with Blue No with that pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess an 8 and hope they don't have a 1K or 2K in hand. And they do have a 2K. There is an opening for Uta to win this though. Now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Which is good. This is pretty much what I was saying before. If you have this, then you're going to be in a better place than most situations, I think. And I think it's because you did play the E drop, and the amount of blockers that we have is really, really doing us some favors. We are taking this one.
Yeah.
No trigger, thankfully.
And also, I do want to mention, I think we could have been more aggressive, like better numbers with the Yamato last turn. I don't think we had to put Dawn on the 9-drop. I think putting 2 on the ace or making some like more 8s and 9s would have just meant more cards out of hand. We could have put them down to 0 or gotten rid of the
Mm-hmm.
Luffy blocker too.
Yeah, I think more eights is better than anything else, for sure. Just doing a little Dawn math. I mean, if we have I'm invincible, so be it. We're gonna try to go for it. I think one of the 2 lives we're gonna see here as of now being a beige might ruin all the plans, but I don't think you have any other plan, right?
No, I don't think we do. I think we have to just go with big numbers, hope that there's not a Sanji blocker, a 200 million volts, a you're the one who should disappear, a beige,
Okay,
uh,
relax.
in in those 2. All right, big 9. Are just enough 2Ks in hand, which 2K, 2K, I think that's another 2K or 1K. Regardless, that
Yeah,
is 10. So
correct.
now we need 2 copies of I'm Invincible
And for them to go through,
and for them to go through. Yeah.
that's possible. You only have 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
2 7K swings might do it, or 3. right?
Three.
Yeah, 3 7K swings.
They would be. I think they're three 8K swings because we have three. We have three dons for leader, and then two sixes.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. But I mean, it has to be these last two cards, which is a hard ask.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Eight. Top card. I'm invincible. It is a Nami, which is a draw. All right. Reject to get a draw, and then we also get to heal. Discarding a thinking.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. We're not going to use that. Three Dawn for I'm invincible. But I don't unless the I mean, we know one card in hand is Nami, right?
Mm, yes. From the leader.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the other two have to be I'm invincible, which if we're not just going for it, means we don't have it.
So it's a bit of a shame.
Yeah, and Nami, maybe this can find like a Bluno. Just be another blocker for us. All right, maybe that can find us another Bluno. Yeah, we're digging deep for it.
um, even if right, like,
All right, found us a 2K, so that's fine. And then I don't know from here.
uh, well, let's see if he does.
Yep. Uh, yep. Three in hand. We're gonna pass from there.
Yep. We do have about 2 minutes left in regular time, so we have a bit of overtime. But honestly, I think we're good as an L, right?
Yeah, I think an L has this one at this point.
I mean, we still have 2 life. Still have to get through this kid.
Yeah.
2 open dawn is interesting at the very least, but we have more attacks than they do have cards in hand to
Mm-hmm.
defend. I mean, no
I
blockers.
I think if we don't attach any Dawn, there's a good chance that an L can still win this turn, though. That's
Right.
how confident I think an L should be feeling. Unless like literally the last card, the other card in life is like what Noah's Ark, which
Mm-hmm.
is suspect for many reasons. But
Who's playing that?
we're gonna go just big old 12 with Yamato, with three Dawn, and there goes the kid. Just five. Okay. Maybe we gotta get rid of it. That's the 2K chopper that we know we added to hand earlier. 7K with the ace. I'd probably do 9 with the Yamato, or 9 with the Linlin. They took that 9, they're going to take this 9, and that should be it.
I believe so.
Yeah, there's the one copy of I'm Invincible, and looks like there was
Two
Oh,
kids. Oh,
two.
this
Oh, man, that is rough.
it was one kid in life and one in hand. So,
That
oh boy,
is rough.
that is, and bit of an unfortunate end. When we hopped in there, we didn't know what was going on. But like I said, that turning point of the 8 cost category, putting the 8 cost kid into life, probably just shook Uta's world.
Yeah.
So all right, well, Anel takes that one.
Yep, for sure. So, yeah, I think they're saying I'm Invincible is pretty close, but didn't quite get there. But that's literally timing around, just
Mm-hmm.
bike ringed in our ear. So,
Yeah.
we have round 4 coming up next. We were watching a couple of green purple Dophies. I'm not sure if they won last round, so I'm going to check how they did.
Mm-hmm.
Our purple yellow croc that we watched ended up losing. I'm going to check the other one real quick while we're on the
Okay.
air. They unfortunately lost as well, so I don't think any purple yellow crocs are undefeated going into round 4.
Mm-hmm.
So
Bit of a bummer, but we did see one last round, so that's good. And maybe we can take a peek at some of these other decks.
I will say
Uh,
Alex with Emporio is still 3-0, so that's pretty big.
yeah.
I'm happy about that.
And the other Alex with an IS is undefeated with Red Purple Luffy.
All right. Well, I'm already looking it up. So looks like we do have one green purple Luffy still undefeated. So I think that's what we'd want to watch next one. Or green purple Dofi. My
I
apologies.
was like,
So
Green Purple Luffy.
yeah,
There's a
yeah,
Green
yeah.
Purple Luffy.
Sorry, I was too many double
Crazy.
Fs.
Wow.
So for the start of the match, red purple law beat yellow purple Dofi or crocodile. Jeez. And then also we had Anel just beat Uta as well on our backup match. So
Mm-hmm.
we don't have a lot of time though left in round. I'm gonna say we've got a clean. I'm gonna say 8 minutes. We'll see if that's true or not, and we'll get back to us in round number 4. So anything from you, Brian?
No,
Cool.
let's keep going.
Great. All right, we'll be right back.
All right, welcome back. We are here for the next round in these this is why I don't intro. Top cuts, top cut One Piece treasure cup for the month of May. Over 1,000 people, or just about.
Just about,
And
yeah.
yeah, we've seen a lot of good EBO1 decks for the last few rounds, and it's been pretty cool.
Yeah.
A lot of cool support, a lot of law, a good handful of NL as well, as far as the changes from last week to this being legal. But how has it been in your opinion?
It's been good. We do have honestly like my favorite thing about like EBO1 is that we just have so many decks that I think people just want to jump into and try out. Like just so much stuff got new support and which I think most of it wanted it. I think a lot of them were fan favorites. Some of them were for less fan favorites, but I'm still happy that we were able to get the support for it. So
Mm-hmm.
it's really cool. And so we're going to another deck that got a little bit of support. It was pretty much a really good deck in OPO4 and kind of dropped off. It's the green purple Dofi.
Yeah, it had a really good showing when we had that very, very weird meta, but
Mm-hmm.
fun meta, when Whitebeard was banned and it wasn't banned overseas. So,
Yeah.
um, it had its time to shine. It's just, since then, like other decks have just kind of done a little bit better, and as well as just overall um, a better ceiling. But we're gonna see some cool stuff, I think, out of this green purple or green, yeah, green
Green purple.
purple
Yeah.
Dofi deck
Yeah.
versus yet another law.
Yeah. So let's they're setting up. Let's get over there real quick. Okie doke. We have for you guys again table 27. It's going to be round number 4. Both players undefeated. We've got Derek on the green purple Dofi versus Gunner on the red purple Trafalgar Law.
Yeah, I've seen the law a few times now. Haven't seen the green purple Dofi at all, and it's a very cool leader. Able to basically take advantage of all the cool event cards and some of the Don Quixote type of cards that we're going to see as well. And like I said, got a tiny bit of support. How about you remind us of what that is?
Yeah, it's one card that let me search my memory banks for what it is called real quick.
Sure.
It is clearly called the off white. So this is a Don Quixote Pirates 2 cost counter. Dofi is a leader that lets you get 2 Don back at the end of each turn, so it's pretty nice to have these 2 cost events. Give it to one of your leaders or characters plus 4k power for the battle. Then look at the top 3 cards of your deck, reveal up to one Don Quixote Pirates character, add it to your hand, then put the rest at the bottom of your deck. So pretty good, honestly. It's defense. It lets you draw cards, which is pretty tough for the deck, and yeah, generally a pretty good card.
Yeah, yeah. Tiny bit of support, but it will work. It'll do pig kind of thing where yeah, sure. I mean it is a little difficult. If we're playing some of the field packets still, we might be able to draw some cards, but I think this could be a good focus on the Don Quixote stuff, and we'll see if we get some Birdcage as well.
Yeah, that's another good card that would specifically be great as like an anti-meta card for this. All these law players who are hanging around with. They strictly really can't get out of this card, right? I'll bring it up real quick too. The Birdcage.
Sure.
It is
Yeah, it's
a
a
interesting card.
yeah, super annoying. Super annoying. And I might spoil a little bit, but we might see it in these upcoming
Hey, anything's possible.
yeah, we might, I don't know. I mean, it's anti-meta, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, super difficult cart for Law to get around. And that might be one of the reasons. Might be one of the reasons why our Delphi player ended up taking this deck in the first place.
Yeah, there are a lot of decks. I'd say another good meta deck, Gecko Moria. They do play cards that get out of it, but there's just so many four cost that we have, and yeah, just like the early like sugar into the copy of Baby Five to get some searches. So
Mm-hmm.
not doing a whole lot early game, but that's kind of what the deck wants to do. Sugar's interesting, where in this matchup it gets removed immediately, and it will get removed before you play the card off of
Yeah,
Law. So we do
rest
have
it,
this.
rest it.
Yeah, we got to do it. Yeah, we got him.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
It kind of does matter though, because you can attack into this, I think, pretty easy. But it is better than having that Bond Clay rested.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's interesting when I think about it, like more for Birdcage. That affects a lot of Gecko Moria's cards as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you just might not have a pretty like the most fantastic matchup for um something like an L,
Yeah.
right? So I don't know, we'll see. I think so far this is pretty much what we're expecting from both decks. Like you said, a little slow start for Dofi, and got the Bond Clay out for our uh, um, law player, but we're going to be able to go and use the new card right now
Yeah.
and whiff on it.
That's too bad. Hey, you know what? A free 4K though is still baseline really good, but it does stink to not see that. So,
Yes.
uh, and I guess we saved our baby number 5.
We definitely saved one of them.
Yeah.
I think it was baby one number 5, and we're bottom to hand. Okay. Well,
And we're gonna play Zoro. Oh, okay, and then we're just gonna be able to attack into the sugar. So
no, right. Okay.
still a little bit rough, but at least we were able to attack into the raise max with leader this turn, which will be nice. They're only at 3 Dawn, going to 5 next turn, and looks like they're probably gonna pass after that.
Right. Okay. Well, go right into Dofi's turn. Did we draw for turn? I think we did.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
And
Another baby 5.
why not?
We were just so good at searching the top 5 of our deck.
Well, we searched top 3 and we whiffed, so I don't know.
That's the difference, right? Top 5 is different, and looks like we get
Sure.
the 10 cost Doflamingo, which will be pretty good at locking down boards. Which it's pretty nice for this deck because they do attack a lot with it. We have 4 Dawn left over, so maybe we could play a blocker and attack into the raise max.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, if we have an Uta, that'd be pretty cool. That helps in this matchup too. They'll have to, use that raise max unless we swing into it, of course,
Mm-hmm.
to get rid of it. So, okay. Well, we're swinging into this Oro, I think.
Yeah, that's fine, I guess. Raise max is just the one like I think would get the most value, but for
Oh,
defense
sure.
purposes, getting rid of Zoro I think is just as fine, and having 4 left open too.
Well, I mean, we do play a lot of event cards, and one of them is Pug Gibson, so
That's true.
we might be able to just get rid of it then. Honestly, I wouldn't hate taking some life too here. I don't think there's like too big of a issue outside of maybe 4 cost law. to
Mm-hmm.
pop some cards out of hand, but you do want to have a sizable hand late in the game.
And we're immediately attacking with this raise max, so getting some removal on the baby number 5.
Mm-hmm. Could have saved it with Punk Gibson and popped the Bonclay technically,
True. I don't know if it was worth it or
or not the
not.
Bonclay, I guess itself, but
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
We're going to play the 4-cost Reiju, which again is going to draw 2 cards since we are behind on Dawn, since we're only at 5. And then a large 6 at leader. If we have Punk Gibson, I think it's worth it for the Bond Clay at this point.
Sure, but we don't.
But we don't.
Well, there goes that.
Yeah, we are going to 8 Dawn, though. So there are some pretty impactful green and purple cards for that kind of range. I know some people play like Eustace Kid, which I think can help this matchup as well, being a 6K leader compared to a 5K leader.
It's true. But I mean, we're on a kind of awkward amount of Dawn. I mean, we've seen some film cards, not a whole ton. The 7-cost Luffy might be one of them, depending. But it looks like we're gonna go in 6 into the raise max, and we're tapping 5 for this name escapes me, but it's the one that restands.
Yeah. Yes, it is. So it is right here. It is the Diamante. So this is pretty good. If
Yes.
we have 2 Dawn open, we get to restand if we have a Dawn attached to it. So really good at being probably like one of the better Don Quixote do Flamingo cards in this deck, especially since it can play around Birdcage too.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, because it affects everyone. Annoyingly.
Yes. And unfortunately, like we've looked at like probably the top half of our deck at this point, right? I think that's pretty fair.
I think we're really trying to find it,
And
and it might be in our life or
I don't
something.
think I've seen a Birdcage. If they
Yeah.
have, they decided not to do it. But I think we're approaching the territory where it's just getting there a little bit too late.
Yeah. Yeah. You definitely want to open with it, or at least play it off a little bit earlier. Make sure they don't restand and then pop everything at 10. Because like if you play it now or the next turn, really, I think you're gonna be at 10. So these two things are gone, but like doesn't really do too much for you.
Yeah.
Paul gets in here for sure this time. For sure this time.
You can keep saying it.
It's 100% going to happen right now. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
All right. In case you guys
Yeah,
haven't been
4
playing,
Dawn.
in case you haven't been playing since set 1 and you don't know what Punk Gibson is, for 2 you get to get a plus 4K and then you rest something that costs 4 or less. But we're instead using the Diamante 1K sugar, and now the Bond Clay can just do a free 6K pressure onto that the Diamante now too.
Correct. Which is why Pump Gibson was a Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if this gets a little better then.
All right. How many we got? 6 Dawn left. I think we got about 6 Dawn because there's 3 in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. 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 All right. So just where we wanted them. Now this Kitten Killer comes down with a 2-key or 7-key swing now with 2 life. We're gonna do it one more time. Let's try it out. And
And they
Bird
found
Cage.
something. Okay, a
Oh,
2K. That's fine.
yeah, that's pretty good.
Again, this is the new card that the deck got from EBO1. It is the off-white.
Off white. 4K power. Look at top 3, get a Don Quixote. And it looks like our Diamante is going to be bottom decked, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He does not have 3 life. He has 2.
Yeah, so that means it's pretty good at attacking
Yep.
big numbers.
Yep. Oh, that's not good.
No. All right, we need to see like Birdcage now,
Yeah,
because Birdcage would remove this entire board at this point.
correct. And maybe that's one of the reasons why we didn't swing with the
Bonclay.
Bonkley. I mean, I would have swung with it. I mean, you get a free 6 gate swing, right? Especially if you know you're gonna bottom deck the Diamante. So I don't
Yeah.
know.
All right, I think this is going to be Birdcage. Yeah, it is. So
Finally, good.
pretty good. If we have like a sugar to rest.
No, probably not Diamante if I had to take a guess.
Oh, a
Oh.
queen. Oh, so this okay. This is the tech. All right. All right. This is the play for the deck. So normally, so Birdcage says, end your turn. If you have 10 Dawn, you pop the card to pop all their cards.
Mhm.
With Queen, we go down to 9 Dawn because there's a 9 Dawn -1 effect. So
Correct.
Birdcage sticks around. We get to keep like they just can't have stuff on board anymore. And the only bad thing is that again, like that Bond Clay is still around to wreak havoc. But looks like we have like
Mhm.
7 cards in hand, 1 in life, and we're gonna get 2 Dawn back with our leader effect.
Right. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's very very strong. So now, kind of the thing you gotta worry about is that if you play anything, if you get use a sugar or anything like that, you will be able to get the removal of whatever they play on their turn. If you attack with anything with rush, you're gonna lose that again at the end of turn with Birdcage. So
Yep.
very strong.
Yep. So pretty much everything that Law plays, they're gonna lose. 10 drop Dofi is also a thing, but I mean, I think we're gonna place that. I don't really need that per se. Um, Bonkley might be able to do something here with little Dawn effort.
Yeah, but then you just lose it at the end of turn, right?
I mean, he's probably gonna lose it anyway. And like him just being just a 1K body, he's not really doing too much for you anyway.
Yeah.
Just sitting there. I yeah, I think you have to decide how you want to use your Dawn on
Mm-hmm.
these swings. Because like you said, any of these rush cards are just like non volley now because of the bird cage. And yeah, I feel like Birdcage is definitely earning its name.
Yeah, because I it looks like Gunner's having quite the decision. Like, what do I do here? Like the only card that I see that this deck plays occasionally that costs more than 5 is like a 7 cost ace, which we can't play since we're at 6 Dawn right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's very tricky to play around this deck or this
Yes,
this card in this deck.
I know what you meant. Oh, I know.
Ooh, a second Bond Clay though, so that does kind of keep our attackers up and dissuades them from having a like 10 cost Dofi or something of the like.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm gonna get reminded of one right now. Is Doflamingo still our only green purple leader?
I believe so.
I can't believe that's true. If that's the case, there has to be
Yeah.
another one, right?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the only other combinations green black, green red, and green purple. No, not green purple, green blue. Wait,
Yeah,
wait. Yeah, yeah.
it has
That's
everything. It has all the
oh, green
combinations.
yellow.
But yeah, it is. It's still the only green purple. That's crazy.
Yeah.
When like red and green has like 5, and like yellow and black has like 3. Like it's really interesting that it's the one they haven't reinvested
Mm-hmm.
as a new leader kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree. This is a good handful of green black leaders. Oh, actually, no, there's like 2 or 3. Never mind.
Yeah, there's just
That's
Perona
interesting.
and our
Isha.
Isho. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's super interesting. They have a love for red green for sure. A lot of traits, I think. It's a lot of yellow or green traits. Green yellow, it's Yamato and Arlo.
Arlong baby.
Yeah.
All right, and then see another copy of Queen. So again, we're down to 9 Dawn at the end of our turn, so we were able to continue to keep the birdcage around.
How annoying.
Yeah, that's super annoying.
Please stop. Is what the law player is saying. But I mean, we did do it right. We played some stuff last turn and ended up passing our Dofi player in the tank.
Yeah, because we have to discard a card, I believe, right?
Yeah,
And we
yeah,
also
yeah.
we decided not to attack with leader, which I think we should have because birdcage does affect your own copies of queen. To be
Mm-hmm.
fair, but maybe
Yeah,
they were afraid of like again like a Punk Gibson or something resting, and getting stuck under birdcage again.
yeah,
All right, for two, I mean sugar would be huge.
yeah. Totally.
Oh, I think yeah, I think judge is telling them, yeah, I don't think they discard off the second queen.
No, they didn't. They did not. At least from what I can remember.
Yeah. All right, there you go. All right, another. I think that's Ragnarok, right? Additionally, a new card.
Yes, the one that pops 8 or 6 or more.
Yeah. It also loses a Dawn, which is important for like a situation like this. Just another EBO1 card.
Mm-hmm.
It's 8 or less, which is quite nice.
Oh, 8 or less. I don't know. I think 6 or more.
Which I'd say like half the decks in this game right now cap out at 8. So
Yeah, that's true.
all right, Otama to get out of the 6K, and then if we have a sugar, we play it, but we don't. So we're leaving those up. And Birdcage remains on board due to being at 9 down at the end of turn again.
Wonderful.
And real quick, he did tap for the baby 5. It was simply he tapped it, and then he was reminded that he was at he didn't discard for queen yet, so he resolved the queen and then continued on the baby 5.
Yeah.
Because we paid 5 for queen, 2 for the baby 5, put 1 underneath leader, and then we refreshed 2 at the end of turn.
It's a good amount of cards in hand too.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we took a lot of life. We resolved 2 queens, so it makes sense.
We can do these 6K attacks with the Bond Clay, which is kind of nice, but looks like we're gonna just start with a 7K. We're gonna get a finally your boys has
There you
arrived.
go. Yeah. Any of those targets is fine, really.
Yeah. We're gonna use Gordon. We're gonna use Gordon effect to get the minus on one of the queens.
Okay.
And then -3, and we're gonna go and play out a copy of Sachi and Penguin, which is gonna get us 2 more life. Or not life, a Dawn, and then our 4-drop is
Crazy.
going to get rid of the baby 5.
Right. Okay. Not too shabby. Still have a bunch of attackers. We really just can't do anything with them,
Yeah.
unfortunately, because of Birdcage. So,
Let's see. Do we
bit
have a
awkward.
second Punk Gibson? Be pretty nice.
Yeah.
Just a 2K to get out. Again, we do lose these at the end of turn once again. Only 2 in hand. It's pretty nice.
For who?
For the Dofi player. Sorry.
Sure.
No favorites, but you gotta root for the underdog or the less represented deck.
A little bit, yeah.
All right, for 8, we plan the. Oh no, we're going
Wow.
into the big anti-meta card.
Yeah, this one's an interesting one, if anything.
Oh, it's so good for us though. It's Douglas Bullet.
Yeah. Douglas Bullet. He's able to get double attack, which isn't really relevant here because he can't swing just yet. But the relevant text, I think, is the other part, right?
Yeah, is that you get to go -4 Dawn and rest 2 cards with a cost of 6 or less.
I believe so. That's what I'm looking up right now.
Yeah, 6 or less. So being able to now stun both those cards now, and then Birdcage keeps them sitting there. We went down from 10 Dawn to 6, so we're going to 8 next turn, which means also we won't be able to pop the birdcage next turn.
Man, the Bonclays and the forecast here is just sitting there just saying I'm in pain.
Also, we're at 7 Dawn, or we're at 6 Dawn, and Dofi's at, or Trafalgar Law's at 7, so if they play Reiju, they don't get the draw.
That's hilarious. That's very funny.
Which,
Yeah,
you know, as Red Purple Law, you almost always think that you get that draw too, but I think in this scenario, yeah, we are behind on Dawn right now.
Yeah. That is what it looked like.
All right, we're going a big 7. I'd almost be tempted to block with Queen, but they are not, so double 2s. All right, another off-white.
No whiff, no whiff, no whiff, no whiff. Oh.
You got it. That one's on you. I don't know. I don't care what you say.
That's
you ruined
bummer.
that one for him.
That's a bummer. Okay. So many cards in rest. Gotta pick one of them.
Yeah.
That is pretty irrelevant, unfortunately.
It is a blocker, so but we'd have to do like the
Doesn't matter.
-4 first, but
That's yeah.
what? Oh, and then Law. Okay, so 2 block.
Okay.
I mean,
All right, never
still
mind.
though, you
Never
can
mind.
you can still
Yeah.
get out of that, right?
Yeah.
You just have to be aggressive with your -4.
It's pretty scary though. Pretty scary.
No, you just start with the
For our
-4
law
and
player.
then you're good, right? You gotta.
Yeah. We only have one life, right?
Yeah, they only have 1 life. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's find a way to use this Dawn though.
Yeah, probably use this kid. Oh,
No!
Hody. Oh
My God. Oh my God. This is ridiculous.
All right, start with the big old 6.
Hold up.
All right, we're missing because we got some kind of tech, and the tech is, of course, how could I forget? We're a green leader. Why would we not be playing the best card in the dang game?
That's so silly. This is so silly.
And then big 10 to end it. Yeah, not getting there.
Hey. Shout out to him, right? Like, big shout out to Derek for taking this win. Gunner, hey, you're playing one of the best decks ever. It's
Yeah.
really cool. It's awesome. But Dofi, come on. Like, that was just, these last few turns were something else. So shout out to him.
I will say, Gunner played definitely to the best of their abilities. This seems like a really hard counter to his deck, so definitely shout outs to playing it out and trying to get there. But man,
He was getting close.
He was getting close.
Really
yeah,
close.
I think it was close to just out, numbering him. Douglas Bullet, I think once that hit the board, that was game over though. Like Birdcage was the first step. Douglas Bullet was the last step.
Yeah, that's tough, man. Holy, that's super tough.
So it looks like we had a Dofi, another Hody Jones, and there. Only thing I'd say about the deck is that probably a couple more off-white targets needed, but
yeah, definitely.
Very
maybe
good.
no more whiffing.
We'll go back to us real quick.
Sure. I'm interested to follow that green purple Dofi player.
Yeah,
he's 4-0 right now, right?
Yes, sure is. So we have 9 or 10 rounds expected today. Likely 10, but maybe 9. So we'll see there. But approaching the halfway mark, regardless, and being undefeated is a good start for the day.
Right. I totally agree. And it's but the deck that gets the people going. Let's put it that way.
For sure.
So that was pretty cool.
We have like 10-ish minutes left. We're gonna look at some tables real quick. See if there's anything worth watching, and if not, we might just take an early break. So let's see.
Probably, fine with that.
Oh, let's go to table 2 real quick. Actually, we got a Perona, which might be where or table 4. Sorry,
table 4. Yep.
Let's go over there real quick.
Okay.
All right. So this is an entrenched position, right? We
That's
have the Moria
yeah.
matchup. We have an 8-drop kid on board. We have a 2-drop Rosinante. We have a Kuzan. Like
I mean, there's
I'm
a
still unpacking this board state.
yeah. I mean, good amount of protection from specifically Gecko Moria, which is good because of the Rosinante.
Yeah.
And still got the Sabo blocker as well, which is nothing to scoff at. But being Gecko's turn with 2 Geckos on board and a bunch of Dawn, pretty much all of it. Um, I mean, this might just be it for our pro player. I don't know yet.
Yeah, one thing to recognize too is that in situations like this, our 2-drop Rosinantes is really strong. So because we not only have it as you just gotta block it from being KO'd, and it's not just by effect, but it's by battle as well.
Yeah, yeah, which is pretty good.
All right, and I got the names real quick. We've got Gerald on the top with Perona versus Edwin on the bottom with Moria.
Cat.
And there's a cat cam.
Sorry, cat. It's it's a pretty tough predicament. I think we already played the Hina, which we're also trying to pop the kid, but I don't know if that's the way to go about
Yeah,
it, right? Because we have the Rosinante.
Rosinante's on board, so hopefully they recognize that.
I don't think they do.
I don't think they do either.
I think that's going to be their big misplay.
Yeah. Yeah. Just asking to pay 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt. Yeah, so we reduced it away, and then we're using Rosinante effect, and it protects it. So we used a lot of resources, and that one Rosinante is able to protect it. And the other thing about this matchup too is that we can use like that Rebecca is not a blocker at all.
No, it's not.
All right, and we've got 2K, 1K to get out of it.
The valiant attempt. I guess the on play is fine, but yeah, it's
block, yeah.
ain't gonna really do too much for us. I don't know.
Yeah, 4 in hand, but 3 in life. So it's gonna be hard for Perona to go for game if that's what they want this turn. But
I don't think you can.
I don't think you can either. But you can if you have a 10-drop Dofi. This is probably one of the best boards you're gonna get for it.
Yeah, but then you can't use your kit effects. So
yeah, but you can stun half the board. Yeah, you can stun everything. You'd only be worried about an Absalom attack. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, so immediately Perona resting the Rebecca.
I mean, 4 cards in hand. I think. Who are we swinging at first? Hold on. This will probably tell us what they're gonna do.
I'm gonna guess the Hina.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, sure
Yeah.
is.
Okay. So that means.
Yeah, 10-drop Dofi is likely.
Yeah, I think that's what's gonna happen here. I think we'll put him in a pretty decent spot. We're taking a life, I'm guessing. I mean, we can still swing leader to Rebecca. Yeah, because if we Delphi here, we still have to worry about Absalom, which is just 1 swing, which is good.
Yeah,
that's fine. Yep, this is gonna be the Rebecca. Now we swing 9K.
Yeah, okay.
This is definitely a Dofi then.
Yeah, has to be.
And the good thing about this, for a Prona player at least, I think you do protect this. Well, that's all right.
That's 2Ks you're asking for.
I mean, it's true. It's just, I don't know. I think you just lose the following turn.
No, because they only have 1 attack.
No, 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 no. I meant as
the
for
Moria. Yeah.
Perona.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, yeah. Pretty sure Perona just takes the next turn because we didn't protect that one. Well, it's. I guess it's depending on his hand.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Tendro Dofi in very specific situations like this just like warp the game for sure.
Yeah, and I think this was just an issue with, unfortunately, Edwin not recognizing that the Rosinante would protect the big 8-drop, right? And that hurts him quite a bit. But yeah,
Right.
Moria's really good at creating a wide board, but not very good at like creating instant pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why this 10-drop Dofi is so good against it.
Yeah. Pretty wild.
All right, for 5, I'm guessing a Sabo. Yep, sure is. Now, Perona can answer this pretty easy with a Kuzan swing and then giving it -4 and then resting it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, getting rid of a Moria and Kuzan with no counter.
Okay. Manga Sabo. That's bright side.
It's very bright. It looks like we're going 6 into, I'm guessing, the Kuzan, but could be leader. Oh, into leader. Wow. Okay.
Sure. I mean, the other annoying part is that we still have kid. So, like,
yeah,
bearing a decent hand at the end of it, we're still going to be okay on that side. But I think we're going to play another Sabo.
we have only 4 left. All right, so Borsalino, which again
doesn't
we can
matter.
just rest immediately.
Doesn't matter at all. So draw a card. Rest it, please. Thanks.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep, you got it.
Thanks.
Now, 2 in life, you're still going to have 1 blocker up and 3 in hand. I think Perona still wins this with good numbers, but
sure.
it looks like we're just going to go 5, reducing the Sabo.
Mm-hmm.
We're playing Straw Sword, you think, Brian?
That'd be cool. You're so sick. Okay. Uh-huh.
And yeah, we need essentially all of these attacks to apply pressure, right? Because if not, oh, I don't know, you got it a little bit bigger on the Perona. just a smith. Yeah, okay. They can't hear us, but okay, yeah. Starting with the 8-drop kid. So this is if they don't have double 2K, you're in a good spot.
Right.
All right, they do not, going down to 1. No effect there. 9 there. And yep, okay. And then with 10 Dawn on a 10 and 15, you can go 12 and 13. So 2 on Dofi, and then just big Perona swing.
Huh.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
Yeah, I think so too. You have enough Dawn to go pretty big on both. And that's all you really need. You just need 2 really big attacks. And if we're doing 2, 4, 6, 8, that's 8. That's 13. So you do 2 13 attacks, 13k attacks. I think you can do that, right?
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah, I think.
Well, no, with 10 Dawn, we can do 12 and 13.
Yeah, that's still fine.
Yeah.
That's more often than not, you're still fine. Oh, that's not.
Come
That's
on,
not
invest
it.
some
That's
Dawn.
not it. That's not it. That's not it.
they're thinking. I get it. This is the end of the game, right? Either you
Yeah,
at this point either you win this turn or you lose immediately when they swing with one of their Gecko Morias next turn, right?
for sure.
I think they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, where they want to try to play like 10 drop Dofi again, but it's
Hmm.
just not worth it,
Right.
right? If they have all 2Ks in hand, right? The best they have is 13, and I think they would have gone out of some attacks earlier. So,
Correct.
yeah. All right. Big 12. And then they have 8 left, so the Perona swing becomes a 13.
Okay.
Yep, there's the block. All right, if you can't get out of a 12, I doubt you can get out of a 13, and that is the case. So we had 4K worth of counter, brand new Rebecca, and the Suru.
So not enough, unfortunately.
Not enough. And we'll go back to
But
us.
two
So,
really big swings did it, like I said, and that's all you really needed at the end of the day. That's it.
yeah. And no issue, just taking the extra second, making sure your numbers add up, right? This determines the game, right? But obviously doing really well with Perona 4-0 right now, and we caught the tail end of that game. There's a good chance we try to see Gerald for the start of round 5 since they're still undefeated.
Might not be a bad idea for sure.
Yeah. So we're going to take a tiny break. Overtime was just called as well. So this break I expect to be shorter since there's not as many drops. So I'm going to say like 8 minutes. So anything from you, Brian? We're going to probably take our time to see what's left with the.
No, yeah, I'm good. We'll see how that Ivankov players is doing as well, just to make sure, and kind of go from there. I think.
Yeah, that's true too. So give us a minute. We'll be back, and round number 5 will be next. All right, we are back. We are here with round number 5. We have, I think, just around 60 players undefeated, so we'll make sure to keep them, keep you guys updated. I'll probably have an undefeated list outright, but from a cursory glance, it looks like there's probably Sakazuki and Trafalgar Law taking about 50% of the undefeateds right about now.
Not too surprising. Both of them have a good chunk of the tournament as far as deck population, but two decks that are not quite as large as what we're going to watch now, which is Perota versus Yamato.
Yeah, we found a match that both players are undefeated. We dodged both of those, and let's see how this match goes real quick. All right, we've got Dustin on Yamato versus Gerald on Perona. We saw the end of last round with Gerald being able to beat a Gecko Moria with the matchup, which I think is in Perona's favor. But this one's a little bit tough for Perona at times because there's a lot of pressure that Yamato can have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that's the thing about the Yamato deck in general, right? Like you're gonna have to basically just weighing through the amount of aggression and just, hey, I'm gonna put 4 Donner underneath my double attack leader. You're gonna go ahead and take 2 cards, thanks, kind of thing.
And as a 4 life leader, it's a lot trickier because at 5 life there's some like weird times when you're at 1 and your Yamato has to get that 2 more damage in still. But as a 4 life leader, you get a lot of extra against the one. Yamato gets a lot of extra pressure because you go 4 to 2 to 0.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I think Yamato in general has that sort of advantage against a lot of multicolored leaders in general. Like Sakazuki, obviously, is the biggest target for that. Being in the biggest amount of representation for most events. So it's always been that I would say tier 1.5 kind of deck that people have to worry about.
Yeah, for sure. And we did see again something that I think could help the matchup in the favor of Gerald is that we did see they are playing 8-drop kids, so that Yamato doesn't have like super clean ways to deal with that card. So if we're able to set that up, conversely, Yamato has like so many different builds. They could also be on more of the fortress defensive build and also playing the 8-drop kid. So it's going to be interesting how this matchup shakes out.
Yeah,
I'll do agree with that. And I'm just getting our mulligans going. I think the timer officially has started, so these players are good to go to get it started. And depending on who goes first, might depend on um, who gets to start doing a little bit of aggression. I think there's a couple cards out of EBO 1 that makes Yamato a little bit different. I think there is the You Are My Samurai build floating around as well. But
Mm-hmm.
since we did see that kid, um, that might be a little bit different.
Yeah, I think honestly, yeah, getting this blocker out early against Yamato is great. Also, Perona deciding to go second is huge for the matchup because you do want to be able to be on your even curve. Most of your cards are even costed, so that
Mm-hmm.
helps you out a lot. And yeah, the Rosie early is fantastic for you.
For sure. Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty good one because this is gonna probably be an easy block. Yeah, the easy block here. And going second as Yamato is a little bit different, especially if you're playing the Skyline stuff like
Mm-hmm.
there's a good amount of targets for costs, like Kika Nojo and Cracker and stuff like that.
Ooh,
So
getting a second blocker is this is a really good start for Perona. I think they have
yeah.
the early advantage from a 2-drop blocker to a 4-drop blocker. The 4-drop Sports Salino, so it's a little bit more difficult to handle.
Hmm.
That means a lot for this.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it's not impossible to get around this. Not impossible to start doing some damage anyway,
Mm-hmm.
as Yamato. But yeah, personally, I would just swing 6. Have him block and then play a 4 cost. Could be Ohm, could be Cracker, could be any of the other ones I was talking about.
Also, you guys shout out Dustin using an Eggman die. That does help the matchup a little bit, I'm sure.
Oh, it doesn't. No, unfortunately. Contrary to popular belief, it's a widely known superstition.
If you want to lose the dice roll, I can recommend my dice every day of the week. Let me tell you.
Surely.
So, but we did play the Ezo, which is able to get the rest on the Borsellino. Then we're going 7 double into the Perona, which is again, it's tempting to take this. It means that we get 2 more cards, but it also means that any Kikunojos come out of life. You get to use the activate main from Yamato, and yeah, going down to that 2 life pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Now our leader effect is also live. The Zizo, annoyingly, is probably going to be live as well. Not going to get around the 6K block, but that's fine. We're not using the proto effect to arrest it, but we're just going to go ahead and swing. And that's okay. And I guess we're deciding, yeah, what to counter out with. It's going to be a doggo. So no ohm, but we're prioritizing trying to get him down to 2, which is fine because, like I said, the leader effect is going to be pretty good. We do rest it and do KO it, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
And the last 2 Dawn being used here is also super clutch.
Yeah, we're using the baby 5 to look for a Don Quixote do Flamingo card. And Ryuma's a fantastic card, especially in this meta. I think, again, there's so many decks that care about 4 costs. So I think my guess, Gerald's playing this deck because it can potentially have a really good matchup into Law. All of their cards are 4 costs. We can rest it, play Ryuma on the same turn to get the KO on something, and make
Mm-hmm.
it tricky for them to really set up a board.
Yeah.
And they can get around the on KO effect of Ryuma too, but if they can't, they have to attack into it. It usually trades 1 for 1 for whatever was attacking into it as well.
Yeah, that's the idea. I mean, unless we start playing, some 7-drop moms or I don't know, Yamatos or something like that. I mean, it seems like this is a pretty traditional, low to the ground Yamato build. So I don't know. I mean, we could threaten our the leader. We go 8 and then play a 4 cost. Just deciding what we want to do. A little tricky.
Yeah, and I mean this is kind of like the trade-off that Yamato has to face a lot of the time where do we try to set up a board to be able to use our 2 cost effect, or do we just it's so tempting just to put all the Dawn on our leader as well, because that double attack is such good pressure.
Right. Yeah. Every single turn, it is Until you're at 0, it is something that is pretty annoying to deal with.
Yeah. All right, for 7, I mean, what could we be playing?
Something good, hopefully.
We could do like a. I mean, Hody right here wouldn't be like
The worst
abysmal,
thing.
right? They'd have a hard time getting rid of it. You get the rest on the Borsalino. But it looks like, ooh, another Ezo.
I mean, that's another 2K out of hand, which is not the greatest, too.
Yeah, but we're going big 9 with our
Mm-hmm.
leader. So another 9 double. They might have to just go down to 0 or just give you 3 cards.
Yeah. Doesn't look like that's we're becoming the most lucky Yamato player. Hmm.
I mean, it depends on what your what part
Definition
is
of luck
lucky, right?
is.
Like we're applying a lot of pressure, right? Like we're unfortunately not building a
Sure.
board, but we just made them discard 3 cards, which is
Right.
fantastic. In a deck like Perona, that cards I think are a little bit more expensive.
Right.
And playing out the Ezo means that you can use the activate main from Yamato to easily make it a 5k attacker. Against Perona, though, it's never going to see the light of day, but
Mm-hmm.
it could.
You know. But for now, we are definitely just swinging in. Probably take this one. I mean, if our hand is that bad, we're probably fiends for some cards.
Yeah, we're probably bank on the fact that we could maybe get like a Kikunojo, Nekomamushi, Sanji, Charlotte Cracker, whole bunch of
Mm-hmm.
things that could be in life.
Right.
All right, going down to 2. It is the Charlotte Cracker. That will help you quite a bit, especially since they've already did their leader effect, which
Mm-hmm.
perhaps they should have waited to see what you'd hit from there.
True that.
And since it's 2 life to 2 right now, Charlotte Cracker does not get its effect, but just being another body for us to be able to put Dawn onto is quite nice.
Um, I mean, yeah, no double attack, no boost. I don't know what we're gonna be doing for our rest of our Dawn though. We can still search top 5 again. Another card in hand, why not?
Uh,
Uh,
we also could play 8 for Moria. Moria would be pretty solid right here.
yeah, get another Borsalino out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably one of the better plays, I think. And I think we have another baby in trash, right?
Yeah, we have the 2-cost Rosie. Oh, okay, attacking with the Borsalino. Wow.
Yeah. I think we're gonna Gecko here.
Yeah.
I think that's why we're doing this.
I think we're recognizing that Hody would get rid of 2 blockers anyways, so at least we should get some value with one of them.
That's true, but I don't know. Going down to 1.
Yeah, I do think
I
going
don't
down to
know.
1 is a little bit scary though. Because it puts cards like Amaru online. That's additionally a way to rest your blocker. Oh wow! All right, getting out of it. Yeah, that's insane. Because like, if we went down to 1, Charlotte Cracker also becomes a double attacker as well. So having 2 sources of double attack, and one of them we can pump up with leader effect is also very helpful.
That's true, but I mean, I don't think. Are we deciding if we're gonna combo or not on this, or
We
counter or
we
not?
just go
Oh,
down
okay,
to it.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, what are we waiting for here? But yeah, okay. Pretty much what I was saying before. And removing the baby, since we don't really need that, and then we're just gonna go ahead and pass. So, I mean, this is cool. If you have Howdy, then that's fine too. We only have what 4 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Uh, I mean, we will get the boost from Cracker, which will in turn make it a 7. We have an 8. We have leader effect for 2 Dawn. We can place another either one. And
I think we should have taken it though. I think we should have gone down to 1 because it again puts Amaru online. Like Amaru into like putting a Dawn underneath Cracker off leader effect, like just gets you such a big double.
yeah, I agree.
And if it was like a Kiko Nojo or like if it there's just a lot of great things it could hit to put another body on board for pressure as well.
Yeah, I don't know. If your hand is like pretty limited here, which it seems like it is, I mean, you have Howdy Jones and you have maybe a drop, but a drop without a decent hand is not great. And I think since you already have the Cracker and it just works really well with the Howdy play. I mean, you may as well go for that.
Oh, that's true. That's true. You can do Hody Jones and from
Yeah, you go
there.
down to 1 anyway.
Yeah, you go down to 1 anyways. Yeah. Okay, I think that might be the play.
Yeah.
Yep, you were
Yep.
correct.
Yep. So I think this is pretty much it. Like if you're gonna take game or at least attempt to, try to do it through Cracker and as well as your leader in Howdy and hope that he doesn't have anything.
Yeah, I mean that's generic. Yeah, One Piece 101. Do they have it? That's too bad.
Well, my logic is that like when you do this, you're gonna go swing 8,
Yeah,
which
this
is what we're gonna do.
Yep, 8 double.
So it's 2 2Ks. And if they use 2 2Ks and they go down to 1 card in hand, you just swing 7, and then you just hope that they don't have anything else.
Yeah, you are giving them 2 more cards in hand, which is quite scary, but
Yeah, but you have 2 more swings, and those cards with the amount of stuff that black and green now has that has no counter power, it might be enough.
yeah, I think the only issue I had with this is that the order was messed up in the sense that we should have, if we were attacking life, we should have done it first, and then we could have, potentially pressured the Charlotte Cracker instead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and we are taking the 2. That is
Okay.
a little scary.
Yep. I think you just swing 5 and then swing 10 and then be done with it.
Yeah.
I think
And if we have
we're
a
done
200
here.
million volts, we get to go an additional plus 1K.
True that. Double rest of Borsellino, thank you.
Yeah, please please rest it.
Shouldn't we have a 3 open? Unless we're
No,
probably at 9.
We're at 9.
We're at
yeah.
9, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so we can go 7 and 8 are 5 and 10. Or we can go 7 and 9 if we have like a Namaru, which is probably the better. And yeah, asking for trash, 2 2Ks and a 1K baby 5.
Okay.
Oh, we're thinking, all right, asking for a 2K. All right, we get a Virgo, and then is big 9 big enough? 2K to 7. That is up to 9, so that ties it. No, sorry, up to 10. That's when.
No, yeah, he
2K?
got it.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
all
got
right.
it out.
All right. And with the quickness, we're untapping everything.
And we're just gonna swing twice and probably be fine.
And I think that was all cards in hand too. So
Yeah.
if we had 200 million volts, I think we had it. But with the cards on board, I think Gerald was able to pull through.
Yeah. I think so too.
2K, 2K, 1K gets out of the first 9K attack.
Never feels great.
Yeah, 7K with the Ryuma. We're gonna get out of it. 5, yeah, yeah. You gotta take it, and then yeah, everything else in Borso, and that is the game for Gerald.
Fantastic. Yeah, almost got there. Almost got there.
Oh yeah,
Just had
because
the hand for it.
Dofi was in hand saying the top deck the Suru, but yeah,
Hmm.
I think Dustin played it really well. I think he played to his outs. I think
Yep.
Gerald almost got punished by that Charlotte Katakuri, but looked like there was enough defense in hand to save it anyways.
Hmm.
So it just yeah, exact numbers.
Yep. 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 Just a fact of counter.
Yeah.
And yeah, pretty cool. Our Corona player does go continue to be undefeated into round 6. Still have plenty of time in this round though, so we can probably find another.
Yeah, let's go back to us real quick. So, I mean, we do know that our Emporio player is still undefeated. So let's see if their game's still going on where they're at. They're at table 3. Let's see if what that game looks like right now. It is going.
Yeah. Wait, what is going on here?
I don't know.
Uh,
oh, you know what? I will
this
say. Okay, we'll just go to it real quick. I think the game's almost over, but I do want to talk
yeah,
about it.
pretty cool setup on Emporio's end.
Yeah. So I would argue that you are ahead as the in this matchup as Emporio. I think it's a good matchup for you because you're really able to stall them out of advantage
Mm-hmm.
and build a board that since half your cards are 7Ks, Gordon and Ray's Max don't really get out of it that easy. So
Yep. Makes it super awkward.
yeah.
And I think that's what's happening right now. So he's staring down like, hey, wow, 2 7Ks, huh?
Yeah.
That's pretty lame.
And I'm gonna believe that the Otama is in on board, right? It's not in life.
Yes, probably on board. Tula Thomas here.
And we're going 6 somewhere.
To leader, I guess. We still have the kid blocker. Doesn't say much, but we're gonna swing another 5.
Yeah, because this is
Which
only
is
5 due to being at 3 life, so
yep,
get out of it.
and pretty easy counter decision for Emporio because definitely want to be at a lower hand size here. Go to 2 in hand, and our last Dawn. And I think this might be the wrap up for
Yeah,
Law.
I agree. Yeah, so like when again, I think this is a winning matchup for Emporio. As at least it's in its advantage. So with it being like the new deck on the block, and I think either the most or second most represented deck in this tournament, it's a good meta call for those reasons. Yeah, and we're just going to start with the big old 9.
Yep, that's what I would do. 2 9s, and then all of it on your leader.
Yeah,
Should do the trick.
yeah, which is 9 and then a 9 and then an 11.
Yep.
Which should be able to get rid of the Eustace kid, at least. And the worst thing is that even if
I mean, if it, even if
even if they do
this-
survive, it's Emporio has 3 life left.
Yep.
Oh boy!
Oh
Oh boy!
no!
3
Oh
Raise Max and 1
no!
Gordon, and again when there's 7Ks, I mean you can go 2 for those, but it's just really tough to remove those 7Ks.
Yeah. Wow. That's a tough hand right there.
Yeah.
More reason to play queen, I guess. I don't. I don't know. That's pretty tough.
All right, we'll go back to us, but yeah, Emporio's 5-0 so far, which is pretty great on this halfway.
Yeah.
No,
Pretty crazy.
Yeah, pretty crazy as well. Yeah.
I think it's interesting to see some of these new decks for sure. And now halfway through the tournament, we're seeing some success. The Perona is undefeated, the green purple Dofi, right? And now this Emporio, which Emporio cut that little tiny support, and that's all it really needed as a tiny push to get a little more competitive. So it's pretty cool. And like I said, if you're a good pilot, which looks like our player here was and is, it's gonna go really well for him.
And I'm going through the rest of the tables. Looks like our green purple Dofi from last round is still going at it. Yeah, I don't know. Half these decks when they're like I just saw a black yellow Luffy. We might try to see a black yellow Luffy next round if they're still undefeated. I'll try to take a better.
I mean, there's a good amount of them still.
Yeah, I think
Not
there's.
undefeated, but just in general.
Yeah, I think there's at least one undefeated going to this one, but
Uh-huh.
let's see.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
There's a lot. But I think red purple law is just a rough matchup for it too, which again is present today. Very, very present today.
Someone should tell me what the good matchup is for Luffy, because always seems to be the conversation of, man, this is a tough matchup.
Yeah. And real quick, I think table 24 has some game left in it, so we'll go over there real quick.
Okay.
All right. This will probably be the last game we jump into. But we got Black Yellow Luffy down to 1 life. Unsure how big it is, but it doesn't really matter since it's going back to their turn. We've got a Moria immediately.
Oh, nice.
Immediately, which is going to be fantastic for you.
Yeah, we're going to be able to do the ace from our trash, get that boost immediately. So it's now a 7k leader, and then pitch a card, be able to put the other 2, including the Sabo that's on here. So we have a pseudo life protection, drawing 2. And yeah, looks really good for us.
Yeah. So I will say, like, the Black Yellow Luffy, if you're able to do this where you're able to loop and have like 1 left in life, like have like this kind of lopsided one, it's pretty good. Obviously Sabo's good. It's less good against specifically Sakazuki because they have ways around it, but
Yeah,
it's still a good card. We are a 9k leader right now, which is absurd.
Yep.
And another card in life as well.
Yeah. Yeah, too bad we couldn't get rid of this Kuzan, because it might spell some trouble for us.
I need to hide these real quick.
Okay.
All right, they're back. You're good.
Okay, amazing.
Thank you.
I think we have about 4 cards in Sakazuki's hand. We're just checking some 2Ks and maybe what we've used so far. I don't think we saw too many Ice Ages, so maybe that's what they were checking as well.
I believe so. It's tricky to ask them how many Ice Ages because you know it's the first card they bottom deck off their effects, right? So it can be really deceptive, like, oh, no Ice Ages, huh? But then if you don't remember that they bottom deck like 3 earlier, then it's just a little deceptive at time.
Yeah. I'll get that.
All right. And just kind of thinking again, like this is pretty tough with again a 9k leader. I think personally you should probably try to maybe get rid of the ace just because it's the smaller target and you can get that removal. We have Kuzan on board as well, which can bottom deck the Sabo.
Let's see. I mean, we're a 9k leader, right? So
yeah.
I mean, if you have an Ice Age, or not even Ice Age, I guess literally any other reduction would be good.
Suru,
I think just Ice,
Helmeppo, another Hina,
yeah, plus stage plus leader is good, and then we can. I mean, no, not even that. I think you might have to just get rid of the ace by swinging, and then get rid of the gecko with Kuzan and something else. I think that's the only thing you can really do, because like even if you get through the Sabo, you won't have enough Dawn to make them take their life, and this falling turn might be another gecko.
Yeah,
You know, we're just
I
going to
mean
be in the
that's
same situation.
when you resolve Sabo Zon play as much as you do in this deck.
Mhm.
It's very easy to get the quote unquote best cards, right? Because you do so much cycling with it,
Right.
and it's very tempting. So
Yeah. And we're just going to solve it ourselves, which is fine, but it doesn't really do anything for you. I mean, what you really need is to find which we open TCG, we drawing 2 here for Sabo, etc. What we really need is probably maybe a Ama, maybe Hambles type deal,
yeah,
and start removing some of these guys on board. It's just really difficult.
and real quick, I am doing a. I'm starting to get the undefeateds left. Again,
Mhm.
a lot of Sakazuki and Stardeck 10 Law. But I think that's like why we're seeing like these kind of off meta decks like Emporio and green purple Dofi kind of get the good numbers because they do have what it seems like a really good matchup into both those decks.
Mhm. Um. Hmm.
Yeah, sorry. They're still thinking. I mean, it's tough, right? Because you surely have like a Houndblaze or something that can bottom deck stuff, which is great too because it removes it from being able to be put back into our life with Luffy. But I think the numbers are probably close, but not quite where they want them to be, right?
It's just the fact that it already used a bunch of Dawn for or Sabo, which basically just says we can't swing at their leader anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're gonna be using some Dawn for like to swing into the ace, because we're just swinging for um, reduction at this point, we don't have enough Dawn to actually get rid of stuff afterwards.
Yeah, and I think like if they start pressuring the ace, yeah, you just get rid of it. You just let it go.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a tough balance.
Yeah, and I think this is what's happening here. Is I think it's an Ama. Yeah, it's gonna be the Ama to get rid of both the Sabo and as well as the Ace, which is good because you don't want that Ace or the Sabo technically, I guess, into the trash again.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that's like probably the best thing you can do. I really don't see anything else uh, beneficial to do this. And we're gonna immediately use a Garp. Probably looking for maybe setting the pitch. That is a 5 cost. Let's gonna double check our trash and see what we have already. We have a Monkey D. Luffy, which is fine. So I don't know if we're looking for the 2-drop in order to play it off Gecko or something. I don't know, but we can't do the Gecko and leader play anymore,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
And I'm guessing that we're trying to find like what specifically the Luffy 2-drop,
Yeah.
but without finding another Luffy and probably the other copies in trash. I think you just kind of have to.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
this is a free block because you have 2 of them.
Yeah.
I mean, one of them might be lost because of the Gecko swing, but no biggie. You don't really want to use any of your cards in hand, but it could be wrong. I mean, you only have 2. I think probably Gecko swings into the Sabo if you do block this. If I take a guess.
Yeah, I believe you're correct.
But no, we're going to use one of the 2 cards that we have in hand. Going to be able to use the Monkey D. Luffy effect to get that bad boy out. Let's make sure to use our 5-drop Monkey D. Luffy effect first before we put anything in to life. But I guess hopefully we don't miss that option. Hirori goes away. Gonna play 2 for the ace that we saw.
Okay. So
Looking pretty good.
we get like the pressure, but the issue is that and we're a 9K leader, but we do not have a Sabo blocker, which is pretty impactful.
I agree. But we'll sort of 7K leader for the following turn.
Yeah, and I think we're just gonna do the pressure. We're gonna do 9K in the lead block with Sabo, and then 11K into lead, And another block with Sabo. Interesting.
Might be into Guzan.
It might be. But at this point, like when you don't have any protection anyways, I'm just assuming all my cards can get removed. I'd rather put them down to 0 or pressure them down to 0.
That's fair. Yeah, this is like the tricky balance for Luffy, right? Like you're always in this position where you have to find the right setup for everything, and that includes offense and defense. Like every move counts for Sardak Luffy, and unfortunately, like that's not for everybody. It takes, like I said, for Emporio, it just takes a really good pilot.
I think the other thing is that like it's kind of like a lot of diminishing returns. Like Moria helps that out a little bit, but you are slowly losing hand size as the game goes longer, because you have to, like, it's expensive to be able to use your effect. Outside of Moria too, any 2-drops you're playing are playing out of hand, which means you don't get them. It's one more card you lose out of there. So if you don't have blockers, or if your opponent can just get like 4 9K attacks, sometimes they just win with that too.
Exactly.
All right. Also, our green purple Dofi leader player Derek is still undefeated, which is exciting.
That's cool. It's that birdcage. That's what's doing it.
It is. I hope if we continue to go into Trafalgar Laws, it's going to be good.
Which is a pretty good likelihood, depending on what the field looks like in the top tables.
Yeah, I just don't know personally. I just don't have experience to know how the Sakazuki matchup is for that deck.
Right. That's true.
Which, guessing based off green purple Dofi not doing anything in OPO5, probably not great, but maybe there's some new tools that have helped the matchup in EBO1 and OPO6 that we just don't know about.
That's fair. Okay, Guzan swings. Don't know who or what is going to be reduced. These are just free swings because everything is a 7K or more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
super annoying.
Just to get some removal reduction, but
Mm-hmm.
good thing to know is that Luffy will not really be able to get rid of that 5-cost Sabo unless they have another one of their own 5-cost Sabos. So
Yeah,
it's pretty
which
safe.
I don't think it's going to be even worth doing. Because if you have enough attackers and enough Dawn just to swing out, because the Dawn that you use, because you're gonna have to use 2 Dawn. Well, I guess since he didn't take a life, you have to use 5 Dawn, period, and then the rest of the Dawn has to go through into swings. So I don't know. I'm gonna get a Rebecca, and as well as a Tashigi. Probably getting a 2-cost or a 2K from our trash, and then Tashigi hopefully will get another 2K for us, and we can stave off some of this craziness that Luffy's going to bring us next turn.
Yeah, 2 blockers does help. And again, it doesn't really matter that they're not protected, because Luffy doesn't have a fantastic way to remove these anyways. But there might just be the case of some big numbers are good enough as well.
Oh, we're gonna Houndblade something. I didn't even notice. Well, we might actually Ama 2 things.
Yeah, Ama it is.
Dang, that's tough. I hate this.
Ama's a good card, believe it or not. I don't want to get canceled for saying so, but it's pretty good.
Already ahead of you.
Don't clip it, all right?
We're just gonna put it on Twitter.
No. Hey, come on. Be kind.
That way.
All right. Yeah, this is one of our last matches as well.
Yes, time in the regular time. I think these guys are going to get into overtime pretty quick.
All right, and I've been a little bit quiet because I've been trying to get what leaders are undefeated going to this next round, since we'll have 31 players who are undefeated as is. This is one of the matchups for it: Sakazuki versus Black Yellow Luffy. Real quick, I have a couple Utas. We have our Perona, Perona, Doflamingo, and Emporio still undefeated that we've been watching throughout the stream. What else we got? Looks like we're waiting on a couple tables left. But yeah, honestly, from where it was at the beginning of April, a lot of diversity, or at least the end of April to this. A lot of people trying a lot of new stuff, which is really cool.
It's nice to see. Everyone knows what the 1, 2, maybe 3 top decks are, and it's nice to see some variety. And I think this Star Deck 13 did give us a little bit. Oh, we whiffed.
Yeah,
it was just that reaction. It's just tough to look at.
Yeah, with 2 blockers. Oh boy, and this is the issue, right? Like the setup of the Moria is very strong. Like you can, and we just have, I don't know, going -1 is awful. Awful this late in the game.
He probably was looking for something like an ace or something as well.
Yeah, any of the 2-drop boys would have been great.
Yeah.
Sabo for defense. The big thing, yeah, okay, technically it's the other one. Yeah, it doesn't truly matter. But it does physically matter.
Right.
We attacked into the Kuzan. All right, interesting. And then we're going to end the turn by discarding a card. So we have 2 cards in our life. They will go to the bottom of our deck, but at least it means your opponent has to establish 3 attacks to win the game. I think it was probably better to just attack into leader and Sabo gets blocked because it's a 6k compared to a 7k, but I don't think it's going to truly matter. Yep, bottom decking off leader effect.
Yeah.
A big 7k once again. And we're going to get out of it, but we got a 5 and 9. Now we'll get there. Oh, there's the ace. There's the Luffy. Not quite getting there.
Dang.
So.
All right. Well, it kind of went a little downhill as more and more things got removed, right? And that's just one thing that you have to deal with against Sakazuki. And he kind of just saw the numbers and he kind of just saw the cards for it. So, bit of a bummer for our Luffy player, and whiffing on that one cost.
It could have changed the game 100%.
I'm just looking at his reactions. He was like, I can already tell what he's talking about. He's like, dude, if I just had one more card.
The worst thing is that 2-drop ace was the 6th card on top of their deck, right? If it was the definitely 5th card, way different story. I think there's a good chance they won that game on the spot.
Right.
So.
Surely. So,
but shouts to both players. Really close match. Eric's gonna go X1, but I have faith he can pull it through. And that's it for round number 5. So we're gonna go to a quick break. I'm almost done figuring out how many players are undefeated with with what decks. So we should have 31 undefeated. Likely 5 more rounds, and it's going to be interesting to what gets there. But already just a lot of diversity for what are topping it right now, and a lot of, again, singletons, which are really cool to see.
Yeah, I like the diversity. I like the games that we played so far. That green purple Dofi deck was pretty awesome as well. So hopefully he stays undefeated.
I want to not try to focus one player. I want to keep trying to get a lot of diversity, but man, it is tempting when 10% of the matches are one of those 3 already.
Exactly.
So.
Yep.
Anyways, quick break. Round number 6 coming up, and we'll see you guys over there. Round number 6 of expected 10. If the down pair loses for the next 4 rounds in a row, I guess we have a 9-round tournament. So about 50-50 odds, right, Brian?
50-50 odds 4 times. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's either we do or we don't, right?
Okay.
Those are the odds.
Like most odds.
Yes, exactly.
It either happens or it doesn't. That's actually, anytime anybody ever asks me, like, what's the odds of drawing this card? It's 50-50.
Yeah, you do or you don't, right?
You do, you don't. There's no other way, man.
And
But
real quick before we get the round started, I do want to
yeah.
mention our undefeateds right now, since we took the time. We have 31 players left. We have 9 Sakazukis, 6 of the Star Deck 10 Law, 4 L, 3 Geckos, 3 Katakuris, 2 Utas, 1 Emporio, 1 Green Purple Dofi, 1 Star Deck 13 Luffy, which we're seeing this match, and 1 copy of Perona. So all of the singletons that are still left we've seen already. So we're trying to get the what is it? We're trying to just get more variety for it.
Sure. Yeah. And this one, it's definitely some variety. One deck that we've seen before, and one deck we kind of seen before. Starter Deck 13
Luffy.
Starter Deck 13 Luffy versus Katakuri. And Katakuri is still a pretty big menace, even in the webcam front. So it's gonna be an interesting matchup where, obviously you can move my stuff all you want, but it's gonna be face up. I already know where it is. So hopefully that is gonna be the case for this matchup.
Well, let's just jump on over there then. We have it started. We missed turn 1, but Andrew did not have pudding, so that was the start and end of their turn. For Matthew over here, we're going to get the 1 cost Garp, and we're looking top 3. We get a Sabo. Very nice. Probably one of the better, one of the 2 costs.
Yeah, I think it probably goes Sabo, Ace, and then Luffy.
Yeah.
I think they all kind of have their uses. However, when it comes down to it, drawing 2 cards and protecting all your stuff against most of the stuff that removes stuff in the meta, it's nice to see.
Yeah, and there's some like late game scenarios. Garp starts attacking, right? Like we need 1 more damage, right? Garp can sometimes do it.
Yeah, that is true. It is a 2K, if anything, but doesn't stop it from swinging out for a 5. And that might happen here because sometimes you don't really have too much to do as Luffy on 4. Yeah, I think that might be what's going to happen here. 6K swing with beige out and deciding if this is it. Yep, there it is. So a 5K swing.
Yep. Garp is going for it. So the other weird thing about this matchup is that like Katakuri is really good at putting life pressure, but Luffy generally does not care. Luffy's like, sure, put me down to 0.
Makes my job easier.
Oh no. And then gets a lot of advantage for getting down to that 0.
Exactly. Yeah. And doesn't really mean much when you're a 7K leader when you're a 9K leader. So it's kind of nice to have as well. So yeah, there's a lot of back and forth fundamentally between these 2 decks. And I mean, at the end of it, yeah, we're just gonna swing 5. We're either gonna swing into the Garp and let it go, or we're just gonna take the life because why not?
Yeah, and we could see like maybe like a Kiko Nojo come down. If we're not swinging at the Garp, we can play Gadatsu to get rid of it, kind of pressure them. Because if you're able to put them down to 1 life and then just kind of stall there, there's this kind of this weird game where they have to defend it because they don't want to lose, but they need to take it to be able to get down to 0.
Correct. I mean, the other part of it is that like that's fine if you take me down to 1. It's really easy nowadays through Makino and Hirori and a couple other things that we can just get down to 0. So I don't know. How do you feel about tech cards in Luffy too? By the way, like Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt. I liked at least until EBO 1 came out because it did kind of things we wanted to do, and sometimes it hits out of life. And the other thing is that we cycle enough. So I usually liked running a copy or 2 if I can afford it. The issue with Luffy is that you are so dense with all of your 3 brother package and everything else you have to run in the deck that you just don't really have space for a lot of individual cards.
Yeah, I can totally see that for sure. Yeah, I feel kind of the same way. It's nice when you have it in the situation you want it to be in, I guess. And it's not nice otherwise. And in a 10 round event, you kind of just need to do the same thing over and over again and have a little bit of versatility throughout.
Yeah, 10 rounds, best of 1, no doubt.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, without sideboards, without the best of 3, it is a little difficult to get the consistency down. And I think personally, I know this is probably gonna be a little controversial. Best of 3 in this game would be a completely different game, in my opinion.
Yes.
Even without sideboards,
even without sideboards.
it would take forever, exponentially longer to finish
Oh,
rounds.
100%.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know. I like best of three. It helps the better player win, but
Mm-hmm.
as I shift from more to a player to a organizer or on that side, like man, the
Takes
time
forever.
increases. Yeah, it takes a long time. The days just got 1.5 times longer.
100%. Yeah, it's fine. We are now implementing some top cut stuff that has best of three, so that's good. We are gonna get out of this with 2 cards. Interestingly enough, I feel like we could have just took that one though.
Uh, no, that was the Sabo. That was the Sabo discard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I
You're
looked
good.
away
You're
and
good.
yeah.
No, I was distracting you. Got him,
No,
chat.
you're okay. 2 cards into the trash. Pretty good. Sabo is just perfect for this deck. So that way you can use Gecko Moria and other things like that in order to use your leader effect and all that synergy. And we've seen that last round as well, which is nice. Also, shout out to Andrew. His shirt's cool.
Oh yeah.
That's it.
We
It's a little,
I mean the nice thing, like a lot of people have just so much personalized like One Piece stuff, like
mm-hmm.
bunch of fans for this game
Oh, for sure.
and the IP in general.
Oh, yeah. It's huge.
All right. They're gonna take a life off Linlin. Not too surprising on that one. All right, and we're going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Dawn. So this is usually the good turn. We should be able to, use something to get down to 0 life, use leader effect, and be able to play a couple boys. Looks like we
Mm-hmm.
find another 2-cost Sabo there.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Ori might come down. Makino might come down.
Yeah.
Just really all depends what we have in
Flampe
our
is
hand.
probably the best one.
Oh, definitely. Let's get that draw.
5-cost Luffy's probably the worst one.
Nah, it's fine.
We get the draw at least, but we won't be able to. We're 1 Dawn short from being able to at least play something from life and get a 2-drop out.
Yeah. Just kind of think of what we want to do with the rest of our Dawn. And let's swing out here. Okay, so we're going to use our 0 cost and a 10-drop Big Mom, which, you know, at the end of the day makes sense that it's not really useful. And a little tough here, swinging with the ace, because sure we have a blocker, sure we have like 7 cards in hand, but I mean, this is gonna be some pretty strong swings here.
Yeah, this is gonna be, and this is kind of what I was talking about at the beginning. Where, all right, we're stuck at 1 life. We would be infinitely happier if we were at 0 right now. But I think Andrew's really identified that, and being able to keep them off their really good play and have to use resources are just, it's going to be tough to defend this too, because there's a lot of great bodies on board. Luffy's still just a 5K right now. Only thing I think that could make it better is that we had 1 more Dawn for a 10-drop. If we 10-dropped and then attack with board, I think that'd just be a lot of pressure right now.
Yeah, but we pitched 1.
Correct.
And we have no Dawn to use.
Correct. So not happening this turn for sure.
But we do have an ace to bully. That's
we
something.
Do.
We have an ace to bully.
And this ace does not have protection either. We played it the previous turn.
Correct, because we probably drew into it with ace or Sabo.
And they're bullying the ace instead.
What?
The 7 cost. Or the 5/7. They attacked into that instead.
Well, that's what I was saying. Yeah, we have we have an ace to bully. So I think that's the right route to do. And then personally, if you have a 8-cost category, I think you just put Pero back in. And then
I would actually be tempted to put Garp back into their life, only because they don't get that back to hand based on how game mechanics work with the Black Yellow Luffy.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just kind of makes it weird for them to even get down to 0 life again.
Actually, yeah, that sounds funny. Let's do that.
You know what? It's round 6.
That's
Casual
that
gaming. Let's
sounds
just do the fun play. That'll
just
probably
that
work out.
sounds a lot more fun.
Yeah, because if you put the 5-cost Sabo back into life, they want that there anyways, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, 7. I think
Yep.
you got to take this one.
We have a head size. We probably get out of this one first, and then take the big mom swing.
I'd probably block with Sabo so it's in our trash so we can play it again next turn.
Well, you can still do both. You could take this one and then just block the big mom. But
Yeah.
if they just take this one and then still ACOS the Garp, I mean that's still something.
The only thing I can think of is that we could potentially, I mean, I think we would have done it already, but we can do this, and then since the Sabo doesn't have protection, if we have reject, we could pop the Sabo and then have like a really big 9k swing that you have to get out of or you lose.
Mm-hmm.
All right, going down to 0 life, where you like to be. All right, get hit by the 8.
Not the most fun.
Sure is not.
There's the block. We can use this for later, which is
yeah,
good.
they're gonna have a. Okay, I was gonna say, you know what? Rush Ace here would have been a lot of pressure, but no. Instead, a Parasparrow and a Brule, which that leader Katakuri is looking like a
bad character card.
but he is he's just leading the troops there. So that is 5 bodies on board and 1 leader.
That's great. All right. Cool, I suppose. We're at 2 life as category. I don't think we're losing just yet, but do have an army, if anything.
Yeah.
And Big Mom says whatever. I would say. Well, he's saying whatever to Big Mom if we can get back down to 0, that is.
Exactly. So that's why, like, previous turn it would have been fantastic. This turn you missed the boat on it, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. But we're gonna do a gecko.
Yeah.
And get back 2 targets. It's gonna be both what we had before or in our life, which is gonna be the ace first and then salvo, so that we can protect it. We'll protect everything really, but this is really good just in case we run into any triggers. Yeah. And we're gonna be able to draw 2.
Yeah, this is the essentially best play in the deck with the best 2 targets. Sometimes double Sabo is better, sometimes double ace is better, but 1 and 1 means you get a 7k attack with the ace. Your leader's now 11k, and we set up a Moria to start attacking next turn too.
Correct. And honestly, the real question is like, what are we attacking?
I think
with our ace. Yeah, I can kind of see that.
And the other kind of weird thing too is that if they play 10-drop Big Mom, nothing happens. They heal 1, and that's the start and end of what that card does.
Yeah. All right. Well, swing 7 to lead with ace. Swing a bunch more afterwards. So you're probably the pitch 2 cards here, and then block the big leader swing. And we're just gonna be a 9k leader and hope for the best.
And I haven't done the best at keeping track of what cards that Katakuri does know in life, but they do know. I think they know the top card of their life, and they left it there.
Yeah. There's just something. I'm well, I don't know. 2 big swings next turn for Katakuri will definitely put Luffy in a weird position. Because like, sure, you can do 1 big swing with Sabo on here, but the Sabo is just gonna come right back.
And that's like the issue with it. And sometimes like if you're able to go wide enough on board, you can start attacking with the Sabo, and then you get to bring it back, and then it refreshes its protection effect. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and we're thinking, are we still thinking about the 7K attack? I think we are, right?
Yeah. 7 into their face, I'm guessing.
We're guessing, yeah. Could be somewhere else.
Yeah. Totally. I just say pitch 2, man. That's fine. Yeah, plenty of GKs in your deck. So one of them probably is in your hand. Unless your hand is like super bricky.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they have in hand, what they're thinking of. It looks like 2K, 1K out of it. So 2K double Amande. And
Okay,
then
sure.
big 11. Brule is probably going to take one for the team. Yeah, it sure is.
Do your job, Brule.
And this kind of reminds me what happens sometimes in like the Newgate matchup where you go to 0 life and you're fine with it because you have a lot of defense, and it just shuts off their 7 cost Linland, their 10 cost Linlands, all of those cards from being really optimal for you, and it's very strong.
Right.
And so real quick, we are a 9K leader as Luffy. We have a Sabo on board as well, which is a blocker, which has protection, and looks like about 7 cards in hand.
I mean, 7 cards, 9K leader, better than a white bearded and 9 beard, you know?
Correct.
So it's pretty cool. We're going to play Bully the ace first. I mean, like I said, two big swings will still do the trick for a lot of different reasons. Because like you can go, let's see, 13 actually.
Looks like we're just going to start, bullying the ace, though. 7, or
That's
8
fine.
into 7. I think that's fine.
You could probably say, or you can probably do 1. Because everything else is going to require some sort of Dawn. So this might be a bait for a 10 drop, which 10 drop, it doesn't really do anything for you.
Yeah.
Just gives you a big body and a life, which is, still pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you saved the first one. And then make him add some. Yeah, that's the right move. Okay. Yeah, you definitely save that first one. Make them use a Dawn. And honestly, based on our category play demeanor, I don't think we had anything else to do.
It doesn't. I mean, I will say 10 drop Big Mom demands respect, right? You do have to pressure it, but if we have another 8 drop Moria, I think Black Yellow Luffy's slated to win this game.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
Saying of another blocker is impactful too. We're gonna discard something.
Probably target. Yep, Sabo.
Yep. Let's put a
Sabo Ace.
Yeah, another Sabo Ace. Very good.
Okay, cool. So we have another gecko. That's basically what we're saying. Oh wait, no, we're just
doing it the hard way, which is
still
good.
pretty good.
Don't get me wrong. It's just using a lot of resources to do so.
I mean, I think it's fine because you're actually left over some Dawn to use to attack with, right? Yeah, you have what, 3 or 4? Yeah, 4 Dawn, which we can just use for all of these bigger attacks, and we're almost gonna be guaranteed, right? Because like the first 7 key swing is probably to go through, and then we go 9, 9, 9.
I don't think
Oh,
we're
no, no,
winning
no,
this
9 out of
turn,
10.
but I think that if we can pressure the 8-drop Linlin and get it off the board, I think we can win the turn afterwards.
Sure, I could see that too. Maybe go like 10. 10 with the gecko.
Yeah.
Just use that one Dawn and then just like swing out for the rest.
I mean, we're already at 11k with the leader, right? So we can just do that real quick.
Yeah.
Especially because I kind of want to swing with leader first just to make sure that I don't get beiged. And this 11k is just sitting there.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think you just go for it. I think you just go for the win. I mean, the only thing that's going to stop you is maybe a Maru Beige. I guess it's 0 cost, but that
Yeah.
he hasn't really. I mean, I'm just saying that, you know.
And also,
No, those only ones. Those only ones. 3 cards. Only 3 cards to worry about. Crazy. Crazy. And honestly, if you do run into any triggers, you're not really using any Dawn here. So I think that's the idea. Where, yeah, let me just swing with these 7s, and then if you do end up getting a trigger that actually helps you, like a blocker or something, I'm just gonna swing at your big mom. Yep, these guys can attack.
yeah, one Sabo can attack, one Ace can attack, and both everything has protection because Sabo was played last.
Correct. That's exactly what you're gonna do, and what is right.
All right, and we're going 8. Do you think this is at lead, at Big Mom?
I think this is that leader. You can get out of a 7. The concept is that you're gonna be able to get out of a 8. Oh, okay. Well, I think this is probably game if we just swing out with our blockers, right? And we don't run into anything.
It's a heck of a call out, right?
I'm doing it.
It's saying
I'm doing it. What? Okay, so like let's back up then. So if we don't do it, we're currently a
I think
9K leader.
what we do is you just remove Linlin and pass.
That's so.
I know
That's
it's
so
lame.
scary
I know
of
it's
you to
lame.
say.
I know it's
That's
lame.
so scary for
I
you to
get it.
say.
I get it's lame, but
That's so scary for you to say. I don't know. I think you go for it, man. He's giving it to you. You have so much Dawn. You have everything. He's giving it to you, man. It's 2 cards. Don't be afraid of monsters under the bed. The one card. There's only one card at the end of the end of the life that he put down. Sure, that's the only one.
double beige wins.
It's not double beige. It's not double
Okay,
beige.
all right. Chat, be ready.
Go for it. All right, I want to hear from chat. You guys are way too quiet. Bunch of people in here. Does he go for it or does he not? What would you do in his situation? And I think he's swinging. Oh, okay. This is the right way because if you run into,
Okay, sure. Yeah.
oh, you just draw one for reject. This is where it gets tricky.
I think we attack with leader first because worst case, with 2 cards in hand, they can't have more than a 9k.
That's true. That is true. Double beige is in there 100%. You are lying to yourself. And we just saw it wasn't. Yeah, you just swing with leader here.
Yeah, because then we have 3 Dawn left over. If they have 2 cards in hand, they can't get out of a 9k, and it plays around that if you attack Sabo first, that you get beiged. And if they have 0 cost event, you just pass turn. Maybe you attack into Linlin 8-drop just to get the pressure there, but yeah, okay. Yeah, deciding the same thing. Here's 11. One card's not getting out of that. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, but we still got it. This is literally the worst trigger that they can have.
But only one of our Sabos can attack.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, but okay. This is the thing,
okay.
Here's the thing, though. No. For real though. With the last trigger was the only one that we actually had to think about, and the brulee trigger is the only one that was unknown.
Yeah.
So like in this line, this is the only way you can go about it if you wanted to take game. And since we couldn't, I mean that's just the chance that you take.
I do think Matthew did for going for game. I think they took the right route. You're going to get punished by that brulee or anything like it any day of the week with it. So we're just going to see. I think the only thing is I probably would have pressured that 8-drop Linlin and passed after that. I have so much advantage on board, and it would be tricky for them to remove my cards. and they have to
you
rely
don't
on a
have
top
advantage. No, you don't have advantage on board because you're wasting it.
deck.
Because if you're passing afterwards, you're just wasting that advantage. Now, with all of these attackers, like the best you can do is just have a decent hand and block 2 of the big attacks. You see what I'm saying?
Kind of, but like 8-drop Linlin would be gone, 3-drop Brule wouldn't be on board. They just have the Gadatsu, Pero, and Big Mom, and you'd still be a 9k leader with 4 in hand.
But then you still have to get through 3 life and go through the same process that we just did.
Sure.
Right?
Maybe.
Right? Because like that seems terrible. Plus, they could also play another Big Mom, go to 4 life, and then go through the same process.
They would have been at 2 life. They would have been at 2 life because you
Oh,
knocked
wait,
them down 2. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because of the Brule. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brule was last, so.
Gotcha. All right, so 12k swing. It's probably be a block, right?
This one's probably gonna get blocked, right? There's no interaction with these Sabos, regardless.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're thinking. I do think you just have to block this one, though. I mean, you can double 2k out, but I think this is the biggest swing they're going to make all turn.
Yeah.
Unless
if you
it's
have 2 2ks, that's probably still fine.
Unless it's as an ace. Oh, 2 2ks. Okay.
Yeah, 2 2ks.
That's pretty expensive with 2 cards in hand.
Yeah. I don't know. It's gonna be expensive for a category player to even swing into him anyway. So like,
I mean, if we can develop 5 9k attacks, which we can make one, I think we're 1 Dawn short from being able to, but it'd be really close.
yeah, 1 2 3. He's figuring it out right now. 4. Right. So 1 on Linlin, 3 on Gadatsu, 3 on our leader, and 3 on our Pero, which is not enough.
Yeah, but if we have Amaru, we can maybe get there. I think that's exactly that.
Yeah, Amaru would be able to do it for him.
Regardless, I think we needed to block that Linlin because that's 2 resources to get out of 1 attack, and you could have used 1 blocker to get out of it too.
Yeah, I can see that because every card is technically 1 attack.
Yeah, and this is also assuming that Matthew has counter in all 4 cards in hand. It's a pretty safe bet at this late in the game with all the Sabos, but one of those cards could be a Moria that you can't do anything with also.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know both players were nervous when they were entering the game, so no doubt 30 minutes later, just as if not more nervous, but we get a 1k out of that 9k, 1 in hand. All right, put 3 there. Another 9k. If we have Amaru and that card in hand is a Moria, we win. Oh, they're trying. They're thinking. That's what I've been saying.
Well, as soon as he counters out, if he does, he's gonna go to 0 in hand.
Yeah,
Which basically just says, all right, do you have 2 more attacks?
All right.
Excuse me.
9k with Katakuri using its own effect.
If you count,
we do have a 1k
there we go.
or 2k.
All right,
yeah,
there you go. That's GG.
Yeah,
and that just doesn't
block. Yeah,
Oh,
we
you
did
don't
have the
have to-
Amaru too. Oh man, so close.
Yeah. Okay.
So
yeah.
close.
I was ready for him to say Amaru.
Yeah.
Or tap 2 for Amaru.
Yeah, and just to reveal a Moria in hand because
Yeah.
people can get real greedy with that card, but
See, if you played it safe, nah.
you have no proof. You have no proof.
No, there's no way he could have won that.
tangible proof.
No, 0 way for him to win that if he
Nah.
played it safe.
Anyways,
Nah.
we're fine.
Nah.
Yeah. But I think it was really close. I think they made it a little bit closer than they needed to. I think the Sabo block won you the game on the spot with that hand, but you are still doing very well. Both players got 5 wins. We have our category player 5-1. So shouts to Andrew. He's got quite the run left, and I think he's had a good shot with it. And then also to our winner Matthew with the black yellow Luffy with a 6-0. 4 more rounds to go likely. So you know the 2/3 ish part of this day, but
Yeah.
very close.
Yeah, I totally agree. And if you missed that, it was black yellow starter deck Luffy taking that one against Katakuri, and we have 4 more rounds to go after this, huh?
Yeah, 3 or 4 more rounds, likely 4. I'm gonna look at what's left. It looks like our green purple Doflamingo player did get an L for this one, and if I believe chat, then I think our
Emporio player is still playing.
Emporio player still playing.
Yeah.
It's too late into the round. We'll just see if they get on the other side. But
Mhm.
Luffy's hanging out. Emporio might be hanging out, and I think Perona got their first loss of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll know what's undefeated. Outside of that, the options are Sakazuki, Law, Anel, Moria, Katakuri, and Uta. With 1 less Katakuri, 2 left, still deciding. But we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back with round 7 of likely 10. See you guys in a moment.
Bye.
Okie doke. We are here at table number 3. It is going to be Steven, our law player, versus Alex back at it with Emporio. And we'll see how the matchup goes a second time for Emporio for this one.
You didn't want to try that last name, huh?
Neither. No, I'm bad at speaking.
That's fine.
It is a gift and a curse. So
I wasn't gonna try it either. I wanted you to try it, but it wasn't gonna happen.
No.
I think we did see Alex earlier on with Emporio and did a very good job. Like honestly, he just kind of got out of hand as soon as the new support and Inazuma came down, and drawing 4 twice was pretty good. And we can see if this is gonna happen the same way.
Yeah, and if you guys don't know the Emporio leader, he is on screen right now, or it is on screen right now with the end of turn, draw 2 if your card, you have 0 cards in hand, which is a little bit tricky in this game at times to be down to 0, but being able to draw is great. It means your hand size is always 2, which is great unless your opponent has 3 cards on board to attack, but I do think it's a deck that just gets a lot of value because of that. It has a lot of defense, and it's really good at staying at a high life total, which there are a lot of decks that are dependent on you being at low life totals too. So you get some weird edge cases where I think this gets some good matchups in this current meta.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the biggest thing about this matchup, or one of the biggest things, is the fact that a lot of Emporio's cards that they want to play is 7K.
Yeah.
So because of that, it is quite interesting to see how Law kind of navigates around that, because it's super hard. If that wasn't clear.
All right, and looks like we are getting set up real quick. Asking how they want it cut.
Shirley. And okay. How do we get this started out? Who wants to go first or second? You tell me.
It's kind of weird where I think you generally want to have a I like having an even curve because we play Luffy on curve, we bounce a card back to their hand, and then we're able to and then play Emporio afterwards to play Inazuma and refill our hand. That's kind of like what I like to do, which is great against Law because you bounce 4 costs and they play only 4 costs. So
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
I don't see why not. Plus, I mean, I think going on curve and being able to see the cards that they need to see as Law. One of the new ones, of course, is going to be the Bon Clay. So going second might be pretty good for them too because of that. And excuse me, between Bon Clay and as well as Beige. Like, why not? Also, is that a thumbs up? That was cool. Did
All
you see
right.
that?
Yeah, I think it's just on our side for that one.
Are you sure?
No,
Okay.
it did not. I don't believe it picked up on stream though. But yeah, looks like Emporia's going first though. Just no buggy turn 1, turn 2. Just put 3 on leader and attack in.
Yep. Pretty simple. Don't really have too much to do on that one.
All right, and then we have Zoro coming on in, swinging a big 6K.
Slightly big. But 2K will get out of it for sure. I'm definitely going into the Matrix for both of these guys, but on 5 Dawn, I have a couple things that we could play.
Yeah, we've seen them play like the 5/7 Crocodile, which being a 5/7 is pretty tricky for you to remove. I also wouldn't dislike just putting a lot of Dawn onto Zoro, attacking into it too.
Yeah. We might just swing into it and make him pitch a card anyway. I think that's what's going to happen here. And yeah, I wouldn't hate the vanilla coming down. Knuckle coming down instead. And we're going to see, yeah, the crocodile. All right. 5/7 on the board. And going to go and pass back over to Law. I'm going to see a couple different things here, I think, as Law. 5 cost kit is always nice. And there's a few other cards that we can kind of take hold of. But 5 cost kit into -3, maybe? Into a Zoro says a few different swings. But I think overall, staring down that 7K crocodile is kind of annoying.
Yeah, it sure is. So we'd need like a Gordon and like an Otama. Like best would be like a 4/5 Trafalgar Law into like a Gordon, but it's a lot of value and very tricky to get out.
Okay.
All right, so we're able to stay at 5 life because essentially how Emporio works is that you want to use like your life is such a big resource in the other way because you want to make sure that you just make it really tricky for your opponent to do anything and go for game. Well, you're kind of setting up your own board, which again, Law has to spend extra resources to get rid of these. This 5/7 is going to be really great value for the rest of this game until they can get a double removal. And the fact that Emporio can get rid of 4 costs really easy is helpful too.
Yeah. I think doing some damage here, or at least attempting to. It's probably pretty important.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, getting another Zora through after leader effect. It kind of feels bad sometimes, though, right? Oh,
No,
okay,
see,
never
like
mind.
this, how can this feel good, right? Gordon and Raise Max, that gets
Yeah,
the minus there. So
we have to play something first, though.
yeah, just to get like Max Dawn advantage, but that's still
I was
pretty
gonna,
rough.
yeah, I was gonna say like, I mean, this is not terrible. I was gonna say, minusing something without actually being able to bottomize something feels really bad.
Yeah.
So -3, get the croc out. Get another Zoro. Maybe Kitten Killer. Either one. No. Okay, we're gonna be able to draw instead. That's pretty good. Like we have so many options as Law. It's crazy.
Yeah. And so like that that copy of the Bond Clay is pretty obnoxious because it will be if we play these 7Ks, it will be able to be a 7K as well.
Yeah.
All right, and we're using Buggy to look top 5. So unfortunately, we don't get to play our Emporio on curve, which would have been the better play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Clear sleeves are not allowed as
Well, it looks like we got a judge pop in, so I think they're just speaking to each other right now.
Mm-hmm.
okay. So do I like re-sleeve after this round, or what are we doing here?
I think they're just sorting it out now.
Yeah, because it wasn't clear if they were clear sleeves or just sleeves with the official art on it too, because clear sleeves are
Yeah.
unfortunately not allowed.
Right. And looks like they might be going through the process of telling them that clear sleeves are not allowed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me. Should we go back to us real quick? Maybe try to.
Yeah, let's go back to us for a second. Let's have them sorted out first.
Yeah. So I think that that the red purple law player had a good start, just because the Bond Clay is a good starter card for the deck, and then also being able to pressure these sevens with this one card is really great. And additionally, we didn't have the perfect curve as our Emporio because we could have played the 7 cost there, but it's how it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're getting to a dawn count point where Emporio is gonna start doing some Emporio stuff basically.
Yeah.
And yeah, with Law, it's really just about putting down the pressure, and we're getting there. A bunch of 5 key swings everywhere, but unfortunately we ran into one of the worst opponents that you can run into in a tournament, and that is the rules.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have them sort that out, and maybe let's go find something else in the meantime.
Yeah, I think table 5 looks pretty good. It's Uta versus Moria. Both that's obviously pretty new into the round 2, so we'll let's jump over there real quick.
Yeah.
Yes, this is Chris Sock, who's been on quite the tear for online events and in-person events, regionals, treasure cups, what have you. He's been topping pretty consistently these last couple of weeks, and currently on Moria versus our opponent here, who is on Tyler, who is going to be on the Uta.
Uta, yeah. That is true. Yeah, pretty interesting situation so far. We have the Rob Lucci, good old Perona, another 5K swing, comparative to a decently sized hand in Uta, and as well as Luffy. And taking these hits so far, that could be indicative of I might be playing a kid, but with this Kuzan on board, that might put a hole in their plan.
Yeah, and we've got the tiny setup. We've got the Ring of Power around Moria. We've got a Kuzan, a 4-drop Rob Lucci, a Hogback Perona, and a big 9-drop. So
It's like a menacing ritual.
yeah, it sure is.
Pretty crazy. For those who were wondering about the last match, we were watching the Emporio and our law player, but our judge stepped in to speak to them, and now they're just handling that. So that's why we're watching this one.
All right, so we have our Uta here. I think we're at the full 10 Dawn. Doing this 6K swing, to me, means that we might have a Moria, or it's not a Moria,
Kid,
a kid, yes. But with that Kuzan on board, it's not as menacing.
you did just say what I just said.
I'm just repeating.
Oh, okay.
What?
You're agreeing. Oh,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
agreeing.
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Foreign concept.
I know.
Foreign concept. Let me back up. Sorry.
Once every stream, we got to be on like the same wavelength every once in a while.
You're right. You're right.
So who's winning?
I don't know.
Dang, you're supposed to say. I was going to just immediately disagree to whatever you said.
Okay, yeah. I think I don't know was the such better safe answer. Yeah, I think we're really trying to decide, what's the best way to go about this. I think we're swinging into maybe Rabluchi with our Uta, unless the Uta is just like put it in position and is like, I don't know what to swing at. Oh, okay. We're actually going to life. Interesting enough. And
Yeah.
I think we're just swinging out to life. I mean, it's possible that we also have Rosinante,
Mm-hmm.
so we can play that into that. And if we do that, at least we have some sort of protection. And it's going to be a really good card against Gecko Moria because you can't bottom deck. You can't do any of that. So, yeah.
Yeah. So we're just attacking on in. All right, hitting them down to 2. Yeah, I don't know. Like you want to play the kid, but like it's so easy, right? It's so easy for them to get the punish for it, but looks like we are going to play it, and we're going to use the effect. We're going to play out a Blue No that we added from the leader effect, put a Dawn underneath the kid, so you have to attack it, but with that Kuzan on board, it's going to be very easy to remove that.
Yeah, not very good for us at all. And the Blue Note is just a blocker, right? It doesn't have anything else.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just a searchable film card, but yeah, not great, not great at all. I don't like how all of these cards on Chris's end is stanced up like this.
Yeah.
I just don't like. Maybe it's just the way that it's a square. It's just unorthodox, and I don't like it.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we got 10 Dawn to work with. We're trying to figure out what the best play is. I mean, for what it's worth, we might not have it. But if we're attacking with Kuzan first, we defo have it, right? There's no way we don't.
Sure.
All right, so that's going to cost 4. You have to attack into the Eustace Kid. For 1, Great Eruption, Suru. Ice Age, sure.
All right. Well, this is it.
Yeah. And just playing the Rob Lucci, it's been a long game, so I don't know if Absalom was in there, but being able to get rid of both the Bluno and the copy of the Eustace Kid is strong, and we still have, I believe, 5 Dawn to work with, right?
That's correct. 1 for Ice Age, 4 for Rob Lucci, and 5 in total.
All right, and we're going a big 5.
Yeah, 5K, 5K, 5. Yeah, well, actually, yeah, 5K with a 1K.
Yeah.
1K to the 5K. I'm going to keep doing that to our face and use as less or least amount of Dawn possible for these swings.
Yeah, I mean, they 2K'd out of the previous 5K, so yeah, they got another 2K for you. No need to invest on.
I'm surprised we haven't swung with leader, though, because, like, I would probably put Perona, right? Like, just swing 6, Perona kind of thing. But I guess
we only have 4 cards in there, so there's a chance we don't have it.
I think the last one is a Perona. I could be wrong though. It's a 4 cost. I just don't think it is. Maybe it's not. Let me put it that way.
All right.
Also, you have to remove one of these.
Yeah, but just ask cards in hand. There's 9 or 4, so you can't Perona there because you have to do 5 or less.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 5 with leader.
Yeah, that'll do it. No leader effect this time around. I wonder what we're using the 5 for. Maybe
Sabo.
Sabo, yeah. Swinging with the Rob Lucci, the one that we didn't just play. We can see his hand. Don't worry.
Yeah, for the record, yeah. I was typing chat too. Yeah, we clip out a little bit of the discard call, so
Correct.
we are good. And there's the Sabo.
Okay.
Hmm. Interesting. Interesting.
A lot of cards out of their hand because of those 5K swings, which is nice. The Sabo comes down. We draw 2, pitch the 2, maybe get some targets for a leader if we didn't have one already. And all of this stuff is protected, which doesn't really matter. I mean, you're going against Ucha. Like, who cares about that part? The bigger part is that you have a 6K blocker.
Yeah.
What can Uta do?
Backlight. I'm invincible.
Yeah, I guess so. Because backlight is a 2 cost or 3 cost.
2 costs, so you rest it. So you can do. You'd have 5 Dawn left over, so you can put 1 on Zoro to make it a 7K, and then 2 9Ks. I think
Okay.
that gets you there.
Okay. Kind of.
Kind of.
Well, we pitched a 1K out already, right? That brand new. So I mean, it's pretty clear that we only have premiums in our hand.
All right. 2K out.
Yep.
Well.
If you kid again,
two.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
The interesting thing too is that we're at, we kept 2 cards in life. One of them could have been a card to help us here.
Yep.
But yeah, I've seen this look from Uta players before. They're just like, man, I've got 1 copy of it. I'm close. That's a 2K Sanji.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. We're playing the board clear game, I'm guessing. But then that just gives you -1. Oh, 7 for Luffy? Okay. All right.
Sure. And we're not playing anything after that, which is a bit of a bummer. I mean, that's 1 less card out of hand, but it could have been an Uta blocker or something to protect ourselves, which can get removed pretty easily, I guess. I don't know. It's not. There's not very many good things about this situation for Uta.
Yeah.
Okay. Just deciding. I don't know. If you want to go the safe route, let's get rid of the Zoro.
Sure.
If not, I mean, yeah, multiple swings to face is probably okay too. You have plenty of attacks.
We know what they have, a Sanji 2K in hand, right? So this 5K body either gets a block or a 2K at a hand. Likely not a 1K left in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, there's that 2K Sanji.
Cool.
Yeah,
All
unlike something like Huse's Kid, where the double attack is baked into the leader, Uta, you always said like, oh, we could have this, right? But we need to get there, right? We need to find the cards, and we're a deck that I'm Invincible is really searchable, but
yeah,
we just need it.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I think a lot of the time in these situations, it's you got to make the decision, especially at a higher level event, at the undefeated table / I'm going to either top or win. These decisions are a little difficult. and you just have to make the decision of, okay, well, what does my board state look like? What is theirs, and what can they do, and what do they have access to? And that's pretty much what Chris is going through, and he's done this before. Did have some success for plenty of other events, and I think with this same leader too. So, I'm sure he'll come out with something.
Yeah, I mean, there's the potential to win this turn is pretty high,
Yeah.
and if not like win outright, but just win by making it so they can't lose next turn is great.
Mm-hmm.
I think you just pressure numbers. There's a good chance. I mean, Zoro's probably not surviving if you don't want it to.
Honestly, man, I think we just swing 7 with Rob Lucci, 9 with Gecko, a bunch with leader, and then have some Dawn for you to play another blocker.
Yeah.
And give yourself the option to swing with Saba or not. Because at that point, with only 1 card in hand and 3, oh, the cat, foul, party foul. What was I saying? I got distracted. You basically have to put yourself in the situation where, do I swing with the sawbow? And yeah, it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy to be in this situation.
All right. Well, yeah, just deciding how much to put into this. We got 12 minutes left on the round, right? So we can. This is probably your last to second to last turn. If Uta survives, next turn is definitely their last turn. I don't see them either not losing the turn afterwards or trying to push for win. So
surely.
All right, big surely. 7 at lead. It looks like going down to 1.
Pretty much guaranteed because we're not blocking with the Luffy.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we just swing 9 to leader as well. Yeah, I mean, there's not. What else is there to do?
Looks like we're swinging 8. We're going to use leader effect, discarding a card.
Sure.
Probably playing Hogback to get a 2K to hand in case we need it. Yeah, seems like the case.
Cool. That's fine. We have 4 after this, so definitely could be a Borsellino or something. We're going to take it. Yeah. And then we're going to swing 9. And then we just have to do simple math to see if we have enough. Then I ask cards in hand. If we have 2, then we can take it. If we have 3, we probably should pass. Or play the Borsellino, I mean. Because you're not losing next turn. Even with I'm Invincible. Yeah, it's unlikely you'll lose next round.
Yeah. Play Borsa if you have it. Play Rebecca if you have it.
I think you just play Borsellino and pass. At this point, they have 4 cards in hand, so I don't think you're going to be able to get through with a 10k swing.
Yeah, it's not worth the risk. I think. I mean, you could do it. There's super high chance that you get out of it, but I also don't think it's worth the risk when you only have 2 cards in hand as well. One's a 2K, but still.
Right.
All right, and another Hogback, sure. Get another 2K.
I mean, that's all right.
Yeah, you tell them that I have 2 cards in hand and they're both 2Ks. So if you're not swinging 9s, I'm feeling pretty good, but I think that's good enough.
Mm-hmm. At least we have 2 2Ks, a blocker, and only 2 swings. So, like, Uta can get the math there, right? I mean, there's some math there. Let's see. Because, like, you can let's see. We have 10, so 2, 3. That's 5, and then we do 3 and 3. No, that's 1 short. Because I'm thinking of a 9k swing with Zoro and a 2 9k swings with leader.
Yeah, because if we have, like, let's say 2 copies of I'm Invincible, right? So that uses 6 Dawn, so we have 4 left over. So we probably have 7 on Zoro and then 8 for the rest, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, we also know what's in their hand, right? So, like, if we swing 7, you have to pitch both cards here,
Mm-hmm.
and then we can just double I'm invincible after that. So, like, giving them another card could be a 1K or a 2K. You just kind of have to factor that in. It's just like, I don't know, backlight should be able to, like, at least help navigate this turn.
Mm-hmm.
But then you also do need I'm invincible to take it. So, like,
Yeah. I
if
forgot
you just
the
don't have
Saba's
those
on there too.
cards,
Yeah, I don't think there's a way out now. I forgot Saba's blocking your
yeah,
board too.
and that's what I'm saying. We are separating too. Here's a 7. That's just not what we need.
That's not a I'm invincible.
That's a bummer. That is a bummer. So 2 cards or the block here and a 1 card. I mean, based on Tyler's demeanor, this should be it, I think. We just don't have what we need.
Yeah, with 2Ks and it's public knowledge he has 2Ks in hand, right? He added he played 2 hogbacks last turn, so he's got to have them.
Yeah, I mean, there's just you can only get to 9, so you just take it. You just take it because if you, I don't think you have the block.
I
don't
don't
think you have
think
the
it
block.
matters in any shape or form.
I'd rather keep the body.
I don't think you need the body. You got 4 other bodies.
Oh, that's true. You never know what the rest of the dawn entails. Also, I'm greedy, so I rather
You
just
are.
take it.
I've learned one thing during our stream today. I'm a cautious. They could have the 1 in 50 cards, and you're like, oh, it don't matter. Just see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. So you need double I'm invincible. Is that what the?
That is the ask. So there's 1 copy of it.
Yeah, but you know what is in his hand, so there's no point.
Correct.
There's no point. Cat.
Great eruption.
Great cat eruption.
Listen, I know you want to help me out, Cat. I appreciate it, but we ain't getting there. We do have the double, 1 more 7K, and easy double 2K that or 2K 1K. But yeah, we knew this was coming.
Correct. Draw card, swing. Winner space.
Yeah. So there it is. Chris is going to be able to continue the tournament undefeated going into round number 8. And we still have Tyler here. Super good position, 7-1 so far. And just a couple more wins. He's in that top cut as well. Or top 16, rather.
Yep. That is round 7 of 10.
Yeah.
So I've got a few more to go. And I'm sure he'll do perfectly fine.
Same. So we're going to go back to us. We're actually just 5 minutes left in this round as well. So we are going to go to our break as well. We did have Emporio getting the W on that round as well with the sleeves just not working out for that. So that is where that is. So Emporio's undefeated. We do have Moria as one of our undefeated, and we'll see what the rest of them are too. So but down to a final 8, and we'll see what those are like.
Sounds good to me.
Cool. So we'll be back round number 8, and yeah, we'll be right back. Okie doke. We have for you guys Alex here on Emporio versus James on the Sakazuki. Our one of Emporio versus this. They did get deck checks, so you know you got to do the extra power shuffle. Reshuffle these up, make sure that they're not clumped together from the deck check, and that's why they're spending the extra minute for it.
Yeah, totally. I do not blame him at all. I think it's also a superstition thing, right? If your opponent deck or power shuffles or like super shuffles here, you have to do it too.
That's probably fair.
That's a rule.
Probably fair. A rule, you say?
Superstitious rule, but it's a rule.
It's a rule.
Can I get a yeah in the chat for that one?
Let me just quickly just put it all to emote only, so you cannot.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. They can say it silently. There you go. Thank you, Chano. Oh yeah,
Oh, you got two
yeah,
Yaz.
Yaz are coming in, baby.
I
Yaz
can't,
are
I can't
coming
have this.
in.
Where's the emote only button? Nah. Joking aside, I think one of the big things about Emporio right now is that it's really good into, I think Red Purple Law is a pretty good matchup based on my own testing. I haven't had a lot of Sakazuki testing, so we'll see if this is the other bully to beat in the format. In general, though, 2 7-drop Emporios back to back is really tricky to handle. On the other side, Inazuma, probably the best new card for this leader, is pretty removable for Sakazuki as well. So we'll if they're able to remove it, that's great. If they're not able to kind of handle the tempo, or if 6-drop Luffy caused a lot of issues, I think Emporio has a chance to win this one.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think keeping that Inazuma on board is going to be a pretty big factor, just in general, and
Yeah.
that's easier to do than others compared to this deck, right? Like Sakazuki just has so many things they can do in order to get rid of it. And I would say that like the 7 cost Emporio that plays out a Luffy or something else will make it a little difficult for Sakazuki to remove both. And if they do it back to back, it just becomes more and more difficult. So I think that's probably part of the game plan late game in order to overwhelm our Sakazuki player. We are starting out with a brand new. Interesting. Very interesting. I think we take a stage because I don't think we're unlikely to see a stage if we can play the TCG back again later.
Yeah, it's either that or we have the stage in hand already, and we'd rather just play the brand new. At the second, on the other side, I don't think stage is as good in this matchup specifically because we don't have a lot of 4 costs. It might help for some reduction for some weird numbers, but I think more times than not, you're hoping on your Hinas just to make your 6 cost 2, and then get the removal from there.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. I think that that -1 cost is always nice. That we're gonna take this 5K and we're gonna take a look at the 3, or actually 5 for this 3 cost blocker Dofi. And pretty important to get our next few turns right as Emporio. Just because you kind of already know you're going to be drawing 2/2 for one if you set up that way, and you kind of need some sort of combo pieces, whether it's Ivankov or something else.
Yeah, it's essentially the closest thing that we have to like a late game searcher, right? We have Buggy that helps us set it up, but knowing that we're going to end our turn and draw cards, we want to make sure the cards that we have are have counter, are useful for the next turn. So setting up this and being a blocker, it's a great turn 2 play for the deck.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Although it will get Houndblade sometime or another, I'm sure. So
I mean, that's what you just snap block the first one.
yeah, that's
you
probably
get
what's
to
going to
go
happen.
from there.
Correct.
All right, looks like James is thinking about it. He's at 4 Dawn right now.
Yep. Tempted to remove that, but I think you just swing and remove itself. Honestly.
Yeah.
I don't think you counter this. I think you just block. I mean, you get the value right now. I'm pretty sure you just. Okay, well, that's fine.
Yeah, because I would block because if they have Houndblaze, that'd be pretty nice right here, but it might also be kind of bait to make them commit to not playing a 4 cost this turn. And because Emporio generally likes to have the board advantage for it. All right, yeah, Rob Lucci. All right, that does get 3 cards out of 4 from your trash to the bottom of your deck, but does get rid of the blocker and get the pass from there.
Can I talk about tunnel vision again?
Yeah, sure. I think you're a little tunnel visioned on talking about tunnel vision, but I'll allow
It's
it.
his first time today. I don't know what to tell you. Don't get tunnel vision about removing stuff as Sakazuki. That's it.
Cool.
That's it.
Thank you for your insight. I appreciate it, and I'm sure chat does too.
Yeah, man. I'm sure they do. I am sure they do. We do have a Buggy coming down, Impel down. Plenty of targets in this deck. It's going to be Definitely a good one.
All right. So for one, what can Buggy be finding? There's some blockers. I haven't seen enough of this list either to know if we're playing like the stage at all, which sometimes helps us get some good starters for us. Generally, we want to be able to try to do Emporio into a Luffy next turn. That lets us like get the tempo back on our side. But that's kind of like in this matchup. I don't know who won the dice roll, but if it was Emporio, I would have definitely tried to take away second from Sakazuki. Because I really do like turn 3 playing Luffy, bounce whatever they played previous back to their hand, and then from there like Ivankov into a Inazuma, as well as if the Luffy survived, he bounce another card back to hand. It gets a lot of tempo for us.
Oh, for sure.
All right.
Well, going back to Sakazuki's turn, didn't play anything, but we did get him down to 2, and that's probably the right way to do it. I mean, you're gonna be tempted to play some bodies that remove things or things that remove bodies, and looks like we're just trying to set up our trash for later. We pitched a Rob Lucci before. I think we bottom decked that one from the actual Rob Lucci,
Yeah.
and now Hina for our Rebecca target if needed.
And we're still trying to set up bodies, still trying to search. Get the Hound Blaze, which is quite nice.
It's pretty annoying.
Not for this turn necessarily, but just for being able to clear stuff later.
Yeah.
Big 7 is pretty tough, but we'll probably try to get out of this if we can. Because the issue is that like it's a double loss for you for taking life. Not only are you closer to losing, but it means that your hand size is bigger than it was, which means that it's harder for you to do your effects.
Right, that's true. But we are going to counter out of some of these. 7K swing here, trying to bring our hand down to where we need it to be.
And it's a 2K Sasaki and a 1K Inazuma. We're going to go another 7. Oh, we're leaving 1 up for something.
Right.
Maybe the HQ. All right. It's a trigger. It looks like an event card. Oh yeah. Okay, great. Red Rock. It's been a minute, but very good hit there. Very, very good hit. So it's good for 2 reasons. Not only do we get rid of the Rob Lucci, but that means that card doesn't go to hand. So our hand size is smaller, which in every other leader, you're like, why is that good? But in this one specifically, we're happy to see it.
Oh, definitely. And I think we're getting to the Dawn count that we need to be. I think this is 6 or 7.
This is, I believe, 7 since we went first. So if we have the 7-drop Emporio, it's pretty strong for us. Sakazuki's already down to 2 life, and they don't have that much of a board, but they do have a pretty large hand.
Right.
So that's good for them. All right, a 2K out for a 5, and then here it is.
Here we go.
Yeah.
So we're going to play that into an Inazuma, which is quite nice to see. We're going to be able to draw the 2 because we are at 2.
Yeah.
Exactly what we need. It's pretty awesome. So we're just going to go ahead and do that. Yeah, that trigger did pretty well to get that Rob Lucci out. That's pretty good. I think this is such a better turn for an Emporio player, because now they're staring down what 13 Dawn worth of stuff.
Yes.
And that's a lot. That's a lot to get rid of.
I like you counting it by Dawn cost, because you know that's how Sakazuki players think, right? Like, what are my numbers for removal?
Through Dawn cost.
Yeah, Dawn cost, right?
We, to be fair, we mentioned Dawn cost when we do 8 cost Gecko.
Sure, in Sakazuki.
Yeah, here's Sakazuki. You see what I'm saying?
I see it. I hear it.
I'm just trying to speak the language of our Sakazuki people.
Well, we did pitch out 1 Gecko Moria, which, I mean, would have been a good tempo play this turn, but wouldn't have answered anything on board, which is a little bit scary. And again, it looks like James has a pretty thick hand, but not seeing exactly what they need, it seems.
Right. Bit of a bummer. But really good for our Emporio player. Okay. So we're just deciding. It was nice that we have our stage on.
Yeah, so I mean, we know we have Houndblaze in hand. We've seen quite a few Hinas. There could be like a Rebecca Hina play, Houndblaze. I'm sure that Inazuma is not going to survive until the end of this turn. I think the bigger issue is, are we going to be able to get rid of the Emporio too?
Mm-hmm. I don't think so. I think we can get rid of one thing pretty easily, or at least reliably. And after that, it's just, I don't know if there's just going to be enough um, Dawn to get rid of both of them.
Yeah.
And honestly, even if you did, like, the best we're going to put out is a Rob Lucci, right?
Mm-hmm. And we're using all these cards without counter too. But I think we're going to be able to pressure some good values, right? Houndblaze to get rid of the Inazuma.
Mm-hmm.
Also, for people jumping in chat, thank you very much, Carta Magica, for rating us. I hope your in-person event in Niagara went well. I'm going to guess Sakazuki won. Last time I checked, it was a mirror on the finals there, so pretty safe bet. But yeah, so you guys, we're in round 8. Both players are undefeated. We're at table 1 right now. And yeah, 7-0 for Alex on Emporio and 7-0 for Sakazuki, being run by James. But I do appreciate the raid. I hope you guys are having a good day. And looks like we're doing some good numbers. We went 6, which got a 2K out of hand. And yeah, we're going to have to take this 7, it seems. And then another brand new. Oh, man. We're just not putting anything of value on board. And I think that's what's going to make Sakazuki get real behind in this matchup pretty soon if nothing changes.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
All right, so we're going to 9 Dawn. We have, I would say, a couple too many cards in hand, potentially.
Yeah. I would say, again, it's just about making sure that we have the counter, or at least like being able to counter and go down to like at least 2 cards, or maybe 3, because you could be playing one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I mentioned the stage card before, but we really haven't seen that from our Emporio player, right? So
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he just doesn't play it.
Yeah, and I think honestly the Red Rock in life at that point, I think that was a huge point of being able to get the tempo back at Emporio's side to be able to set up. If that Rob Lucci was still on board, we'd still have like more pressure and we'd kind of have to fear it. But again, when all their bodies cost are 3Ks, Emporio can defend that very easily.
Right. I totally agree. Well, for now, we have 5 card, or actually 4 cards in hand. It's possible to play 2 of them, but I don't know. 2 7K swings is going to be coming down to Sakazuki pretty soon here. Oh, AK.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah, AK.
That's fine.
Interesting.
And so this is gonna be like, it's gonna ask for 2Ks. I think we
Yep.
had Dawn to go 9K though, right?
Yeah, we definitely did. Just 2 Dawn. But what are we playing for the rest, I wonder?
All right, 3
this is
for
3.
Dofi. Okay. And then
Okay.
what are we playing for 5?
Um,
Maybe 5 on Buggy Go face.
yeah, 7 is a pretty good swing. I wouldn't hate it. I mean, this is the second time that we're doing Delphi. Didn't like any of those cards.
Yeah, and that's fair, and that's like the good thing about this too. He's playing Croc out. Okay, fine. Again, we got a pretty wide board, pretty scary, but only 3 in hand, so not the super good Emporio numbers.
It's probably fine.
Yeah, we've seen it earlier where if you do 2 Emporios back to back 7 cost, there's a lot of decks that just can't answer that pressure, but the consistency of seeing that is not high.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of consistency, we're trying to get to the point where Dolphy is going to be able to navigate our next few turns. It's pretty cool because our next draw is going to determine what our next turn looks like, and for a good pilot for Emporio, that's really important. You just got to make sure that everything is in line, and you're going to be drawing through and get the combos where you can. And getting that bottom deck to Inazuma, not our favorite thing in the world.
Yeah. And that's like the matchups I think we see earlier. Like they have a hard time removing the Inazuma, which makes a difference. Sakazuki is just another day, right? You just there's a card on board. That's not cool. It needs to get out of here.
Yeah, I think that's probably the baseline for most Sakazuki players anyway.
Mm-hmm.
We can get a Gekomori out, right? Like we can use stage, we can use leader minus the croc. We're gonna block here, which is fine. If we're doing Gecko, I don't think we're gonna be threatened for our Emporio. Probably gonna be threatened by our. Oh, okay, we reduced Emporio, so never mind.
Yeah, they're gonna make it cost 5.
Mm-hmm.
I think with 8-drop Gecko math, I think we can get that to yeah, so we have a 6-cost Emporio and a 4-cost Croc.
Yeah. How do we do both? Shouldn't it be 5 and 5? Oh wait, no, never mind. Croc's a 5 cost. I keep forgetting. So it's a 4 -1 for both. I don't think you can get there. Oh, I wouldn't say couldn't. If you have a Suru or something like that, you could be good. We already know that the Gecko Warrior is going to come down. Maybe do a Rebecca and as well as a Hamapo again. Yeah, Hamapo again. Was going to replace the other Hamapo. Yeah, other Hamapo. And then we're going to reduce probably the Emporio. It kind of doesn't matter. I mean, you can do the Croc because that'll be -2, and then now you have to do minus. Oh, Ice Age. Okay, so if you have Ice Age,
well, we're gonna get Hina back. We're gonna play Hina.
Oh, sure.
Make it cost 2 and 1. Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha. So we're gonna Houndblaze one of them then.
No, we're gonna Ama. Yeah, both.
Ama. Okay. Cool. That's even worse.
Yeah, and I think this is where the matchup becomes difficult. If we're able to establish, if we're able to establish another 7-drop Emporio, there's no way they clear board, right? They could spend all their time saying up this Gecko blocker, but it would not matter. But back where we are now, I mean, we got 3 cards left in hand, right? So that's the trade-off, but
yeah,
it's very good, very, very good for Sakazuki to be able to play that Moria so efficiently at Tendon.
Yeah.
So also Luffy TV with the raid too. Thank you guys. I guess this is the round 8 raid.
I guess so. Shout out to Carta. Shout out to
Luffy TV.
And you guys get to tune into this undefeated Emporio, who's now in a very tough spot.
Yeah, we're at Tendon. I mean, like, best thing we could probably do is looks like play 2 for Duval. Okay. This puts another blocker on board and like sets up our next turn. Also, if we have like 7-cost Emporio and our cards are not like, we can kind of set up what cards we get from that too, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I think we're putting it to the bottom, right? I believe that's correct.
Yes. because it's either gonna be top or bottom, which is interesting because we did it already with Dofi,
Mm-hmm.
so we really did not like any of the cards.
Yeah, and I think we're attacking with 7 here. If we have 3 in hand, I think we have an Inazuma we're going to play for 6, which is going to let us draw up to 4 at the end of the turn, which is going to be nice. Yeah, get the Rebecca block while you can. If you have another Mori in hand, it means you can bring it back. And, a Luffy. All right, so we're going to use this effect. We're going to probably pitch 2, if we don't like these 2, to put the Hina back into hand. And if we do like the 2, I don't know, putting Hina back into hand is not great, right? Because they'll gladly play it again. But yeah, just thinking about it. Because again, yeah, it looks like we're pitching 2. 2 of the Mr. 3s, we're going to put, again, the Hina probably back into hand. Since it doesn't have counter.
I mean, still feels kind of bad though.
I think James is looking at the card.
Yeah, he probably hasn't. He hasn't played against the 6 cost Monkey D. Luffy in a long time, or at all.
All right, we're thinking. Yeah, so discard 2, and then yeah, I think you got to put Hina back into hand. Oh, are they saying maybe they just chose up to 0? You don't have to bounce. Okay. Yeah, bouncing Hina back to hand makes sense if there's another one in play somewhere. But so you just at least relieve the pressure a little bit. But the other thing in like Sakazuki, you've given them one more card that they can use to cycle. So like that's kind of there's give and takes.
Yeah, I mean that is a prime card to pitch for the leader and draw 1 for sure. I don't know. I think the 1 less attack is probably fine. Looks like we're just gonna go 5.
This is yeah, I guess yeah, take the block while you can.
Correct.
There's also like a pretty solid chance, like if this Luffy doesn't get answered, Alex can win next turn.
I mean, that's a possibility. It depends on if they put out a block or not, and we know that Sakazuki has plenty of those, so it's hard to say. And yeah, Luffy can return back the buggy. That's one thing you could have done there.
Yeah, but then he'd have 1 card in hand and wouldn't be able to draw 2.
It's 1 more card to defend with.
But then you're drawing 2 if you didn't bounce it back, right?
Oh, you mean at the end of the turn? Oh,
yeah,
sure. Yeah, you're right. I think it would be better if they had like 1 more Dawn open. You can just use the buggy kind of thing.
Yeah, like if I mean, I don't think it's gonna happen, but if both survive, you can attack with Luffy, put the buggy back in your hand, and just hope for Emporio off the top 5 of your deck.
Yeah, that's fair. And Inazuma is also impound down, right?
Yes, they both are. All right, going down to 2 life. Still have 6 Dawn to work with. Going down to 5 cost for Luffy. All right, 7 croc, like the 5/7 croc. The other thing is that you do need 2 cards in hand for Luffy's effect. Yeah, just quickly taking that 9. Yeah, no issues there. And then maybe just like a Sabo or Rebecca. Oh man, Rebecca Ama just wins you the game once again.
Yeah.
Because you get Hina,
and then Ama again.
Yeah.
We did get a Hound Blaze, but I'm pretty sure we used that already.
Either or, right? But just having 0 cards in hand, yeah.
Okay, we did not use it. That was the first one we saw.
And I think 1 card left in hand, 2 cards left in hand.
2. 2 for Sakazuki, 2 for Porio. 3 now for the draw.
Yeah, this is tough.
Being at one life, yeah. I mean, we said it before. Life is a resource, that type of thing. And no longer have that resource. Burn through our hand through all these attacks, and there's two.
Oh, we finally get there.
Sure, that's fine.
All right.
It
Oh, we got to play a blocker, which also just stinks.
doesn't really matter
Yeah.
here. Yeah. I mean, you can swing 8 into, or maybe like 2 5s into the heinous.
Yeah. But they can block 2k out of that pretty easy too.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
There's
rough.
block, and there's 2 cards in hand. Just not good. I mean, even if we did have the other Inazuma, I don't think it really made too much of a difference.
No, I don't think so either. We're searching the top. There's not like great cards we can add back. Sure, just cycling the 1k. But I think if Emporio came a little bit earlier, he would have been strong. But unfortunately, did not get there. Yeah, just 7. It doesn't matter. Yeah, there goes Rebecca doing her job.
Love that. I think this is pretty much draw, swing a few times, and should be a wrap.
Yeah.
Just a few 7 key swings should do it. And then a couple bigger swings after that. Because with Gecko on board, should make it pretty easy. I mean, there's only like one trigger that might make this a little difficult, but I mean, that just gets rid of a Hina maybe even.
Yeah.
And I think we're just working on getting rid of the blocker, which is probably what you want to do. Like I said, tunnel vision, but this one does count.
Yes.
This one makes taking game a lot easier. You just kind of have to find the cards for it.
All right, and real quick, so the other tables, we had table 2, Sakazuki won. Table 3, Anel got the W. And then table 4, we had Chris Sock, who we saw in the previous round, win again with Gecko Moria. So our last 4 undefeated are Sakazuki, Anel, Moria, and the outcome of this match.
Correct. There's the block. Didn't really matter at the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, 7k swing, and then put everything else on Gecko. You should be good.
Yeah.
You probably don't even have to do all that. You can just put everything on Gecko. But 7k should work it out.
Man. Yeah, it looks like another Emporio. Not sure if it was from Life or not, but honestly, a really good show from Alex. And I think the Sakazuki matchup can be tough. And
Yes.
if you don't, because their Morias get way more value and tempo than your 7-cost Emporios with even best setup.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just difficult keeping stuff on board. You get the value sometimes as soon as you put them down on board. But when you're relying on stuff like that to stick on board, Sakazuki is just going to, just manhandle you.
Yeah.
Just going to take advantage of you very much, very much throughout the entire match.
Agreed. Yeah. If they can now that like I don't know, like I used to be like, oh, Great Eruption and Ice Age are so good. Now I'm kind of like, you know what? Hina is just so great, especially if you have Rebecca and Hina in hand, you can just put Hina into your trash for free, play it for free off Rebecca, and then you Hound Blaze, right? Like there's just some really good combos with those.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So
since it came out, by the way.
Yes. Yes.
This hasn't changed.
No.
For many sets, this has not changed.
For sure. Well, I think we're going to be done with this round. We got just a couple minutes left in regular time, and all of our undefeated tables have finished. So into it, we have James, who we just saw win with Sakazuki. We got Chris, but 2 Chris's, 1 Chris Pack with Sakazuki and Chris Sock with Gecko Moria, and also Aaron with Anel. So those are our 4 undefeateds left going into round number 9. We're going to take a break into round number 9. Keep an eye on some of our X1s as well, and we'll be right back.
Sounds good to me. Hosted by Top Cut.
Yes.
And We're going into round 9 of 10. So only 2 more blazing fast rounds. Got a lot of EBO1 action.
Mhm.
And we're actually following what? Tell us.
So
Mr.
going into
Eggman.
this round, we have 2 Sakazukis, a Gecko Moria, and the match we're going to follow is a Nell. We haven't really seen much of a Nell from this tournament today, and it's one of the decks that got the most support with a couple of new event cards, which are pretty interesting. So that's what we're planning going to, and again, only 2 more rounds left for us today.
Yeah, only 2. It's been going pretty well, I think. Just overall, as far as speed goes and smoothness, and yeah, just the matches in general have been pretty good. So I'm excited to see Enel and its new support. We got a couple of new things for the Enel leader itself that caters to it, right?
Yeah.
And as well as the nice little event card that can get rid of anything, which is nice as
Yeah,
well.
Rygo. And the other thing is that Anel did win the Treasure Cup last week, hosted by Core TCG. We watched it in finals, and even though it was like a pre-EBO1 list, it was definitely more of like the Rush build that I think is more popular right now with some additional new cards. So it'll be interesting to see if it's similar to that build or more of a, like, I'd say standard control-ish build that Anel was originally popular for.
Yeah, totally. So I'm excited. It's against Sakazuki. We just saw Sakazuki, and it's also one of the top 3 represented decks in this event, right?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, no surprise there. So
Yeah.
I think it has a pretty good matchup. These could be, good little 50-50 sometimes depending on the pilots, but who knows with this new support, and I'm ready to see it.
Yeah, well, let's just jump on over there then. All right, here we go. We've got Aaron again on Anel versus Chris on Sakazuki. Table 1 of 2 of undefeated that we have for round number 9 here. And I think that like Anel traditionally could be strong for us here. Just in OPO5, I think Anel had a matchup that was good if you played more of like the rush build for it. And which I think is a forward again with the new support that have been released over the last couple mini sets.
Yeah, pretty much. What do you prefer? Do you like the old school NL with some Rygo support, or are you leaning on towards that rush stuff?
I'm not as much of an aggressive player. I like being able to get to like a point in the game where I kind of stabilize and win. But right now, yeah, it's looking like I don't know. I don't like the current builds for it, but that doesn't mean it's strong. It's not strong. It just means that it's not necessarily the way I play it right now.
Yeah, I can see that. Definitely depends on the type of player that you are, what you have access to, and just general, overall, what you feel a deck should have. And hey, we're back at it again with Sakazuki in the field card.
Yeah, and so that's been, I'd say, newer. And as far as I know, it wasn't a card that was really popular in the Japanese format. I could be wrong on that one. I'm not 100% on theirs, but it definitely feels like a decision point for us here in the North American meta, kind of a later tack for Sakazuki as we enter the last couple weeks where it's a legal leader in this game. But very great at helping us get that one extra reduction to get something in range. And already we have the scary card. It is the 4-cost Kuzan, and hopefully we have Gadatsu for this NL to be able to get the removal for that.
Yeah, Kuzan, such an annoying card for Adele, and just in general, right? This is just basically says I'm going to be able to remove anything that I want. And what do you think? Well, okay, never mind.
And we do have the Gadatsu. And that's, I mean, they didn't attack last turn, which generally means that they want to keep them at 4 for this kind of stuff. But you still get a card draw from Kuzan. You force them to have it in case they were just bluffing it. And not terrible for you.
Yeah. I was going to ask you, how do you feel about not attacking and, pressure test you as far as Gadatsu goes? But we got their answer before you can even say it. And hey, that's a good way to get rid of the Kuzan. It can come back through Gecko Moria, sure. We have probably a few others throughout our hand and deck, but it's good to see it get out of here now.
Yeah. All right, so we have a solid 6 Dawn for our Sakazuki. 5 cost means that we have to give something else to get the removal of this Gadatsu as well, since Stage gets 1 and Leader gets 1. So, but like a Hina with Houndblaze would be pretty strong. But we'll just start with this 5.
Yeah, without the Hina coming down, I think it's not going to matter. And honestly, I don't think Ganel really cares about what you're swinging with at a certain degree.
Yeah.
They're just going to be taking these cards out of life, use it as a resource, that type of thing. And hey, why not
Oh.
another Kuzan?
Yeah, and that might have been like the bait of being like, all right, cool. I'm gonna hit them down from 4 to 3, and then my Kuzan will be, now that I got rid of the one Kuzan that they're running, and fortunately for Chris, they're playing at least 2 copies.
Yeah, very fortunately. And I mean, I don't know if it's gonna be worth to Rygo this this Kuzan, but hey, we'll see what we can do as a Nell here.
I will say that
But
Kuzan is terrifying. If we have a copy of
Yeah.
Reject, I would definitely consider playing that as well.
yeah, sure.
On the flip side, we are at 2 life. If we have like Ace with Rush, we can use that. If we have like 7 cost Nell,
Mhm.
that's a great card here too. Definitely a lot of options for Nell to play.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I wish we spread out our Dawn so that way I can confirm how much she has. But well, for both players actually. um, but there is a world where we can play Ace as well if we're playing that. He has live as far as the rush goes. We can go at least 2 7K swings if I am correct that he's at 6 Dawn. But he might be at 7 because we played the Gadatsu last turn.
Yes, we're at 7 for Nell. We're at 6 for Sakazuki. So yeah, 7 cost Nell is definitely viable to be played this turn.
Yeah, either 7 costs or the 5 costs Ace.
Yes.
We could play Big Mom. I mean, there's a lot
That's
of
true, yeah.
different ways or a lot of different things that we can be doing here.
All right, and just kind of thinking again, like Anel is pretty flexible in the cards that we're playing. We also don't know if this is like a more aggressive build or not, which is something that you like to try to keep hidden as long as possible. Gadatsu usually means you're a little bit more on like the control side of it, but we are going to a 5 and then a 6.
Okay. All right. So there's the Big Mom that I was
There's
talking
the
about.
Linlin, yeah.
Yeah, basically what I was saying. There's a lot of different ways that you can take it, and him just going for it, making them to decide, Chris to decide if they want to trash one or give Arnell even more ammo.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the best turn to play this card more times than not, so being able to see it on curve is great. It only gets kind of stuck in hand after this, though, right?
Yeah, for sure. But hey, 3 life, we'll take it. We'll take it all day. More triggers for us, more cards in hand, etc., etc. And our Sakazuki player, Chris, gonna have to decide if we want to get rid of this Big Mom or not.
Yeah. So we're at 8. I mean, Mori can be played, but again, most times that we've seen Mori hit the boards at 10 Dawn to do some removal combos with it. Kuzan attacking 5. We're getting a Shirahoshi off of life.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
The closest thing that we have has a searcher for Yamato in this deck.
Yeah,
So,
why not?
So hopefully we find it.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have the Shirahoshi too. It gives you the option to play Katakuri as well later
Mhm.
on if you're at that awkward 2 or 3 life state, which obviously that's where we are right now. And we can continue to dig through our deck. We can have them focus on the Big Mom as well as the Gadatsu for removal. So that
Mhm.
way we're not being tempted to get the Shirihoshi off the board.
Yeah.
But I think we're at 8 at Sakazuki, right?
Yeah, I think the best play for them we get the removal of Linlin, and then if we're able to play Sabo as well to protect our Kuzan from getting hit by a Yamato next turn, I think that'd be very, very good.
Okay.
And yeah, 5. I don't know if I would have done this. There's part of me if I do have that play, I'd be swinging the just Gadatsu just for the cost reduction if I really needed it.
I don't know. The real question is where we put the reduction in the first place. I am guessing it's probably to the big mom, but I don't know.
Yeah,
But we
we've
are
got.
going to use our leader effect.
All right, so maybe we have Rebecca then if we're putting Hina there. Yeah,
Cool.
very good. Best friends at it again.
Yeah, I've commentated many games, and this is the one combo we see.
Yeah,
But now, with the addition of Ama, it makes it even more viable to get rid of two pretty highly costed things. You know, 5 costs and a 7 cost. I mean, that's pretty good. I
yeah.
don't think we even used our field card, right?
No, we didn't even need to use it. So,
Yeah.
not. And I don't think Anel's like the good one for that. My guess is we're swinging 5 and 2, probably Kuzan, just to get
Yeah.
some value, and then either they block it with Hina or with Rebecca, or they don't. And if they do, Yamato's just going to get the other thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gotta be.
Yep. So basically saying I'm just gonna remove anything, one thing anyway, 4 costs or less, and move on with our turn, being a 2 life.
Yeah, I think the only thing is that you did give them a free card draw by attacking Sakazuki and Deleter instead of Gadatsu,
Mm-hmm.
but so we'll see if that one card makes a difference.
Yeah. You did point out the stage card, but pretty sure you have to rest it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do have to rest it. So maybe you did use it to minus the Yamato. Kind of hard to follow through without the audio, of course. And
Without
would be
dice.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, dice would be great.
There's a reason I give them out to free. I'm like, please use these. It makes my life so easier. Have them. You should
That's
have
totally
no
why.
excuse for not having dice anymore.
Surely.
All right, we're pitching the Rob Lucci for leader effect.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we've got Gecko Moria hitting the board, which is additionally a 9K, which is pretty bad news for this Yamato. And Suru, honestly, I think if we have like another Houndblaze, we're able to remove this. So 2 from Suru, 2 from leader, and then the Hina that we're playing out if they have it,
Mm-hmm.
which they do.
Yeah. Hina does come down
And
after resolving the Gecko,
mhm.
minusing it, and now we get to do Houndblaze into our Hina swing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Hina swing.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 plus 4, 8, 9. I think that Yamato costs 0 right now. So if we got another Houndblaze, another Ama, we just get the free removal. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, okay, that works.
There that goes. And they developed a 9 cost. And there goes ours.
Correct. And yeah, no need for Houndblaze, no need for the swing. He was at 1 life anyway, RNL player, and was just going to be able to discard 1, get that back. So I think that's the prime play, the much better play as far as that goes. And not feeling too hot as an L, because if we play another Yamato, that's cool. We can pop the same thing that we did last time.
We can set up
And-
another Rebecca
and-
for them. Sure, yes.
and do the same thing, be in the same place. But we are swinging 7 this time, so this could be a category instead.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I wouldn't mind using Katakuri to put their Moria back into their life.
Yeah, I think that might be what is going on here.
Yeah, and put it at the bottom. Yeah, it's fine. It's a little slow, but if we're going later into the game, it makes a lot of difference.
I mean, I think the best thing about this is that we have a pretty good hand sizes now, right? So
we do.
Like we can take a hit pretty reliably and just defend against the rest. So I think we're okay doing that.
Yeah, and it just obviously only gets punished if they have more Morias, which I think you're going to be losing anyways. So if they are able to continue to do that, so being able to stop the bleeding just a little bit is important.
Right. All right. So that's a Godotsu. Kind of hard to see. Oh, that's a Onami.
That's
I believe.
Onami, correct? Yeah.
I was sorting out the pixels.
And probably
like
another
another one?
Onami. Yeah.
Yep, looks like another one. So those two 5K swings aren't doing much. It's very possible we're going to be able to take the next one if he does swing, which we might be doing that with our leader just to get the reduction. But this really depends on what we're going to be playing next. And it seems like with all this Dawn still open, it's going to be another Gecko.
For their sake, I hope so. They're a little bit behind on resources, so being able
Right.
to get that would be strong. And
Correct.
I think that's 8. So
Yeah, that's
yeah,
8.
that
That's
is more,
another
yeah.
Gecko. So I've talked about, or I mentioned this before we even started, that it feels like a 50-50 as far as this matchup goes. I could be wrong. Some people have their opinions on it, but like I only say that because there's so much back and forth. This is
Mhm.
literally the back and forth that we're doing right now. We're I was thinking that Sakazuki was definitely ahead on the first Gecko play and getting rid of the Yamato and etc. But you're saying now that they are behind, and now with another Gecko.
Yeah, we got to draw 2 more cards. We got another Kuzan on board. So
Sure.
we kind of have to find, like, we're going to ask for another Yamato, essentially, to be able to get rid of the Kuzan. But that Moria swings into stuff really strong since it's a 9K and Katakuri's an 8K.
Yeah. I mean, Katakuri can go 9. Well, I don't know. I think Yamato is still probably fine. You get back a life. You get rid of the Kuzan, which you just desperately need to. And then
It looks like stack 9 and 1. I'm just saying. We'll see. Maybe it's 8 and 2 still.
sure. I think it's 8 and 2. Okay, just deciding that we want to swing with our leader, which probably is to one of the Hinas.
Yeah.
But I mean, it doesn't really matter. We have a pretty big hand as Sakazuki. And I think we're probably just tempted to Katakuri the other Gecko Moria again, right? Is that what's happening here?
I mean, I'm down for it. I think
I mean,
that's helpful for them too. The chances that they have a third, it's diminishing, right? The chance they have another one is getting lower and lower.
it's the same chances of our NL player having another category.
But maybe Gadatsu. Okay, Gadatsu away this.
Kuzan.
Do we put 5 on Shirahoshi and attack into the brand new? Maybe.
I think so, actually.
Yeah, why not?
Another
Another Gadatsu.
Another Godatsu to pop the brand new.
An ace.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
This is pretty much the same thing.
Yes, it is the same thing, but also slightly better. I think we're just gonna swing face, right? I mean, you could. Yeah,
Sure.
I think we just swing face. Yeah. Okay. I mean, another Alma play is gonna be pretty devastating. I mean, we already went through 2 of them, right?
Yeah, we've seen 2 Geckos and 2 Amas, and I think 1 or 2 Rebecca's too. So we're not in a terrible spot.
Yeah.
All right, Gecko attacking 9. Do you think this is going to the leader, at the ace, at the Katakuri?
If I had to take a guess, probably the ace. Yeah, the ace. I literally looked away and I thought the ace was on the left side in the field, but no, that's just trash.
That's in the trash, yeah.
And now we're gonna be swinging 5 to lead. Gonna reduce something. We don't know what. Lots of Dawn to use here. And we might see a third Gecko, yeah. Likelihood of that? Anyone?
I guess high. I don't know. I think we're gonna ask how many geckos have hit the trash, right? That was a Sabo, I think.
Sincerely didn't know, so that's what I was
Yeah.
trying to.
I think the good old 50-50 is the
Oh,
right
right.
number.
Forgot the probabilities. 50-50 happens or it doesn't. Okay, well, Rebecca comes down, get a Hina. Gonna be able to reduce something. I think this might be a Rob Lucci play. I could be wrong. How much Dawn do we have left, actually?
Okay, so
Oh.
Rebecca. Okay.
Oh, we have another Alma then, right? Because we're reducing. We use leader effect, stage effect for category. Yeah, another Alma
Okay.
play. So
Oh,
Hina
man.
Hina and then Alma again. That is crazy.
That is disgusting. Yeah, right.
That is the third Alma, and we established 2 blockers that played 6 cost worth of body.
Yeah, these Amas, even though like if you read the card by itself, right? If you look at this card, you're like, oh, it's probably all right, huh? Like it gets rid of a 2 cost and a 1 cost for 2. That's not too wild, right? You remove 3 cost, and so it's like a +1 in cost advantage, right? Incorrect. It has been such a powerhouse in this format. It is such a strong card in Sakazuki, and cost reduction makes it such a superstar.
Correct. Oh boy,
I guess
quite a lot.
The best news is that if they only have 1 more Ama, right?
Hey, that's true.
And you've removed 2 geckos, so
Also true.
also true. But man,
I mean, that is actually a super big bright side because, like, outside of Rob Lucci, what else is swinging hard, right? What else is going tall?
Yeah,
it's just gonna be these smaller swings, which we can handle those as an L, kind of.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
But I will say, games like these, I don't know who's more broken. Is it Hina or is it Rebecca at this point, right? Rebecca's obviously very strong for finding Hina. Without Hina,
Listen, man.
it's not super good. And Hina
Listen,
without
man.
Rebecca is not very good. But together, man, they get so much value.
Rebecca is a poorly designed card. Okay,
Dang.
for one,
Hit me with it.
It's poorly designed because of the strict design philosophy in future design. That's just what Bandai has said before in their previous games, and probably this one too. And I think like you can go down a list of what is worse kind of lists for Sakazuki, and I think we all recognize why it's being banned within the next month. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. It did win the regional that happened today in Niagara, hosted by Carta Magica. So it's 2 of the 4 undefeated lists so far. Table 2 actually finished. Let me take a peek at 1-1 over there.
For sure.
It was it's Chris Sock with Moria. So Moria's in finals against one of these. So
nice.
There's a chance it doesn't win.
Yeah, I mean, if Anel can kind of pick up the pace a little bit and restabilize, we might see Anel Gecko finals, maybe.
I mean,
but
both players are kind of getting a little bit lower on resources. We have another Hina.
Yeah.
Which might be Hina Borsellino.
So remember I was saying, I was like, what else is gonna go tall? A lot of, at least for me, you can tell me, you've inputted very many decks. How often do you see 7 cost Borsellino in these decks now?
He's usually on average, I'd say he's a 1 copy, no more than 2 in decks right now. A little bit more popular in the Navy HQ version of it because it gets rid of 6 costs essentially. But so yeah, since we're playing the Navy HQ, a little bit more sense for this, but you definitely don't run 4 copies of this card.
Surely, yeah. I don't think so either. Maybe like when we were first trying to build them out, like, hey, this is a cool card. You can reduce stuff. You can bottom deck small things. But no, I think we all kind of came to the realization in the evolution of Sakazuki that going wide and being versatile and having options throughout the game is very important, which is why the 7 cost is at 1 and 2.
Yeah. We attack somewhere. Doesn't really matter. Are we going to put Borsellino into life? Come on. Yes.
That's hilarious.
Honestly, 5-life Sakazuki. The terror. The meta's not ready for it.
This is the funniest, like, undefeated round 9 match I've ever seen.
It sure is.
We have an army of Hina.
Uh-huh.
A life full of despair.
Yep.
and an L who just will never die, apparently.
Allegedly, yes.
Well, listen. There's 2 geckos and 1 7-cost Borsalino in life. Face up. See, if this was Black Yellow Luffy, though,
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that you just
he's
you
a
lose 3
goner.
cards, right?
He's a goner. All right, well,
Yeah,
swing
just
these
start with
fives
5, I
again. Hey,
guess.
just swing the 5s, baby.
Gotta
If it
start
ain't broke, don't
somewhere.
fix it. Honestly, probably not a terrible idea. Hey, we could have kept that Gadatsu. We can probably pop a 6-cost eventually.
I'm just like you got it. It is very impressive from Sakazuki for not only the leader but also the player Chris for recognizing like each one of these times where I can build my board and remove yours time after time. Like you pass like okay, I have a 9 cost and a 5 cost. What are you gonna do? Like all right, Gecko, get out of there. And there's like the bottom of that deck is stacked with all of your high cost cards at this point.
We'll eventually get there.
All right, we're going to use our leader effect. We were at 1, we take a damage. We got to discard a card from hand. Looks like we're going to discard the Raigo.
Hey, well.
Hey, if you hit that off of life, it hits a 6 cost.
That's very true, yes. Man, this Shirahoshi has just been chilling, by the way.
It
This
has been.
chilling.
It's
You
seen
know what?
it all. It's seen it all.
Yeah, I feel like it's like one of those the movies where they have the dramatic scene and they're just like watching someone get on a bus stop or like they're being left out on something.
Yeah.
Shirahoshi has seen 2 to 3 categories, put everyone else back
Yeah,
into
yeah,
their
just
life,
like
except for her.
dodging left and right, hound blazes, amas are happening.
She is just incredibly disappointed at this point.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're actually going down to 0.
Yeah, we hit a with an 8 and then 7. Dawn left. What are we doing with 7?
Yeah.
Another Borso for that Shirahoshi. Finally get it off the board. Oh, a Sabo. Okay.
That's pretty good. Gonna be able to block one of these attacks for sure to protect our Heinous, because we definitely want to clean up a little bit first if we can. Yamato doesn't touch any of these guys, by the way. So I think that's
that
bad.
is the bigger point. Correct. Yes, I think like nothing when I played it now, nothing was more upsetting than a well-timed Yamato.
Yeah, and you already know with this 6 swing,
Yeah,
it's probably just a Yamato, which we just cannot get rid of. We're gonna swing into a Hina. I think we just give up one of them.
yeah, you got 2 more.
Exactly.
Oh no, wait, no, are we gonna? I
don't particularly think it's worth it, but hey, I mean, these are attackers. He's at 1 life after this Yamato. Pretty clear what we're doing here. So yeah, okay. Hey, I don't fault it. He's undefeated. I'm not. He's definitely the better player. So I think this is
I think
this is fine.
just based off numbers. I mean, you're not afraid of losing on the spot next turn, because again, you have 5 life.
You have 5 life.
And I think that Sabo was great for protecting one of those Hinas. I guess 2 of those Hinas technically, right? The one from battle and the one from the Yamato effect. So
sure, if we have another Sabo, wouldn't hurt. Wouldn't hurt at all. But I think we're just swinging out.
I think the 5-drop army is going back in, or 5K army.
It's yep, 7th swing. Probably gonna swing out 7s here. Even the Sabo can get in on the fun, but I don't know. I mean, honestly, yeah, I wouldn't be afraid, right? Like I'm not. Give me my geckos back. That's fine. But
I mean, probably like a 200 million volts. Yeah, which
yep.
If we have 2 dead cards in hand, sure.
Which is an ace and
I think
big
7.
mom, I think?
Yeah, 7 mom, and then leader effect, discard a card to get the other heal.
Yep.
So numbers can still be there. I think we just swing 5 now.
Sure. Swing 5s. You know, you may give him some bodies to work with through these triggers. which is not that big of a deal. It would be nice to see a Kikunojo. And it's not. You already swung with that, right?
Yeah, you already swing with that, I think, right?
That was the first 5K swing, unless, I mean,
I guess not. I did see
maybe
it.
he just forgot.
Forget to untap it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes a difference.
Yeah. That's not good.
No, sure ain't.
That's not good. I think this is the end then.
Yeah, this is probably the end.
With Sabo?
Yeah, why not? It's the manga
Sure.
one, right? You got to collect that one and
Tons of money. Yeah,
tons of
there you
money,
go.
yeah.
Okay, cool. Even without the Sakazuki swing, we got there. So Chris Pack goes into the finals against Chris Sock, right?
I believe yeah, it's a battle of the Chris's.
Battle of the Chris is Sakazuki versus Gecko Moria. And Enel, unfortunately, does get taken down. But he can go X1 and top with a less popular leader.
Yeah, and I think they were playing more of like the traditional control build, and not as I mean we are playing some copies of Ace, but not as much of like the rush cards and everything else. So I think that has like a bit of a worse matchup against Sakazuki. But because again, like you just saw, it doesn't matter. 9 cost Yamato doesn't matter because removed the next turn. 8 cost Katakuri, like Yamato, we had the sequencing to keep playing big bodies, and Enel just they could not get anyone outside of Shirahoshi to stay for more than a turn.
Yeah, it was just like Enel was just like 1 or 2 turns behind, and it just couldn't catch up. And our Sakazuki player Chris just didn't let him catch up. That's the other point. Like that's just part of the play. So shout out to both of them for not only surviving but getting a good game in for sure.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. Maybe more on the fourth from the Sakazuki and the back from the Enel, but I think it's kind of how it is. So we've got Gecko versus Sakazuki as our finals next round. We're going to take a tiny break. It should be about, I'm going to say 15 minutes before we start the next one. It might be a little bit overestimating, but we'll see. I'm going to have a guess in chat for what you guys think is going to win. It's going to be Chris Pack versus Chris Sock. Battle of the Chris's. We'll see what wins.
Sounds good.
All right. We're back. What?
Oh, no, I was agreeing with you.
Okay, cool. I didn't say nothing.
I was just whatever you're gonna say. I was gonna agree with you. You know.
Oh man, that's crazy. I missed my free pass for Brian. 100% support on any of my bad ideas.
You only get one, just like Spider-Man.
Dang it. Well, in the meantime, we're at our finals for our Top Cut online Treasure Cup that happened this month in May. Over 900 players, just under 1,000, and we're at the end here with 1 Sakazuki, 1 Moria, but 2 Chris's.
Yeah, I guess that adds up. Yeah, we are in the finals now. We went through a bunch of cool decks throughout the day. Lots of Law, a couple of Nell, not too much of it.
Yeah.
Started at 11 or started at 13, Luffy, and a few others. But now it only comes down to these 2 decks and 2 Chris's. So I'm ready for it.
Yeah. So we'll see which is the Chris Alpha and the Chris Beta on this one, but we've got the Moria versus the Sakazuki. And what are your thoughts on this matchup?
It's as old as time at this point, right?
Yeah,
like
I guess so. I suppose so.
Some people say that like it's like a 60-40. I've been told that. At least my locals have been telling me that, and they play both of these decks quite often. And I think these are the 2 most competitive decks that you can play. Obviously, there are up and comers and as well as other options, sure, but these 2 decks just do everything for you. Establishing bodies, being able to go wide, being able to go tall sometimes, and just removal is the name of the game for both of them. So I think for me, Sakazuki, right, as a deck. As far as a player, I like Chris Sock. So I've commentated
quite a lot of his matches at this point, and as
Mhm.
well as just been in events that he's been in, like not
Yeah.
even this game but others. So I my money's on player Chris, deck Sakazuki.
Gotcha. Yeah, because Chris has done very well in the OPO6 meta. He's got a good amount of tops in the last couple of months, and has just been doing very, very well. So to see him in finals again, not too surprising for us, and we'll see if he's able to get another W as well. But it looks like they're ready to set up. Let's jump on over there right now. All right, we've got Chris Sock at the top there. Let me add the last name because it's a little bit relevant in this one. But yeah, Chris at the top there again with Moria versus Chris Pack on the bottom with Sakazuki.
Yep. So who wants to go first and second? I think I can already know where Gecko probably wants to go first, right?
Yeah, I think like generically Moria likes going first and Sakazuki going second. But part of the reason both these decks are quite the powerhouses that they are is that they're pretty flexible. There's benefits for both, and we don't really, we can adapt to whichever one we get stuck with, right?
Correct. Yes, correct. What about you, chat? You guys already voted, I'm sure, as far as the finals go between Gecko and as well Sakazuki. Do we have the numbers for that, by the way?
Yeah, it's about a 2-1 for Sakazuki. It's with channel
Okay.
points, so it's not like 70,000 people voted, but 70,000 channel points for Sakazuki and 40,000 for Moria. So definitely Sakazuki leaning, but
Yeah.
definitely some Moria fans as well.
Sure. Yeah, I like both decks. It's cool. It's just I feel like Sakazuki just has a higher ceiling. And just all of course how they draw. And I feel like it's pretty consistent in Sakazuki, right? We've seen Sakazuki decks almost deck out.
Yes.
And if that isn't consistency, I don't know what is.
Yeah, the benefit though is that we get to bottom deck some cards too, so we can prevent that from happening outright. But yeah, there's a lot of card draw, and the cost reduction's great. Don't get me wrong, but just being able to put a card into your trash, like a Hina, so it can be played off Rebecca, or just be able to dig one deeper for the card you need is definitely the reason this deck has been so good.
Definitely. And for those who are a little confused about the cards at the bottom being sent for Gecko, sometimes people just ask for that in webcam. So it's just part of the cut. We're gonna open up brand new, and hopefully we're gonna find something important. I feel like these top three, since this is not a snap take, it just takes a little bit of thinking, right? I feel like if we don't have the ability to get it back, then it might be pretty important to set the right pace early on by getting the right pick here. But we're taking a minute. We're taking a minute here. Hopefully, it's not a judge call or anything.
No, it looks like we're judges in chat, but there wasn't an ask of some kind
for sure.
But it looks like we're just going to get the Kuzan. Houndblaze was also a pickup from there, but Kuzan's a pretty good pick, I think, for just a card on tempo next turn.
Surely, yeah. Both of these cards are really good. I think next turn being able to replace itself and kind of establish it being something that we can reduce and remove. And hey, look at that. Perota's coming down pretty quickly from Chris Sock. And this is what I was talking about before. Going first, even Sakazuki starting out early on is susceptible to our little Perota.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we are going to go. I think we're just going to play our Kuzan that we added, right?
Surely, yeah. I'm sure that's what's going to happen. Yeah, 5-5. Not a whole big deal getting out of this one, but we'll see what we do. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take it.
Yeah, one of the big advantages I think to Moria for this matchup is that we are at 5 life. When you're playing such a grindy game of card advantage, that one more card makes such the difference. And and just being able to say, you know what, I systematically can't lose next turn, so I can play a little bit riskier, more aggressive, is something that Sakazuki doesn't get access to, I think, as often as Moria does.
Yeah, and I think that also applies in the way of not only having that extra life just to not lose, but also just card advantage, right?
Yeah.
Just that extra card is going to work pretty well. And we've seen a lot of multicolored leaders. Some of these green leaders and yellow leaders now have experienced a 5 life kind of life, but multicolored has kind of taken over. That's why Yamato has reared his ugly head in.
Yes.
But we have 5 done. That's something. Maybe a great eruption into something else here.
Yeah, like Helmeppo. Unfortunately, Hina's a little bit too costly for it, but if we have access to an
Yeah.
Absalom, it's going to be pretty strong.
Sure. This is brand new, our own. I think we whiffed there.
No hits, but it does put Absalom into our trash, which we might have needed.
Sure. Well, it looks like we're gonna swing 6 here. I think swinging 5 first might be all right, but that's okay.
And we're playing
You might play another. Yeah.
Perona.
Yep. So we're not gonna remove the brand new just yet, but we are gonna get a Perona out and make them pitch a card. And 6K or 6K asking for a 2K is a hard ass. Basically 2 cards out of hand, basically, right?
Yeah. And they added a card to the Kuzan, so yeah, they're going to be pretty healthy in hand size. And double Perona is usually, I feel like, what you want for these early game plays. You also can't kind of willy-nilly play your Absaloms if you don't have a lot in trash, because Sakazuki likes to bottom deck them, so they're no longer in rotation. So just getting like this early advantage, I think, is fine.
What do you think about not swinging with the Perona?
I guess that's fine. It just means that they probably need. They're probably looking for a card, right?
Yeah, trying to use their life to draw.
It's either that or they really want to try to get rid of this Kuzan. So being able to making it difficult to remove both of them and get the advantage of being able to apply pressure with both the Perona and the leader next turn might be the other reason.
That is a possibility. Well, we gotta go and swing. Oh wait, hold on. Oh,
Thinking
okay,
about
never
it.
mind. Just playing a little fidget spinner kind of thing going on.
I'm gonna guess we reduced one of the Peronas by 4, which means that if they have like the Navy HQ, if they have like probably best play is the stage if they have it, and if they play it in their deck and then followed up with Rob Lucci.
I agree, but almost right because they're gonna go back to trash and not being bottom decked.
Yes,
So
right.
so
Alma removes them from rotation. That is true.
yeah, so Alma is probably the better bet. But I mean, beggars can't be choosers, right? So you got to use what we got.
Yeah, Hina Alma, or even like Rebecca Hina into Alma, I think would be great too. But it looks like it's just the stage, which means that confirmed we are playing the stage build.
Yep.
And then Tashigi, looking top 4, we find a T-Bone, one of the new cards from EBO 1. It's a Navy 2K that also gets rid of a 2 or less on play. And there's the Lucci. Very nice. Very
works.
Nice.
Yeah, that works. I mean, Alma or Lucci is good. Lucci's better because you get an extra body. And you can kind of continue to be aggressive. We really countered out a lot of these attacks as Gecko too. So, we're gonna go a little lower on hand size ourselves. So, passing it back over to Gecko. And yeah, that new T-Bone, searchable 2K as a Navy tag, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty nice. I don't think you're ever playing it, but
Probably not. Oh, no.
Yeah, most likely not. But we're gonna go ahead and swing 6K, likely into leader. Hard to tell.
It could be the Kuzan as well. My
Yeah.
guess is
Doesn't really matter.
it could be Perona. It could be Perona to get the cost reduction if we want to try to get rid of the Kuzan. It could also be a Hogback to get an 8-drop Moria if we have one in there. Ice Age. To get the 8 cost makes sense.
Perfectly fine. Gonna use the G-Bone that we just got.
And playing the Borso for 4 and passing from there.
I mean, this is the thing where, we use Rob Lucci instead of Alma as well as Houndblaze. We know that we have a Houndblaze. Oh, no. We ditched a Houndblaze. Never mind. But we might have a Houndblaze because we ditched it. So, this is the thing where, like, a higher level, and as well as just, like, thinking ahead and playing these matches over and over for these 2 decks and 2 players, that maybe we purposely used Rob Lucci for the 2 instead of Almond as well as Houndblaze.
Mhm.
Now we can use those for our Borsalino, which is going to be perfect to get around this effect.
Yeah, there's a lot of players who they want to bait out the removal, so the card they really want to have on board stays around, and that definitely could be happening as you're mentioning.
Yeah. So I'm gonna swing 5 here. I mean, I think a free block is fine, but we're gonna go ahead and just use a 5K. There's another one.
Yeah, at this point, I would probably be tempted to block with Borsalino. We're not. I mean, we can Ama away, right?
100%. Yeah, we did the minus effect from our leader and minus effect from Kuzan. I would imagine from one of the, or for one of the 2 4 costs to make it 0. And we have leader and as well as the stage to get it down to 2 for Borsalino or the other 4 drop. And we can just Ama.
Man, we're just taking these cards, though, going down to 2 in life.
That's crazy.
That's a lot of damage. And yeah, now we get the 8 drop. Looks like we're just going to get rid of the Hogback and the brand new, which is fine. And then we're going to play our other brand new, look at top 3. Chris Pack is in a really good situation outside of whiffing off a
Why'd
brand
you
new.
say that?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Commentator's curse.
Crazy. Yeah, no, he's in a good place for sure. Plenty of cards in hand. Got the Gecko out. The Kuzan is going to keep regulating as well. 2 Rob Lucci's is pretty dang good. And honestly, what is Gecko going to do, right? He can play his own Gecko combo. Sure. We took a few life. Sure. We got a decent sized hand. Sure. But, it's a little daunting. And I think this is where it gets a little tricky in this matchup for both of them.
All right, so we're going to start with putting a Dawn on leader. We know we have Moria, right, in hand?
Yeah, we got it back with the Hodgeback. So that's what I was saying. Like, we can do the 8 drop play. Sure, that's fine. But,
What is it actually
to what
do,
end?
though, right? Yeah.
Yeah, to what end? Because we're at 2 life, and we could probably remove. Let's think. Yeah, I thought he was at 9.
Yeah, I
Dawn.
thought he was at 9 Dawn, too. Didn't he go first? Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah, he should be at 9 Dawn, yeah. We're figuring that out right now because his opponent's showing him 2 Dawn.
Yep.
So,
hopefully they fix this because
yeah.
they can easily go back to Siru. They can go back to Siru. You just don't play
could, but
Siru.
you played the card.
You can't. Sure.
Right? Right?
Yeah,
you played the
I
card.
get it. I get it now. Yeah, I get it.
Because that was a legal play.
Yes.
So judges on the call on that one.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter for those. You already used those.
Yeah, exactly, right. So, I mean, if they were to redo their play, they do the same thing without attaching the Dawn to the Moria, but since they incorrectly went up to 10, the play wasn't there. So it looks like a judge is going to come in. I wouldn't be surprised if a head judge comes in here for that one too, but
yeah, we're definitely gonna have to sort that one out.
Yeah.
I mean, playing devil's advocate, you play with the Dawn cards every so often.
Mhm.
It's probably the most played with cards, right? So sometimes they get wear teared and sometimes they stick together. So
And
maybe
that's fair, but
that's what happened.
at the same
I know
time,
they
yeah,
should know. I
right,
know.
right. If I'm
Chris
I'm
Fox
bad
should
cop,
know.
you're good cop, right? Like,
100%. No. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said playing devil's advocate.
yeah,
It just that stuff does happen, but as a player, especially at this top tier, you need to know,
yeah,
and you need to make sure that you're keeping track of it.
yeah. So it's kind of like the same thing, where, if you didn't combo it correctly and it's passed, like, what do you do? Because Chris Pack has given information that we countered with a 2K, so now we know that Sulu is in hand, kind of thing. So yeah, we'll see what the judge argues. I would not be surprised, especially like at this point, like, you spent 1 Dawn for your leader, you spent 1 Dawn to play the Suru. It's your turn still. You have 7 Dawn to work with. But I am not the judge. We'll see what they're talking about. We'll get back to them on that.
Yeah.
But I get it. It's been a long day. It's been over 8 hours. This is round 10. My goodness.
Yes.
So-
10 rounds of One Piece, and this is where a mistake happens.
Yeah.
It's a little tough. So it does happen.
It's the worst spot, but the best spot, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
guaranteed X1, guarantee into the top 16,
but
right?
If you're trying to convince me as Chris Sock, I'm trying to win the event.
I
man.
know. People,
I would feel so bad.
we're talking as X2 on a good day, Eggman over here. Like,
That's same.
yeah, whatever. I'll take the X1. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah.
So looks like the judge is jumping back in though.
Yeah, they're sorting it out right now. They're talking through it. It's a bit of a bummer. I mean, we're definitely on track for a good game, or at least towards a good game.
Yeah, but
Like
I think
I said, it gets super deep here. Yeah, it looks like they're not gonna let him take back the Suru, right?
yeah. No legal plays have happened, and looks like he's scooping up as well. So that is
that's
it.
a tough one.
That is tough.
That is a tough one. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him for scooping up there. I think he was definitely super behind with the stuff that he's looking at the moment. And honestly, it's kind of deflating, right? It's a little deflating knowing that you made that very simple mistake,
Mm-hmm.
not having the right amount of Dawn, and just that stuff happens, man.
And you're just so behind on tempo, unfortunately. So
yeah,
that's how it is, though. A little anticlimactic, but honestly, just great all day for both Chris's. Congratulations to Chris Pack for winning too. I think he should be. Obviously a little lackluster at the end, but he's played 9 rounds undefeated so far today. So definitely deserving this win in a lot of ways too.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's been a really good day of play. These guys put on a good show for what they could, and shout out to both of them for getting really far.
Yeah,
farther than almost literally everyone in the event. Think about that.
Yeah.
So, how about that? But shout out to Chris and and also Chris for winning the event. So congratulations to him.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to be it for us, since that is the last round of the tournament. So I do want to do a couple shout outs. One to Top Cut for letting us do the stream for this. We really do appreciate it, and I hope you guys appreciate the coverage too. It will be on here on Twitch and on YouTube for both for subscribers and members respectively, and it will be uploaded onto the Stage Zero YouTube account. What day are you thinking, Brian?
Usually get it on Monday. So
yeah.
I am almost at 10,000. So if you guys do want to, definitely go ahead and subscribe.
Yeah.
I have like maybe 40. I'm going to spam it. You guys, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's not enough.
That's fine.
Yeah, if you guys, 40 of you, literally 40 of you, if you guys just go out and subscribe, go ahead and do that. That way you can take a look at the VOD, and as well as it all being edited. And thank you for Top Cut for letting us host and watch out.
Yeah. And then additionally too, I will have deck list out. I'm going to say guaranteed Monday. There are a lot of events this weekend, so I kind of want to get it out tomorrow just so I can kind of layer them out as they come. So no promises for tomorrow. I want it tomorrow. I know you guys want it tomorrow, but we'll see how quick I can get them out there. And then for sure Monday and all the other events that are happening this weekend will be there on Monday or in the next couple days. So you can check that out on my YouTube as well as on my website, Eggman Events.
Mm-hmm.
And
Can't wait to see the Emporio up there, right?
I hope so. They've got
right.
they.
Just put it in the section of like honorable mentions. You know.
I'll have to say they got one more game they got to win. So good
Yeah.
luck for them, and I hope they do. So other than that, I don't think I have much more. Do you have anything else for us, Brian?
Thank you again for Top Cut. Thanks everybody for watching on both Twitch, YouTube, wherever else. Hopefully nowhere else actually.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for hanging out with me, and as well as just another event, man.
Yeah, for sure. There's not going to be any lack of events for the next couple of weeks, so hope you guys have good luck on those. And I think that's going to be it for us. So again, thank you for watching. Do appreciate it. Thank you to Top Cut. We'll have we'll look out for the next couple of days for results. I'll probably try to post on Twitter for that. And congratulations to both our Chris's, with Chris Pack winning with the Sakazuki. So that's it for us. Thank you guys very much, and we'll catch you next time. Bye bye.
See ya.